Welcome. Feel free to relax and drift away to some soothing Marvel lore. Books of Doom. Victor Von Doom was born into a world of hardship and mystery in the secluded European country of Latveria, a land nestled in the shadow of the Carpathian Mountains. From the moment of his birth, Victor's life was shaped by the stark contrasts of his homeland. Latveria, with its picturesque landscapes of rolling hills, dense forests, and ancient castles, was also a land marred by deep-seated poverty and persecution. The Von Doom family, part of the marginalized Romani tribe, lived a nomadic and precarious existence, constantly moving to avoid the ire of the ruling class. Victor's father, Werner Von Doom, was a compassionate and skilled doctor. Despite the meager resources available to him, Werner was dedicated to helping his people. He was known for his unwavering commitment to his patients, often going without food or sleep to tend to the sick and injured. Werner's gentle nature and medical expertise made him a beloved figure within the tribe, but his work was fraught with danger due to the constant threat of persecution from the Latvian authorities. Cynthia Von Doom, Victor's mother, was a strikingly beautiful woman with a deep well of mystical knowledge. She was both revered and feared by those who knew of her abilities. Cynthia was a sorceress, skilled in the dark arts, and her powers were a source of both protection and peril for her family. She possessed a fierce love for her son and husband, and her primary concern was always their well-being. However, Cynthia's attempts to use her magic to protect her people ultimately led to her downfall. In a desperate bid to shield her tribe from the oppressive regime, she made a pact with Mephisto, a powerful and malevolent demon. This pact, intended to bring salvation, spiraled out of control, resulting in her tragic death at the hands of the very forces she sought to harness. The loss of Cynthia Von Doom was a profound and formative event in young Victor's life. The sight of his mother succumbing to the dark forces she had invoked left an indelible mark on his psyche. From that moment on, Victor was consumed by a desire for power and control, a desire rooted in his need to understand and conquer the forces that had taken his mother from him. After Cynthia's death, Werner Von Doom was determined to protect his son from further harm. He tried to shield Victor from the harsh realities of their world, but their lives were irrevocably changed. The ruling class, suspicious of Cynthia's sorcery, continued to persecute the Von Dooms. Werner's medical skills were both a blessing and a curse. His reputation as a healer brought him into the orbit of the Latvian nobility, who sought his services but also viewed him and his family with disdain. One particularly harsh winter, the Baron of Latveria demanded that Werner treat his wife, who had fallen gravely ill. Despite his best efforts, Werner could not save her. The Baron's wrath was swift and merciless. Fearing for his life and that of his son, Werner took Victor and fled into the mountains. They sought refuge from the Baron's soldiers, but the bitter cold and harsh conditions proved too much for Werner. He succumbed to the elements, dying in Victor's arms. Victor was left an orphan, his heart hardened by the loss of both his parents to the cruelties of their world. With both his parents gone, Victor returned to his village, now driven by a burning desire to avenge their deaths and to understand the power his mother wielded. He discovered his mother's hidden chest of mystical artifacts and began to study them fervently. His intellect and innate affinity for both science and magic allowed him to make rapid progress. He created devices and performed feats that amazed and terrified those around him. He crafted mechanical wonders and delved deeper into the arcane arts, blending the two disciplines in ways that had never been seen before. Victor's talents did not go unnoticed. His extraordinary intellect and remarkable inventions earned him a scholarship to Empire State University in the United States, one of the world's most prestigious institutions. This opportunity marked a significant turning point in Victor's life. Leaving Latveria behind, he traveled to America, determined to further his knowledge and capabilities. At the university, he met Reed Richards, a fellow prodigy. Initially, there was mutual respect between the two, but Victor's arrogance and singular focus on his goals quickly created tension. Victor's time at the university was marked by his obsession with surpassing all those around him. He began a secret experiment to create a device that would allow him to communicate with the dead, specifically his mother. Despite warnings from Reed Richards about potential flaws in his calculations, Victor pressed on. The experiment ended in disaster. The device exploded, severely scarring Victor's face. This event was a turning point, deepening his sense of isolation and resentment. He blamed Reed for the failure, convinced that his warnings had been an attempt to undermine him. Expelled from the university for his reckless experiments, Victor wandered the world, seeking greater power and knowledge. His journey eventually led him to a remote monastery in Tibet. The monks there recognized his potential and offered to help him create a suit of armor, both to protect him and to symbolize his transformation. The armor was a marvel of both science and mysticism, and when Victor donned it, he took on the mantle of Dr. Doom. The suit was both a source of power and a prison, as he chose to wear the mask permanently to hide his disfigured face. Thus, Victor Von Doom was reborn as Dr. Doom, a figure of immense intellect, power, and an unyielding will to dominate and reshape the world according to his vision. Victor Von Doom, having transformed himself into Dr. Doom, was now poised to reclaim his homeland and exact revenge on those who had wronged him. His journey had forged him into a being of immense intellect and power, and he was determined to use these gifts to reshape his destiny and that of Latveria. Upon returning to Latveria, Victor found his country still languishing under the oppressive rule of the Baron. The Latverian people remained impoverished, their lives dictated by the cruel whims of the aristocracy. Doom viewed himself as a savior, destined to liberate his people and bring order through his unmatched intellect and iron-fisted rule. He understood that to achieve his goals, he would need to secure the loyalty and support of his people. Doom began his campaign by demonstrating his technological prowess. He unveiled a series of inventions designed to improve the quality of life for the common people. Advanced medical devices cured diseases that had long plagued the population. Agricultural innovations increased crop yields, ensuring that no one went hungry. These marvels of technology were met with awe and gratitude by the Latverians, who began to see Doom as a benevolent figure, capable of delivering them from their suffering. As Doom's influence grew, he carefully orchestrated a rebellion against the Baron's regime. He covertly supplied the resistance with advanced weaponry and tactical guidance, ensuring their success in key skirmishes. Doom's strategic brilliance was evident as he outmaneuvered the Baron's forces, using his knowledge of both science and warfare to gain the upper hand. The rebellion gained momentum, and soon, the Baron's grip on Latveria began to weaken. In a decisive battle, Doom led the final assault on the Baron's castle. His forces, bolstered by the advanced technology he had provided, overwhelmed the Baron's defenses. Doom himself confronted the Baron, a man he viewed as the embodiment of the oppression and suffering inflicted upon his people. The confrontation was swift and brutal. Doom's technological superiority and unmatched combat skills left the Baron no chance of victory. The tyrant was defeated, and Doom stood triumphant. With the fall of the Baron's regime, Doom declared himself the new ruler of Latveria. He promised a new era of prosperity and order, pledging to use his knowledge and power to elevate the nation to greatness. The people, grateful for their liberation and impressed by Doom's capabilities, accepted his rule. They saw in him a strong leader who could bring stability and progress. Doom wasted no time in consolidating his power. He implemented sweeping reforms, using his technological expertise to transform Latveria into a modern state. Infrastructure projects modernized the country's roads, bridges, and buildings. Education and healthcare systems were overhauled, ensuring that all Latvians had access to the benefits of Doom's advancements. Under his rule, Latveria began to flourish, its people enjoying a standard of living previously thought impossible. However, Doom's rule was not without its darker aspects. He enforced strict laws and demanded absolute loyalty. Dissent was not tolerated, and those who opposed his regime were swiftly dealt with. Doom's secret police ensured that any threat to his authority was eliminated. His methods, while effective, were harsh, and fear became a tool he used to maintain control. Despite the improvements in their lives, the Latvian people lived under the constant watch of their new ruler, aware that any act of defiance could lead to severe consequences. As Doom solidified his control over Latveria, he turned his attention to broader ambitions. He saw himself not just as the ruler of a small European country, but as a figure destined to reshape the world. His encounters with the Fantastic Four, especially Reed Richards, were driven by his desire to prove his superiority. He devised numerous schemes to defeat them, each more elaborate and dangerous than the last. Doom's first major confrontation with the Fantastic Four occurred shortly after he assumed power. He constructed a device capable of harnessing vast amounts of cosmic energy, intending to use it to assert his dominance. The Fantastic Four, alerted to Doom's plans, confronted him in Latveria. The battle was intense, with Doom utilizing his advanced technology and mystical knowledge against the superpowered team. Despite his formidable abilities, the Fantastic Four managed to thwart his plan, forcing Doom to retreat. This defeat only fueled his determination to succeed. Doom's rivalry with Reed Richards became a central aspect of his life. He viewed Richards as his intellectual equal, and their encounters were a means for Doom to demonstrate his superiority. Each defeat at the hands of the Fantastic Four deepened his resentment and spurred him to devise even more complex and dangerous plots. Doom's obsession with victory over Richards and his team highlighted his relentless pursuit of power and his refusal to accept failure. As Doom continued his quest for dominance, he delved deeper into the mystical arts. His mother's death had left him with an unresolved need to understand and master the forces of magic. He sought out powerful sorcerers and mystical artifacts, further enhancing his already formidable abilities. This combination of science and sorcery made Doom a uniquely dangerous adversary, capable of challenging even the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe. In his pursuit of mystical power, Doom's path crossed with Mephisto, the demon responsible for his mother's death. The encounter was a defining moment for Doom. He sought to free his mother's soul from Mephisto's grasp, a quest that tested both his magical prowess and his resolve. The battle with Mephisto was both physical and psychological, as Doom confronted the trauma of his past and his deepest fears. Despite his immense power, Doom's attempt to liberate his mother ultimately failed, leaving him with a sense of profound loss and vulnerability. Throughout his rise to power, Doom's character was defined by his complex motivations. He genuinely sought to improve the lives of his people, and his rule brought tangible benefits to Latveria. However, his methods were driven by a need for control and a desire to prove his superiority. This duality made him a multifaceted and compelling figure, capable of both great benevolence and ruthless tyranny. Victor Von Doom's journey from a persecuted Romani child to the ruler of Latveria and one of the most powerful figures in the Marvel Universe was marked by tragedy, ambition, and an unyielding will. His rise to power was not just a personal triumph, but a transformation that reshaped an entire nation. Doom's legacy as a leader, scientist, and sorcerer is a testament to his extraordinary intellect and indomitable spirit, qualities that ensured his place as one of the most formidable and enduring characters in the Marvel Universe. Victor Von Doom's journey back to Latveria was not just a physical return, but a psychological one. Every step he took on Latverian soil resonated with the memories of his childhood, the injustices he and his people had faced, the loss of his parents, and the oppressive hand of the Baron that had driven his family to ruin. Doom's return was marked by a profound sense of purpose. He was no longer the boy who had fled in fear. He had returned as Dr. Doom, a figure of immense power and intellect, ready to reclaim his homeland. Upon his arrival, Doom quickly assessed the state of Latveria. The people were still suffering under the Baron's rule, living in squalor and fear. The sight of their misery hardened Doom's resolve. He saw their suffering as a reflection of his own past and vowed to liberate them, not out of compassion but as a means to establish his own dominion and exact revenge on the oppressors. Doom's first move was to gain the trust and support of the people. He began by introducing a series of technological advancements that dramatically improved their quality of life. Advanced medical devices were deployed to cure diseases that had long plagued the population, from common ailments to more serious conditions. These devices, products of Doom's unmatched scientific genius, worked wonders, earning him the gratitude and admiration of the people. Next, Doom turned his attention to agriculture. Latveria had long struggled with food shortages, with many of its citizens going hungry. Doom introduced innovative agricultural techniques and machinery that revolutionized farming in the region. Crops that had previously failed now flourished, and food became abundant. These improvements were not just acts of benevolence but strategic maneuvers designed to win the hearts and minds of the Latverians, ensuring their loyalty and support. As Doom's influence grew, he began to secretly organize and arm a resistance movement. He provided the rebels with advanced weaponry, far superior to anything the Baron's forces possessed. He also offered tactical guidance, teaching them guerrilla warfare tactics and how to use his technology to their advantage. The resistance, emboldened by Doom's support and inspired by his vision, began to challenge the Baron's forces in a series of increasingly bold skirmishes. Doom's strategic brilliance was evident in these conflicts. He orchestrated each encounter to maximize the impact of the Resistance's victories, weakening the Baron's hold on the country while minimizing casualties among the rebels. His ability to predict and counter the Baron's moves made him a formidable adversary. Each victory for the Resistance was a step closer to Doom's ultimate goal, the overthrow of the Baron's regime. The turning point came when Doom led a direct assault on the Baron's fortress. This was not just a battle for power, but a symbolic act to reclaim his homeland and erase the scars of his past. Doom's forces, armed with his advanced technology, launched a coordinated attack that overwhelmed the Baron's defenses. The battle was fierce, but Doom's strategic brilliance and technological superiority ensured his victory. In the heart of the fortress, Doom confronted the Baron. This encounter was deeply personal for Doom, a culmination of years of suffering and a thirst for vengeance. The Baron, though powerful and ruthless, was no match for Doom's intellect and the advanced armor he wore. The battle was swift and decisive. Doom's superior combat skills and technological edge left the Baron defeated and humiliated. With the Baron's fall, the symbol of Latverian oppression was shattered. With the Baron's regime toppled, Doom declared himself the new ruler of Latveria. His first act as leader was to address the people, assuring them of a new era of prosperity and order. He promised to use his knowledge and power to elevate Latveria to greatness. The people, who had suffered for so long under the Baron's tyranny, were ready for change. They accepted Doom as their ruler, seeing in him a savior who could bring stability and progress. Doom immediately set about consolidating his power. He implemented sweeping reforms to modernize Latveria, Infrastructure projects transformed the country's roads, bridges, and buildings. The education system was overhauled, with a focus on science and technology, reflecting Doom's belief in the power of intellect. Healthcare improvements ensured that all Latvians had access to the advanced medical care that Doom had introduced. Under his rule, Latvia began to flourish, becoming a model of efficiency and progress. However, Doom's rule was also marked by an iron-fisted approach to governance. He enforced strict laws and demanded absolute loyalty. Dissent was not tolerated, and those who opposed his regime were swiftly dealt with. Doom's secret police, a shadowy and efficient force, ensured that any threat to his authority was eliminated. The people, though benefiting from the improvements in their lives, lived under the constant watch of their new ruler, aware that any act of defiance could lead to severe consequences. As Doom consolidated his power in Latvia, he turned his attention to broader ambitions. He saw himself as a global player, destined to reshape the world according to his vision. His encounters with other superpowered beings, particularly the Fantastic Four, were driven by his desire to prove his superiority. He viewed Reed Richards as his intellectual equal, and their rivalry became a defining aspect of his life. Each confrontation with the Fantastic Four was an opportunity for Doom to demonstrate his prowess and test his limits. One of Doom's early schemes involved the construction of a device capable of harnessing vast amounts of cosmic energy. He intended to use this device to assert his dominance on a global scale. The Fantastic Four, alerted to Doom's plans, confronted him in Latvia. The ensuing battle was intense, with Doom utilizing his advanced technology and mystical knowledge against the superpowered team. Despite his formidable abilities, the Fantastic Four managed to thwart his plan, forcing Doom to retreat. This defeat only fueled his determination to succeed. Doom's rivalry with Reed Richards was not merely a clash of egos, but a deep-seated obsession. He viewed Richards as the only person who could challenge his intellect, and each defeat at the hands of the Fantastic Four deepened his resentment. This rivalry drove Doom to devise even more complex and dangerous plots, each one a testament to his relentless pursuit of power and his refusal to accept failure. As Doom continued his quest for dominance, he delved deeper into the mystical arts. His mother's death had left him with an unresolved need to understand and master the forces of magic. He sought out powerful sorcerers and mystical artifacts, further enhancing his already formidable abilities. This combination of science and sorcery made Doom a uniquely dangerous adversary, capable of challenging even the most powerful beings in the Marvel Universe. In his pursuit of mystical power, Doom's path crossed with Mephisto, the demon responsible for his mother's death. The encounter was a defining moment for Doom. He sought to free his mother's soul from Mephisto's grasp, a quest that tested both his magical prowess and his resolve. The battle with Mephisto was both physical and psychological, as Doom confronted the trauma of his past and his deepest fears. Despite his immense power, Doom's attempt to liberate his mother ultimately failed, leaving him with a sense of profound loss and vulnerability. Throughout his rise to power, Doom's character was defined by his complex motivations. He genuinely sought to improve the lives of his people, and his rule brought tangible benefits to Latvia. However, his methods were driven by a need for control and a desire to prove his superiority. This duality made him a multifaceted and compelling figure, capable of both great benevolence and ruthless tyranny. Victor Von Doom's journey from a persecuted Romani child to the ruler of Latvia and one of the most powerful figures in the Marvel Universe was marked by tragedy, ambition, and an unyielding will. His rise to power was not just a personal triumph, but a transformation that reshaped an entire nation. Doom's legacy as a leader, scientist, and sorcerer is a testament to his extraordinary intellect and indomitable spirit, qualities that ensured his place as one of the most formidable and enduring characters in the Marvel Universe. Victor Von Doom, now known as Dr. Doom, established himself as the ruler of Latveria, but his ambitions extended far beyond the borders of his homeland. His thirst for power and his desire to prove his superiority drove him to confront one of the most formidable groups of heroes in the world, the Fantastic Four. Doom's conflict with the Fantastic Four was rooted in a deep personal vendetta against Reed Richards, a man he viewed as his intellectual equal and the only person who could challenge his genius. Doom's first major confrontation with the Fantastic Four began with a carefully crafted plan to capture the team and showcase his superiority. Using his vast technological resources, Doom devised a scheme to lure the Fantastic Four into a trap. He sent an invitation to the Baxter Building, the team's headquarters, under the guise of a diplomatic envoy from Latveria. The letter promised a peaceful meeting to discuss mutual interests. However, Doom's true intention was to capture the team and use them as pawns in his larger game of power. The Fantastic Four, consisting of Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, Susan Storm, Invisible Woman, Johnny Storm, Human Torch, and Ben Grimm, the Thing, were suspicious but decided to meet the envoy. Upon their arrival, they were ambushed by Doom's advanced robotic soldiers, known as Doombots. Despite their formidable abilities, the team was caught off guard and overwhelmed by the sheer number of Doombots. They were captured and transported to Doom's castle in Latveria. At the castle, Doom revealed himself and his intentions. He presented the captured Fantastic Four to the people of Latveria, showcasing his victory over the world-renowned heroes as a demonstration of his power. He intended to use the team to further his scientific experiments, extracting their unique abilities for his own purposes. Doom's fascination with Reed Richards was particularly evident. He saw Richards as a mirror of his own intellect and sought to prove his superiority once and for all. Reed Richards, ever the brilliant strategist, began formulating an escape plan. He studied the technology and defenses within Doom's castle, identifying potential weaknesses. Meanwhile, Doom, confident in his victory, underestimated the resilience and resourcefulness of the Fantastic Four. Richards coordinated with his teammates, each using their unique abilities to disrupt Doom's security systems. The Invisible Woman created force fields to protect them from the Doombots. The Human Torch used his fiery abilities to sabotage the castle's power supply, and the Thing utilized his immense strength to break through barriers. As they fought their way through the castle, the Fantastic Four confronted Doom in his throne room. The battle was intense, with Doom utilizing his advanced armor and mystical knowledge against the team. However, the combined strength and ingenuity of the Fantastic Four proved to be too much for Doom. Reed Richards, using his scientific acumen, managed to disable Doom's armor temporarily, giving the team the upper hand. They escaped the castle, vowing to stop Doom's ambitions. Doom, furious at his defeat, vowed revenge. He began to devise even more elaborate and dangerous schemes to defeat the Fantastic Four and humiliate Reed Richards. His next plan involved the use of the Cosmic Cube, a powerful artifact capable of altering reality itself. Doom sought to obtain the cube and use its power to reshape the world according to his vision, eliminating any opposition. Doom's search for the Cosmic Cube led him to confrontations with other powerful beings and organizations, including S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. He navigated these challenges with his characteristic cunning and ruthlessness, ultimately obtaining the cube. With its power in his grasp, Doom launched an all-out assault on the Fantastic Four. He used the cube to create an alternate reality where he was the supreme ruler and the Fantastic Four were his subjugated servants. In this twisted reality, Doom reveled in his power, but Reed Richards' intellect remained a thorn in his side. Richards, even in this altered state, began to unravel the nature of the reality they were trapped in. He communicated with his teammates, slowly breaking free from Doom's control. The Fantastic Four's combined efforts ultimately disrupted Doom's hold on the cosmic cube, causing the alternate reality to collapse. Doom, once again defeated, retreated to Latveria to regroup. He reflected on his failures and realized that brute force alone would not bring him victory. He began to explore other avenues of power, delving deeper into the mystical arts. Doom's quest for magical power led him to seek out the ancient sorcerer, Doctor Strange. He believed that mastering the arcane would give him the edge needed to finally defeat the Fantastic Four. Doom's journey into the mystical world brought him into conflict with Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme. The two engaged in a battle of wills and magical prowess, with Doom demonstrating his rapidly growing abilities. Although he did not defeat Strange, Doom managed to obtain a significant amount of mystical knowledge, further enhancing his already formidable arsenal. Returning to Latveria, Doom combined his scientific and mystical expertise to create a new plan. He constructed a device that could harness the power of both technology and magic, a fusion that he believed would make him unstoppable. Doom's ambitions now extended beyond merely defeating the Fantastic Four. He aimed to reshape the world in his image, establishing a new world order under his control. Doom's next confrontation with the Fantastic Four was one of his most dangerous yet. He lured the team to Latveria once more, this time using a combination of technological traps and mystical wards to ensnare them. The battle that ensued was epic in scale, with the Fantastic Four fighting against an array of Doom's inventions and spells. Despite their best efforts, the team found themselves on the brink of defeat. In a climactic moment, Doom unleashed the full power of his fusion device, creating a massive surge of energy that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. Reed Richards, realizing the extent of the danger, devised a desperate plan to counteract the device. He instructed the Human Torch to channel his flames into the device's core, causing a controlled explosion that neutralized its power. The explosion created a massive shockwave, devastating Doom's castle and scattering the combatants. The Fantastic Four, battered but alive, regrouped and managed to escape Latveria once more. Doom, severely wounded and his plans in ruins, watched as his enemies fled. Despite his failure, he swore that he would never cease his efforts to defeat the Fantastic Four and prove his superiority over Reed Richards. Doom's conflict with the Fantastic Four continued to define his life. Each defeat only fueled his obsession, driving him to greater lengths in his pursuit of power. He continued to innovate, creating new technologies and delving deeper into the mystical arts. His encounters with the Fantastic Four became legendary, each battle a testament to his relentless ambition and unyielding will. Victor Von Doom's journey was one of perpetual conflict and relentless pursuit of power. His quest to prove his superiority over Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four was a reflection of his own insecurities and need for validation. Despite his many failures, Doom remained one of the most formidable and enduring figures in the Marvel Universe. His legacy defined by his genius, his ambition, and his unyielding resolve. Doom's relentless pursuit of power and his rivalry with the Fantastic Four did not cease. In his next attempt to conquer the Fantastic Four, Doom devised a plan to infiltrate their ranks and dismantle them from within. Utilizing his mastery of robotics and disguise, Doom created a perfect android duplicate of himself, imbued with his memories and personality. This Doombot was sent to pose as a defector from Doom's regime, claiming to seek asylum with the Fantastic Four. The Doombot, under the guise of Victor Von Doom, presented itself at the Baxter Building, pleading for protection from its supposed creator. The Fantastic Four, initially skeptical, conducted numerous tests to ensure the Doombot's authenticity. Satisfied that the Doombot was indeed a genuine defector, they cautiously accepted it into their fold, unaware that Doom was monitoring every interaction and learning their secrets through his creation. As the Doombot integrated into the team, it began to subtly sow discord and mistrust among the members. It planted seeds of doubt about Reed Richards' leadership and his decisions, exacerbating existing tensions within the team. The Doombot's actions led to a series of misunderstandings and conflicts, weakening the team's cohesion and effectiveness. Meanwhile, the real Doom was preparing his next move. With the Fantastic Four distracted and divided, he launched a multi-pronged attack on their headquarters. His Doombots, armed with the latest technological advancements, breached the Baxter Building's defenses. The Fantastic Four, caught off guard and weakened by their internal strife, struggled to repel the invasion. In the midst of the chaos, the Doombot revealed its true allegiance, turning against the Fantastic Four and attacking them from within. The team was pushed to their limits, fighting on multiple fronts against an enemy that knew their every weakness. Doom's plan seemed destined for success, as the Fantastic Four faced imminent defeat. However, Reed Richards' ingenuity once again proved to be Doom's undoing. Richards, suspecting the Doombot's true nature, had secretly developed a failsafe to counteract its programming. In a desperate gambit, he activated the failsafe, causing the Doombot to malfunction and self-destruct. The explosion disabled many of Doom's attacking Doombots and gave the Fantastic Four the opportunity to regroup and mount a counteroffensive. The battle raged on, with the Fantastic Four fighting valiantly to protect their home. Sue Storm used her force fields to shield her teammates and trap the remaining Doombots, while Johnny Storm unleashed his full fiery fury to incinerate the invaders. Ben Grimm, the ever-loyal Thing, used his immense strength to smash through Doom's forces, clearing a path for Richards to reach the control center. In the control center, Richards confronted Doom directly through a holographic interface. The two intellectual titans engaged in a battle of wits and strategy, each trying to outmaneuver the other. Doom, confident in his superiority, taunted Richards, belittling his efforts and predicting his inevitable failure. However, Richards remained steadfast, using his knowledge of Doom's technology to hack into the control systems and shut down the remaining Doombots. With Doom's invasion thwarted, the Fantastic Four emerged victorious but not unscathed. The battle had taken a toll on the team, both physically and emotionally. They realized the extent to which Doom's manipulations had affected them and vowed to strengthen their bonds and work together more closely in the future. Doom, enraged by his latest defeat, retreated to Latveria to lick his wounds and plot his next move. He refused to accept that he could be bested by Reed Richards and the Fantastic Four. His obsession with defeating them and proving his superiority only grew stronger, driving him to new heights of madness and ambition. In his pursuit of ultimate power, Doom turned to ancient and forbidden knowledge. He sought out the Darkhold, a mystical tome said to contain the darkest secrets of the universe. The Darkhold's power was immense, but its use came at a great cost, corrupting the soul of anyone who dared to wield it. Undeterred, Doom delved into the book's arcane rituals, seeking to harness its power to achieve his goals. Doom's dabbling with the Darkhold attracted the attention of other mystical beings and entities, including the demon Mephisto. Mephisto, sensing an opportunity to corrupt and manipulate Doom, offered him a pact: unlimited power in exchange for his soul. Doom, confident in his ability to outsmart even the devil, accepted the deal, believing he could gain the power he sought without succumbing to Mephisto's influence. Empowered by the dark magics of the Darkhold and his pact with Mephisto, Doom launched his most ambitious plan yet. He aimed to merge the realms of science and magic, creating a new world order under his absolute rule. He constructed a colossal device, the Doom Gate, which would channel the combined energies of technology and sorcery to reshape reality itself. The activation of the Doomgate caused a massive disruption in the fabric of reality, drawing the attention of not only the Fantastic Four but also other heroes and mystical protectors. The combined forces of Earth's defenders converged on Latveria, determined to stop Doom's apocalyptic plan. The battle that ensued was a cataclysmic clash of powers, with heroes and villains fighting to determine the fate of the world. In the heart of the chaos, the Fantastic Four confronted Doom directly. Reed Richards, realizing that reason and negotiation would not sway Doom, devised a plan to neutralize the Doomgate's power. He and his teammates fought their way through Doom's defenses, overcoming both technological traps and magical wards. The final confrontation took place in the chamber housing the Doomgate, a swirling vortex of energy that threatened to consume everything. Richards, utilizing his scientific expertise, began to dismantle the Doomgate's core components, while his teammates held off Doom's relentless attacks. Doom, wielding the full might of his combined powers, fought with a fury born of desperation and obsession. The battle was fierce and brutal, with both sides suffering heavy losses. As Richards neared the completion of his task, Doom unleashed a final, desperate assault, channeling all his remaining power into a single devastating blast. Richards, using his stretching abilities, managed to shield himself and his teammates just in time. The blast struck the Doomgate instead, causing a catastrophic chain reaction. The Doomgate imploded, collapsing in on itself and creating a massive shockwave that reverberated across Latveria. Doom, caught in the epicenter of the explosion, was hurled into the vortex, his fate uncertain. The Fantastic Four, battered and exhausted, managed to escape the collapsing chamber, barely surviving the cataclysm. In the aftermath, Latveria lay in ruins, its once proud ruler seemingly vanquished. The world breathed a collective sigh of relief, but the Fantastic Four knew that Doom's legacy would not be so easily erased. They remained vigilant, aware that Doom's insidious influence could still pose a threat in the future. Dr. Doom's conflict with the Fantastic Four had taken him to the heights of power and the depths of madness. His relentless pursuit of superiority over Reed Richards and his team defined his existence, driving him to ever more extreme measures. Despite his many defeats, Doom's brilliance, ambition, and unyielding resolve ensured that his shadow would continue to loom large over the Marvel Universe. His story was one of perpetual conflict, a testament to the indomitable will of a man who refused to accept anything less than ultimate victory. Victor Von Doom's legacy and influence reached far beyond his immediate battles with the Fantastic Four and his quests for mystical and technological dominance. His impact on the world, both directly and indirectly, shaped the destinies of countless individuals and nations. Doom's story is one of unparalleled ambition, relentless pursuit of power, and a complex interplay between his genius and his tragic flaws. As ruler of Latveria, Doom transformed the small, war-torn nation into a technological marvel. His reign brought about significant advancements in infrastructure, healthcare, and education. Latveria's citizens, though under a tyrannical rule, benefited from the stability and prosperity that Doom's leadership provided. Doom's technological innovations, from advanced robotics to energy production, made Latveria a formidable power on the global stage. His influence extended to international politics, where his presence was both feared and respected. Doom's diplomatic maneuvers were as cunning as his scientific and mystical pursuits. He formed alliances and manipulated global powers to further his own interests. One notable alliance was with the Submariner, Namor, the ruler of Atlantis. Both driven by a shared animosity towards the surface world and a desire for power, their partnership was marked by mutual respect and a fragile trust. Together, they launched coordinated attacks against their enemies, including the Fantastic Four. However, their alliance was always precarious, with both men seeking to outmaneuver each other when their goals diverged. Doom's legacy also influenced other villains and aspiring conquerors. Many saw him as the epitome of what a supervillain could achieve through intelligence, strategy, and sheer willpower. Characters like the Red Skull, Magneto, and the Mandarin found inspiration in Doom's methods and ambitions, often seeking to emulate his success. Doom's technological innovations were coveted by others, leading to numerous attempts to steal or replicate his designs. His influence on the villainous community was profound, shaping the tactics and goals of many who followed in his footsteps. However, Doom's impact was not limited to his fellow villains. Heroes and organizations dedicated to protecting the world also felt the weight of his legacy. The Fantastic Four, in particular, were forever changed by their encounters with Doom. Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, became even more driven to innovate and protect humanity from threats, inspired by his rivalry with Doom. This rivalry pushed Richards to new heights of scientific discovery and reinforced his commitment to using his intellect for the greater good. Doom's presence loomed large in the lives of the Fantastic Four's members. Sue Storm, the Invisible Woman, often found herself grappling with the emotional toll of Doom's schemes, which frequently targeted her family. Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, harbored a deep-seated anger towards Doom for the constant threats he posed. Ben Grimm, the Thing, used his strength and resilience to protect his friends, driven by a personal vendetta against Doom's relentless attacks. Doom's influence extended beyond his immediate conflicts. His actions indirectly led to the creation of new heroes and teams. For example, his incursions into other dimensions and realms often resulted in unforeseen consequences, such as the emergence of new threats or the awakening of latent powers in individuals. Heroes like Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, found themselves frequently crossing paths with Doom as their mystical pursuits intersected. Doom's attempts to conquer or control magical artifacts brought him into conflict with Strange, further entrenching his legacy in the mystical community. Despite his many failures and defeats, Doom's resilience and unwavering belief in his own superiority were central to his legacy. He refused to accept defeat, always returning with a new plan or strategy to achieve his goals. This tenacity made him one of the most persistent and dangerous adversaries in the Marvel Universe. Doom's influence on the future of Latveria and the world at large was undeniable, as his actions and innovations continued to shape the course of history. Doom's legacy was also marked by his complicated relationship with his heritage and family. His mother, Cynthia Von Doom, was a Romani whose tragic fate deeply influenced Victor's path. Her death at the hands of Mephisto drove Doom's initial foray into the mystical arts, as he sought to free her soul from the demon's grasp. This personal quest added a layer of complexity to Doom's character, revealing a man driven by a deep-seated desire to rectify the injustices done to his family. Doom's influence reached into the future through his heir, Christophe Bernard. Christophe, initially a young boy taken under Doom's wing, was brainwashed to believe he was Victor Von Doom after Doom's apparent death. This indoctrination was part of Doom's contingency plan to ensure his legacy endured. Christophe, adopting Doom's identity and methods, continued Doom's work and upheld his rule in Latveria. However, Christophe's tenure was marked by internal conflict, as he struggled with the duality of his own identity and the overwhelming presence of Doom's legacy. Victor Von Doom's legacy is a testament to the far-reaching consequences of one man's ambition and genius. His technological and mystical pursuits, his impact on global politics, and his influence on both heroes and villains left an indelible mark on the Marvel Universe. Doom's story is one of brilliance and tragedy, a relentless pursuit of power intertwined with personal vendettas and a deep-seated need for validation. His legacy, both feared and respected, continues to shape the world long after his time. Emperor Doom, Dr. Doom sat in the darkened chambers of his castle in Latveria, the shadows playing across his iron mask as he brooded over the past. Despite his unparalleled genius, his intellect that rivaled the gods, and his mastery over both science and sorcery, he had failed time and time again. The Fantastic Four, the Avengers, and countless other heroes had stood in his way, thwarting his ambitions for world domination. Each failure was a bitter reminder of his own perceived imperfections, a stark contrast to his otherwise immaculate view of himself. In his solitude, Doom reflected on his past endeavors. He remembered the times he had come so close to achieving his goals, only to be undone by what he considered lesser beings. His most recent plan had been his most ambitious, a device that could control the minds of others. However, it lacked the reach and power to subjugate the entire planet. As he pondered, a thought struck him, a way to enhance his device using an external power source. His mind immediately turned to the Purple Man, Zebediah Killgrave, whose pheromone-based mind control abilities were legendary. Doom began to devise a plan to capture Killgrave. He knew that the Purple Man was held in a high-security prison, designed to contain his extraordinary abilities. Doom's knowledge of technology and human psychology allowed him to craft a trap that would neutralize Killgrave's powers, if only temporarily. He worked tirelessly, constructing a containment chamber that would nullify the Purple Man's pheromones and render him powerless. Once the containment chamber was ready, Doom dispatched his robotic forces. His Doombots, equipped with advanced technology and weaponry, infiltrated the prison with surgical precision. The prison guards and security systems were no match for Doom's meticulous planning and superior technology. Despite his attempts to escape, Killgrave was swiftly overpowered and incapacitated. The Doombots transported him back to Latveria, where Doom awaited their return. In his castle, Doom watched as the Purple Man was secured in the specially designed containment chamber. The chamber's walls were lined with a unique alloy that absorbed and nullified Killgrave's pheromones, ensuring that he could not influence anyone within its confines. Killgrave, now a prisoner of Doom, seethed with rage and frustration, but he was helpless against the technological marvel that held him. With Killgrave in his possession, Doom turned his attention to the next phase of his plan. He began constructing a massive amplification device that could broadcast the Purple Man's mind-controlling pheromones across the globe. The device required a unique energy source, a rare crystal that Doom had acquired during his many adventures. The crystal's properties allowed it to channel and amplify energy to an extraordinary degree, making it the perfect power source for Doom's device. As Doom labored in his laboratory, he allowed himself a rare moment of reflection. He thought about his childhood, the tragedies that had shaped him, and the path that had led him to this point. The death of his mother, the scars he bore from his failed experiment in college, and his subsequent rise to power in Latveria. All of these experiences had forged him into the man he was today. He believed that his destiny was to rule the world, to bring order and prosperity where others had failed. Finally, after weeks of relentless work, the amplification device was complete. Doom stood before it, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He knew that with this device, he could achieve his ultimate goal. He could bend the entire world to his will, creating a utopia where he reigned supreme. As he activated the device, a low hum filled the room, the crystal glowing with an eerie light. Doom watched as the energy coursed through the machine, ready to unleash its power upon the world. In that moment, Doom felt a sense of triumph unlike any he had ever known. He was on the verge of realizing his greatest ambition. The world would soon be his, and under his rule, it would achieve the peace and order it so desperately needed. He believed that only he, Victor Von Doom, possessed the vision and the strength to lead humanity into a new era. And with the Purple Man's power at his command, Nothing could stand in his way. Dr. Doom's plan required the capture of Zebediah Killgrave, the notorious Purple Man known for his mind control abilities. Killgrave was a formidable adversary whose powers could bend even the strongest wills to his command. He was imprisoned in a high-security facility designed specifically to contain his unique and dangerous abilities. Doom, in his castle in Latveria, began to meticulously plan the operation to capture Killgrave. Doom's strategy was precise and multifaceted. He designed advanced Doombots, robotic soldiers equipped with technology capable of neutralizing Killgrave's pheromones. Each Doombot was programmed with specific instructions to infiltrate the prison, incapacitate the guards, and secure Killgrave without fail. The Doombots were also equipped with energy dampeners that would temporarily nullify any attempts by Killgrave to use his mind control powers during the capture. Under the cover of darkness, Doom's Doombots launched their operation. They descended upon the high-security prison with military precision. The guards, trained to handle superhuman threats, were taken by surprise. The Doombots moved silently and efficiently, disabling security systems and overwhelming the guards with non-lethal force. The prison's alarms blared, but the Doombots were relentless, their metallic forms glinting in the sparse lighting. Inside his cell, Killgrave sensed the disturbance. He attempted to use his powers on the approaching Doombots, but found them immune to his pheromones. Frustration turned to panic as the Doombots breached his cell, their cold, unfeeling eyes fixed on him. Killgrave tried to escape, but the Doombots were too quick. They restrained him with energy shackles designed to suppress his abilities completely. With Killgrave securely bound, the Doombots transported him to a specially designed containment unit. The unit was lined with a unique alloy that absorbed and nullified his pheromones, rendering him powerless. As the transport vehicle left the prison grounds, the guards could only watch, helpless against the precision and power of Doom's technological prowess. The journey to Latveria was swift and uneventful. Killgrave, now a captive, seethed with anger and fear. He had always relied on his powers to manipulate and control those around him, but now he was utterly powerless. He knew that his captor was none other than Dr. Doom, a name that struck fear even in the hearts of villains. Upon arrival in Latveria, Killgrave was brought before Doom. The chamber where Doom awaited was dimly lit, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. Doom's imposing figure, clad in his iconic armor, stood in stark contrast to the restrained and vulnerable Killgrave. Doom's eyes, visible through the slits of his mask, gleamed with a cold determination. "Welcome to Latveria, Killgrave," Doom intoned, his voice resonating with authority. "You are now a tool in my grand design." Killgrave struggled against his restraints, but it was futile. The containment unit was flawless, a testament to Doom's unparalleled intellect. Doom approached, his gaze never leaving Killgrave's eyes. "Your powers are impressive, but they are nothing compared to the will of Doom." Doom activated the containment chamber, and the walls hummed with energy as the alloy absorbed any residual pheromones. Killgrave's mind control abilities were completely neutralized, leaving him defenseless. Doom watched with satisfaction as the Purple Man's defiance melted into despair. With Killgrave securely contained, Doom set to work. He began integrating Killgrave's unique abilities with his own technological advancements. The amplification device, already in an advanced stage of construction, required Killgrave's powers to reach its full potential. Doom worked tirelessly, his genius mind focused on every detail, ensuring that the device would function flawlessly. As Doom labored, he thought about the world he was about to create. A world where chaos and disorder were replaced by his iron-fisted rule. He envisioned a utopia, a new world order where his intellect and vision would guide humanity to greatness. He believed that only through his control could true peace and prosperity be achieved. The amplification device took shape, a marvel of engineering and malevolent intent. It was designed to broadcast Kilgrave's mind-controlling pheromones across the globe, subjugating every human being to Doom's will. The device was powered by a rare crystal, its energy channeled through intricate circuits and amplifiers. Doom tested the device on a small scale, ensuring that it functioned perfectly. Finally, the day came when the device was ready. Doom stood before it, his heart filled with anticipation and triumph. He knew that, with the flip of a switch, he would become the ruler of the world. As he activated the device, the crystal glowed with an eerie light, and the chamber filled with a low hum. In that moment, Doom felt a surge of satisfaction. He had captured the Purple Man, harnessed his powers, and built a device that would bring the world under his control. The world would soon know the true genius and power of Dr. Doom. And with his new weapon, nothing would stand in his way. In the heart of his Latverian stronghold, Dr. Doom stood before his latest and most ambitious creation, the amplification device. This machine, a testament to his unparalleled genius, was designed to broadcast the mind-controlling abilities of the captured Purple Man across the globe. The device was intricate, a complex network of circuits, amplifiers, and conduits powered by a rare and potent crystal. The crystal, known as the Heart of Genghis, was a unique artifact Doom had acquired during his many adventures. It was a source of immense power, capable of channeling and amplifying energy to extraordinary degrees. Doom had spent years studying its properties, unlocking its secrets, and now it would serve as the core of his grand design. He had crafted a containment chamber specifically for the crystal, ensuring it could interface seamlessly with the rest of the device. With Kilgrave securely imprisoned, Doom began the delicate process of integrating the Purple Man's abilities into the machine. He constructed an array of sensors and conduits that would draw out and amplify Kilgrave's pheromones, converting them into a signal that the device could broadcast. This task required a level of precision that only Doom could achieve. He worked tirelessly, his hands deftly assembling components, his mind calculating every variable. The laboratory buzzed with activity as Doom's Doombots assisted in the construction. These robotic servants, designed to follow Doom's commands with unwavering loyalty, were indispensable. They handled tasks that required brute strength or repetitive precision, freeing Doom to focus on the more intricate aspects of the device. As the machine took shape, its purpose became clear: to subjugate the entire planet to Doom's will. Doom's thoughts often wandered to the future he envisioned. He saw a world free from chaos, disorder, and conflict. A world where his intellect and vision would guide humanity to unparalleled heights. He believed that only through his control could true peace and prosperity be achieved. This belief fueled his determination, driving him to perfect every detail of the device. Once the initial construction was complete, Doom began testing the machine on a smaller scale. He selected a remote Latverian village as his test site, using the device to broadcast a limited signal. The results were immediate and astounding. The villagers, going about their daily lives, suddenly found their wills bent to Doom's command. They followed his orders without question, their minds completely subjugated. Encouraged by this success, Doom expanded the tests to larger populations. He targeted cities in neighboring countries, carefully observing the effects. Each time, the results were consistent: total and unwavering obedience. The world began to notice the strange behavior changes in these areas, but the cause remained undetected, masked by Doom's technological prowess. As the final phase of the project approached, Doom made further refinements to the device. He enhanced the amplifiers, ensuring that the signal would be strong enough to reach every corner of the globe. He calibrated the sensors to maximize the extraction of Kilgrave's pheromones, optimizing the conversion process. Each adjustment brought him closer to his ultimate goal. In the moments of quiet between his labors, Doom reflected on his journey. He thought about his childhood, the tragedies and betrayals that had shaped him. The death of his mother at the hands of Mephisto, the scarring accident during his college years, and his rise to power in Latveria. Each event had forged him into the man he was. His ambition, his drive, and his genius were all born from these experiences. Finally, the day came when the device was ready for full activation. Doom stood before it, his heart filled with anticipation and triumph. He had spent countless hours perfecting this machine, and now he would see his vision realized. He activated the device, and the heart of Genghis glowed with an eerie light, its energy coursing through the amplifiers and conduits. The device emitted a low hum as it powered up, the signal beginning to broadcast. In that moment, Doom felt a surge of satisfaction. He knew that with this device, he could bend the entire world to his will. He imagined a utopia where he reigned supreme, where his intellect and vision guided humanity to greatness. As the signal spread, people across the globe began to fall under Doom's control. Governments, armies, and even superheroes became his obedient servants. The world changed overnight, with Doom issuing his first global decree, an immediate end to all conflicts. Wars ceased, crime rates plummeted, and Doom's vision of order began to take shape. Doom watched as his dream became reality. He believed that he had finally achieved his destiny, that only under his rule could the world achieve true peace and prosperity. With the Purple Man's power at his command, nothing could stand in his way. The world was now his, and under his iron-fisted rule, it would flourish as never before. Dr. Doom, now possessing the most powerful mind control device ever conceived, knew that before unleashing it upon the entire world, he had to ensure its flawless operation. The stakes were too high for any margin of error. He chose a small, remote village in Latveria as his initial test site, a place where any anomalies could be easily contained and studied without drawing too much attention. The villagers, unaware of the impending experiment, went about their daily routines. Farmers tended to their crops, children played in the streets, and shopkeepers busily arranged their wares. Overlooking the village from his fortress, Doom activated the device, sending out a signal infused with Kilgrave's pheromones, amplified to a degree far beyond what the Purple Man could achieve on his own. As the signal reached the village, the effects were immediate and profound. People halted in their activities, their eyes glazing over as the device took control of their minds. Farmers stopped mid-harvest, tools slipping from their hands. Children paused in their games, and shopkeepers stood motionless behind their counters. Doom watched intently, his keen eyes noting every detail. With a series of precise commands, Doom tested the villagers' obedience. He instructed them to perform various tasks, from simple actions like raising their hands to more complex directives, such as gathering in the village square and forming intricate patterns. The villagers complied without hesitation or resistance, their minds completely dominated by the signal. Satisfied with the initial results, Doom decided to escalate the experiment. He instructed the villagers to construct a monument in his honor. Despite their lack of architectural skills, they set to work with unwavering determination, guided by Doom's precise instructions transmitted through the device. Within hours, a crude but recognizable statue of Doom began to take shape in the village square. To further assess the device's range and effectiveness, Doom expanded the test to include a nearby city. This city, larger and more populated than the village, would present a more significant challenge. As the amplified signal spread, the city's inhabitants experienced the same immediate and absolute compliance. Traffic came to a standstill as drivers abandoned their vehicles. Office workers stopped typing mid-sentence, and pedestrians froze in place. Again, Doom issued a series of commands. The city's residents obeyed with mechanical precision. He ordered them to clean the streets, and they moved in unison, gathering litter and debris. He instructed them to organize themselves into groups based on occupation, and they did so without question. Each task, no matter how complex, was carried out flawlessly. As Doom observed the results, his confidence in the device grew. The data collected from these tests confirmed the device's ability to control large populations seamlessly. Yet, Doom knew that the true test would be the reaction of the world's most powerful entities, the governments, the military forces, and the superheroes. To test this, Doom carefully selected a location known for its strategic importance and strong defenses, a military base in a neighboring country. This base was well fortified and housed elite soldiers trained to resist various forms of psychological warfare. Doom viewed this as the perfect proving ground for his device's ultimate capabilities. Activating the device, Doom directed the signal towards the base. Soldiers patrolling the perimeter, technicians monitoring systems, and officers strategizing in the command center all succumbed to the mind control signal. The change was instantaneous. Their disciplined movements slowed, and they became eerily synchronized, like puppets on invisible strings. Doom issued a series of commands, testing the soldiers' obedience to complex and dangerous orders. He instructed them to disarm their weapons and stack them neatly in the center of the base. They did so without hesitation, their military training rendered irrelevant under the influence of the signal. He then ordered them to form precise battle formations, which they executed flawlessly, demonstrating the device's ability to control even the most highly trained individuals. Pushing the limits further, Doom commanded the base's commanding officer to communicate with higher military authorities and declare their loyalty to Doom. The officer, his will completely subjugated, transmitted the message without question. This action caused a ripple of confusion and concern within the military hierarchy, but the source of the mind control remained undetected. The successful subjugation of the military base convinced Doom of his device's efficacy. He had managed to control a diverse range of individuals, from simple villagers and city dwellers to elite soldiers, without any resistance. The tests had proven that his device could dominate any population, regardless of size or complexity. However, Doom knew that the true test lay ahead. Controlling isolated populations and strategic locations was one thing, but bringing the entire world under his control would require a perfect execution. As he deactivated the device, the controlled individuals returned to their normal states, oblivious to the influence they had been under. They resumed their activities as if nothing had happened, with no memory of their time under Doom's command. Back in his fortress, Doom reviewed the data collected from the tests. The results were beyond his expectations. The device was ready for global activation. Doom's thoughts turned to the future, a future where he would be the undisputed ruler of the world. Under his command, humanity would reach new heights of order and prosperity. He envisioned a world free from the chaos of free will, a world where his intellect and vision would guide every action. As he prepared for the final phase of his plan, Doom felt a sense of triumph. He had overcome every obstacle, harnessed the power of the Purple Man, and created a device capable of subjugating the entire planet. The world was on the brink of a new era, an era where Dr. Doom would reign supreme. With the successful tests behind him, Dr. Doom prepared for the final activation of his mind control device. The ultimate goal was within his grasp, to subjugate the entire world and bend it to his indomitable will. In his laboratory, surrounded by the hum of machinery and the glow of monitors, Doom reviewed the intricate details of his plan one last time. Doom's first step was to ensure the device's power supply was stable and capable of sustaining the global broadcast. The heart of Genghis, the rare crystal at the core of the device, pulsed with a steady, potent energy. Doom had meticulously calibrated its interaction with the device's amplifiers and conduits, guaranteeing that the signal would be strong enough to cover the entire planet. Doom stood before the control panel, his ironclad fingers hovering over the activation switch. He took a moment to reflect on his journey, every trial and triumph, every step that had led him to this pivotal moment. He had faced countless adversaries, but now, his vision for a world under his rule was about to be realized. With a decisive motion, he activated the device. The heart of Genghis flared with an intense, eerie light, sending energy coursing through the amplification device. A low hum filled the chamber, gradually rising in pitch as the machine powered up. The device emitted a signal, invisible but potent, spreading outwards from Doom's castle, expanding to cover Latveria and beyond. As the signal propagated, people across Latveria halted in their tracks. Their eyes glazed over, and their movements became robotic. The mind control signal had taken hold. Doom issued a series of commands, testing their obedience. He ordered the citizens to gather in the central square and kneel before the statue of himself that had been constructed during the initial tests. The people obeyed without hesitation, moving in perfect unison. Doom watched from a high balcony, his cape billowing in the wind. Below him, thousands of Latverians knelt in silent, unwavering devotion. Satisfied, he turned his attention to the next phase, expanding the signal to neighboring countries. He adjusted the controls, amplifying the signal further, ensuring it would reach every corner of the globe. As the signal spread across Europe, the effects were immediate. In major cities and small towns alike, people stopped whatever they were doing and fell under Doom's control. Traffic came to a standstill, businesses shut down, and government operations ceased. World leaders, unaware of the source of the phenomenon, were rendered helpless as their citizens fell into a trance-like state. In the United States, the signal reached major metropolitan areas like New York, Washington, D.C., and Los Angeles. The Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes, were among the first to feel the effects. Iron Man, in the middle of a flight, suddenly veered off course and landed in Central Park, joining the throngs of mind-controlled citizens. Captain America, while training at Avengers Mansion, dropped his shield and stood at attention, his will subsumed by the signal. Even the Hulk, in his banner form, found himself unable to resist, his immense strength rendered useless against Doom's technology. The military, despite their extensive training and psychological resilience, were equally affected. Soldiers on bases around the world froze, their weapons falling from their hands. High-ranking officials, including generals and admirals, lost their capacity for independent thought, their strategic minds bent to Doom's commands. The world's defenses were neutralized in an instant, their might now under Doom's control. From his command center, Doom issued a global decree. His voice, transmitted through the device, reached every corner of the world. "Citizens of Earth," he began, his tone authoritative and unyielding. "I am Dr. Doom. You are now under my protection and command. Obey my laws, and you will know peace and prosperity. Resist, and you will face my wrath." Doom's decree was met with immediate compliance. Governments capitulated, their leaders powerless to resist the will of their people. Laws were enacted overnight, establishing Doom's rule as absolute. The world fell into a synchronized order, each action guided by Doom's vision. Crime rates plummeted, conflicts ceased, and society began to function with an efficiency never before seen. However, not everyone succumbed to Doom's control. A small group of heroes, shielded by their unique abilities or sheer willpower, managed to resist. Among them were Doctor Strange, whose mastery of the mystic arts provided a barrier against the signal, and Wolverine, whose healing factor counteracted the pheromone's effects. These heroes, scattered across the globe, formed a clandestine resistance, determined to free the world from Doom's grasp. Doctor Strange, from his Sanctum Sanctorum, sensed the dark energy emanating from Latveria. He quickly gathered his allies, using his magic to shield them from the mind control signal. Together, they devised a plan to infiltrate Doom's fortress and destroy the amplification device. They knew the task would be perilous. Doom's defenses were formidable, and the device was heavily guarded by Doombots and mind-controlled soldiers. As the Resistance prepared for their mission, Doom continued to consolidate his power. He established new laws, restructuring society to fit his vision of order and efficiency. Under his rule, technology and industry flourished. Medical advancements accelerated, and poverty was eradicated. Yet the cost was freedom. The world had traded its liberty for the stability of Doom's iron-fisted reign. The Resistance, led by Doctor Strange, made their way to Latveria under the cover of night. They encountered numerous challenges, from advanced security systems to patrols of Doombots. Each obstacle was met with determination and ingenuity. Doctor Strange used his magic to cloak their movements, while Wolverine's keen senses guided them through the labyrinthine corridors of Doom's fortress. Finally, they reached the heart of the stronghold, where the amplification device stood. Its eerie light bathed the chamber in an otherworldly glow. The heart of Genghis pulsed with power, its energy maintaining the global signal. Doom, aware of the intrusion, confronted the heroes, his eyes blazing with fury. "You dare to challenge me?" Doom's voice echoed through the chamber. "You will find that Doom is not so easily defeated." A fierce battle ensued. Doctor Strange wielded his mystic arts, casting spells to counter Doom's technological prowess. Wolverine, with his adamantium claws, slashed through Doombots, clearing a path to the device. The heroes fought with every ounce of strength and skill, knowing that the fate of the world depended on their success. As the battle raged, Doctor Strange focused his energy on the heart of Genghis. He chanted incantations, drawing upon ancient magic to disrupt the crystal's power. The heart of Genghis began to crack, its light flickering as the spell took hold. Doom, realizing the danger, intensified his attacks, but the heroes pressed on. With a final, powerful incantation, Doctor Strange shattered the heart of Genghis. The amplification device faltered, its hum dying down to silence. The global signal ceased, and people around the world began to regain their free will. Confusion and disorientation spread as the mind control influence dissipated. Doom, deprived of his ultimate weapon, was left to face the heroes alone. Despite his formidable abilities, he was eventually overpowered. The Resistance had succeeded in their mission, freeing the world from Doom's grasp. The fortress, now in disarray, echoed with the sounds of victory and the collapse of Doom's reign. As the heroes emerged from the fortress, they were greeted by a world in recovery. Governments and societies began to rebuild, reclaiming their autonomy. The victory was hard-won, but it was a testament to the resilience of free will and the indomitable spirit of those who refused to be controlled. In the aftermath, Doctor Strange and the other heroes vowed to remain vigilant. They knew that threats to freedom and justice would always arise, but they were prepared to face them, united in their determination to protect the world from tyranny. Doom, defeated but unbroken, was confined to his own fortress, plotting his next move, ever the relentless adversary. The world, once more free, began the slow process of healing and rebuilding. The scars of Doom's brief reign remained, a reminder of the cost of complacency and the eternal struggle for liberty. The heroes, having triumphed against overwhelming odds, stood as symbols of hope and resilience, ready to defend the future from any threat that might arise. Welcome. Feel free to relax and drift away to some soothing Marvel lore. Strange Tales #110-146. Stephen Strange was once a man of extraordinary talent and ambition. As a renowned neurosurgeon, his skills in the operating room were unparalleled. He saved countless lives with his precision and expertise, and his reputation spread far and wide. But with his talent came arrogance. He reveled in the accolades and the wealth his profession brought him, caring little for anything beyond his own success and comfort. One fateful evening, Strange attended a lavish party, surrounded by admirers and colleagues. He basked in their praise, confident in his infallibility. The party was held in the grand ballroom of an opulent mansion, filled with the elite of society. The room glittered with chandeliers and the clinking of champagne glasses. Strange was in his element, charming everyone with his wit and stories of medical triumphs. However, fate had other plans. Leaving the party in his sleek sports car, Strange sped along a winding mountain road, heedless of the dangers. The night was dark, the road treacherous, but Strange was confident in his abilities. A sudden downpour slicked the road, and in an instant, the car skidded out of control. It hurtled off the edge, crashing into the rocky terrain below. When Strange regained consciousness, he was in a hospital bed. His hands, once the instruments of his genius, were mangled and trembling. The nerves were irreparably damaged, and all the skill and finesse he had taken for granted were gone. The doctors tried to reassure him, but Strange knew the truth. His career as a surgeon was over. The hospital room was sterile and cold, a stark contrast to the vibrant life he once led. Strange stared at his bandaged hands, despair settling in. Desperation set in. Strange spent his entire fortune searching for a cure, consulting with the best doctors and specialists around the world. He traveled from one country to another, visiting renowned clinics and obscure healers, hoping to find someone who could restore his hands. He tried every experimental treatment, every unproven therapy, but nothing restored his hands to their former glory. His wealth dwindled, his reputation tarnished, and he found himself destitute and alone. The opulent lifestyle he once enjoyed vanished, replaced by a solitary existence filled with bitterness and regret. One day, in a seedy waterfront bar, Strange overheard a conversation that would change his life. Two sailors spoke in hushed tones about a mysterious healer known as the Ancient One, who resided in the remote mountains of Tibet. This healer, they claimed, possessed powers beyond the realm of modern medicine. Clinging to a shred of hope, Strange decided to seek out this enigmatic figure. With his last remaining funds, Strange embarked on a grueling journey to the Himalayas. The trek was perilous, the mountains unforgiving. He faced biting cold, treacherous paths, and the constant threat of avalanches. The journey tested his physical and mental limits, pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. But his determination drove him forward. After weeks of arduous travel, Strange finally reached a hidden monastery, a sanctuary nestled high among the peaks. The monastery was an ancient structure, its walls adorned with mystical symbols and carvings. The monks welcomed him with a mix of curiosity and caution. They led him to the presence of the Ancient One, a venerable figure with a serene countenance and eyes that seemed to see into the very depths of a person's soul. The Ancient One's presence exuded wisdom and power, a stark contrast to Strange's desperation. Strange, worn and humbled, fell to his knees and begged the Ancient One to heal his hands. The Ancient One studied Strange for a long moment before speaking. He refused to heal the surgeon, sensing the selfish motives that still lingered within him. Strange's initial reaction was one of anger and disbelief. He had come so far, endured so much, only to be denied at the final step. He accused the Ancient One of being a fraud, a charlatan preying on the desperate. As Strange prepared to leave in despair, he witnessed a startling event. The Ancient One's disciple, Baron Mordo, launched a sudden and vicious magical attack on his master. Strange watched in awe and horror as the Ancient One effortlessly countered Mordo's dark spells with his own, far superior magic. It was a display of power and control unlike anything Strange had ever seen. Realizing that there were forces at play beyond his comprehension, Strange's perspective began to shift. He saw in Mordo a reflection of his own arrogance and ambition, twisted into something darker. Determined to understand these mystical arts, Strange returned to the Ancient One, not as a supplicant seeking a cure, but as a student willing to learn. The Ancient One, recognizing the change in Strange's heart, agreed to take him on as a disciple. The training was rigorous and demanding. Strange immersed himself in the study of ancient texts, learning about the arcane secrets of the universe. The monastery's library was vast, filled with scrolls and tomes that detailed the history and practice of the mystic arts. He practiced meditation, honing his mind and spirit to channel the mystical energies around him. Days turned into months, and months into years, as Strange's understanding of the mystic arts deepened. Throughout his training, Strange faced many trials. He grappled with his own inner demons, confronting the flaws and weaknesses that had once defined him. The Ancient One guided him, offering wisdom and insight, but it was Strange's own determination and resilience that ultimately shaped his transformation. He learned to summon mystical shields, cast spells of protection, and even travel through different dimensions. The journey was as much about mastering his inner self as it was about learning magic. One night, during a particularly intense meditation session, Strange experienced a profound vision. He saw a vast, interconnected web of energy, a tapestry of life and magic that bound all existence together. In that moment, he understood his place within this greater whole. He was no longer just Stephen Strange, the surgeon. He was Dr. Strange, a master of the mystic arts and a guardian of the balance between worlds. Armed with his newfound knowledge and abilities, Strange returned to the world, but he was no longer the man he had once been. His arrogance had been replaced with humility, his selfishness with a sense of duty. He took up residence in a secluded mansion in Greenwich Village, which became his sanctum sanctorum. The mansion was a mystical nexus, its rooms filled with artifacts and relics of immense power. From there, he would watch over the world, protecting it from dark forces and guiding those in need. Dr. Strange's first true test came when Mordo, now his rival, attempted to seize power by summoning demonic forces. Mordo's ambition had grown, his heart consumed by a thirst for dominance. Strange confronted him in a battle that spanned multiple dimensions, each filled with its own dangers and wonders. The clash of their magic was intense, the very fabric of reality trembling with their power. With the eye of Agamotto, Strange managed to banish the demons and thwart Mordo's plans. The battle left him exhausted but victorious, a testament to the growth he had undergone. He realized that the responsibility of being a sorcerer was immense, the challenges never-ending. Yet, he embraced his role, knowing that he was the world's shield against the forces of darkness. The story of Stephen Strange is one of redemption and transformation. From a man consumed by his own ego to a sorcerer dedicated to the protection of all. His journey is a testament to the power of change and the enduring strength of the human spirit. As Dr. Strange, he continues to guard the realms, ever vigilant, ever ready to face the unknown and the mystical. His tale is a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always a path to light and redemption. Doctor Strange, master of black magic, embarks on a mystical journey to confront the fears of those tormented by supernatural forces. On a gloomy night, in a secluded mansion, a man named Mr. Krang tosses and turns in his bed, plagued by nightmares that rob him of peace. Desperate for relief, Krang decides to seek help from the one man known to battle such dark forces, Doctor Strange. In his sanctum, hidden from the mundane world, Doctor Strange senses Krang's need. The room is filled with ancient artifacts and mystical symbols. Strange, draped in his iconic red cloak of levitation, sits cross-legged, eyes closed, deep in meditation. The air around him hums with energy, and the atmosphere is charged with an otherworldly presence. Candles flicker, casting dancing shadows on the walls adorned with arcane sigils. Strange's astral form separates from his physical body, a spectral version of himself that can traverse realms beyond mortal comprehension. He perceives Krang's plea and agrees to help. His eyes snap open, glowing with a faint, ethereal light as he senses the distress emanating from Krang's dream. With a determined expression, Strange rises and makes his way to Krang's mansion, knowing that time is of the essence. Krang's home is a grand, foreboding structure, reflecting the man's wealth and status. The mansion's architecture is Gothic, with towering spires and ornate carvings that seem to shift in the moonlight. Inside, the atmosphere is heavy with an oppressive sense of dread, the air thick and suffocating. Krang, a man of considerable means and influence, is visibly shaken, his face pale and eyes wide with fear. His usual air of arrogance is replaced by a desperate, haunted look. Krang recounts the horrors of his dreams, filled with a dark, menacing figure that torments him night after night. He speaks of shadowy landscapes where he is relentlessly pursued by an entity that feeds on his fear. Strange listens intently, his demeanor calm and composed. He instructs Krang to lie down and close his eyes, assuring him that he will enter the dream to confront the source of his terror. As Krang drifts into uneasy sleep, Strange begins his incantation. He chants ancient words, invoking the powers of his mystical amulet, the Eye of Agamotto, which begins to glow with an eerie light. The Eye, a powerful artifact, is capable of revealing hidden truths and dispelling illusions. Its radiance fills the room, casting away the shadows. Strange's astral form separates from his physical body, a spectral version of himself that can traverse the dreamscape. His astral form, while intangible, retains his full magical prowess, making him a formidable force even in the realm of dreams. He enters the dream, a surreal, shadowy realm where the boundaries of reality blur. The air is thick with a sense of dread, and Strange knows that Nightmare, the ruler of the dream dimension, is near. He floats through the dream, his eyes scanning the twisted landscape for any sign of the malevolent entity. The dreamscape is a nightmarish realm, filled with grotesque, shifting landscapes that seem to defy the laws of nature. Strange navigates through a forest of twisted, skeletal trees whose branches reach out like grasping hands. The ground beneath him undulates like a living thing, making every step treacherous. Strange senses the presence of Nightmare, an oppressive force that permeates the very fabric of this realm. Suddenly, Nightmare appears, a sinister figure riding a black, spectral steed. His face is a ghastly mask of malevolence, his eyes burning with a cruel light. His form is constantly shifting, a swirling mass of shadows and malice. Nightmare greets Strange with a mocking tone, boasting about his power and the hold he has over Krang. He reveals that Krang is an evil man, his nightmares a manifestation of his guilt and wicked deeds. Strange remains undeterred, confronting Nightmare with the full force of his will and magical prowess. The two engage in a battle of wits and power, the dreamscape around them shifting and warping with every clash. Strange uses his amulet to dispel Nightmare's illusions and counters his dark spells with beams of mystic energy. Nightmare conjures a horde of nightmarish creatures to attack Strange. These beings are twisted, monstrous forms that reflect the darkest fears of the human psyche. Strange summons shields of mystic energy, protecting himself from their assault. He retaliates with blasts of arcane power, dispersing the creatures back into the shadows. During the battle, Strange contacts his mentor, the Ancient One, through a mental link. The Ancient One, an ageless mystic residing in a hidden sanctuary, offers wisdom and guidance. The Ancient One's voice echoes in Strange's mind, reminding him of the principles of balance and control. Empowered by his mentor's support, Strange intensifies his efforts, focusing the energies of the Eye of Agamotto to break Nightmare's hold on the dream. Nightmare's power wanes as Strange's magic disrupts the very essence of the dream dimension. The landscape begins to stabilize, the grotesque forms retreating into the shadows. Nightmare, sensing his imminent defeat, tries one last desperate attack, channeling all his remaining power into a single, devastating blow. Strange, unfazed, counters with a surge of mystic energy from the Eye of Agamotto, a blinding beam of light that cuts through the darkness. With a final surge of power, Strange forces Nightmare to retreat, the dark entity's form dissipating into the shadows. The dreamscape begins to stabilize, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. Strange approaches Krang, who is now lucid within the dream. He confronts Krang with the truth of his evil deeds, using his magic to show him the harm he has caused. Strange conjures visions of those Krang has wronged, their faces filled with pain and suffering. Krang, confronted by the weight of his guilt, begins to weep, his arrogance shattered. Strange's mystical intervention compels Krang to repent, planting the seed of redemption in his heart. The dream fades, and Strange returns to his physical form. The transition is seamless, his astral form merging back into his body with a faint glow. As Krang awakens, he finds himself free from the torment of his nightmares, his heart heavy with remorse but clear of fear. The room feels different, the oppressive aura replaced by a sense of calm. He thanks Dr. Strange, who nods solemnly, knowing that the true battle lies within Krang's soul. Strange leaves the mansion, his task complete, but aware that the fight against dark forces is never truly over. Back in his sanctum, Strange resumes his meditation, preparing for the next call for help. He understands that his path is one of constant vigilance, guarding the world against unseen threats and guiding lost souls towards redemption. The sanctum, with its ancient relics and arcane tomes, stands as a beacon of hope and protection against the encroaching darkness. Strange's journey as the Sorcerer Supreme is filled with perils and challenges, but his unwavering dedication to the mystic arts ensures that he remains a guardian of the realm, ever ready to confront the forces of evil that lurk beyond the veil of reality. In a world filled with unseen magical forces and ancient secrets, Dr. Stephen Strange finds himself confronting an old and dangerous adversary. The scene begins in the tranquil sanctum of Dr. Strange, a hidden sanctuary filled with ancient artifacts and mystical tomes. The air is thick with the scent of incense, and candles flicker in the dim light. Strange, dressed in his flowing blue robes and red cloak of levitation, sits cross-legged in deep meditation. His mind is focused, attuned to the subtle energies that flow through the universe. Strange Sanctum, located in Greenwich Village, New York, is an imposing brownstone mansion. The exterior is unassuming, but inside, it is a place of wonder and mystery. Every corner of the sanctum is adorned with arcane symbols, relics from different dimensions, and books containing spells and incantations. The sanctum itself is a living entity, attuned to the mystical energies that Doctor Strange commands. It serves as a fortress, a library, and a place of solitude where Strange can connect with the mystical forces that guide him. Far away, in a dark and foreboding castle in Transylvania, Baron Mordo, a former disciple of the Ancient One, plots his next move. Mordo's castle is a stark contrast to Strange's sanctum. It is a place of shadows and sinister energy, with walls adorned with dark tapestries and grotesque statues. The castle is situated atop a desolate hill, surrounded by an eerie forest that seems to whisper of ancient evils. Within its stone walls, the air is thick with the scent of decay and dark magic. Mordo, dressed in green robes that signify his alignment with dark forces, paces restlessly, his mind consumed with envy and hatred for Doctor Strange. Mordo's ambition and lust for power have driven him to the brink of madness, and he will stop at nothing to defeat his rival. His eyes, once filled with hope and aspiration, now burn with a malevolent intensity. He is a sorcerer of great power, but his heart is tainted with darkness. Mordo devises a plan to strike at the heart of Doctor Strange's power. Knowing that the Ancient One, the wise and powerful mentor of Strange, is the source of much of his strength, Mordo decides to eliminate the Ancient One. With a malicious grin, Mordo begins to chant an incantation, his voice echoing through the stone corridors of his castle. The air around him crackles with dark energy as he casts a spell of astral projection, sending his ethereal form across the vast distance to the Ancient One's secluded sanctuary. The Ancient One, an ageless figure with a serene presence, sits in his meditative chamber. The chamber is a place of peace and reflection, filled with the soft glow of mystical energy. The walls are lined with ancient scrolls and relics, each holding centuries of knowledge and power. The Ancient One is attuned to the magical currents of the world, and he senses Mordo's presence immediately. Before he can react, Mordo's astral form appears, a menacing figure wreathed in dark energy. With a quick incantation, Mordo binds the Ancient One in a powerful spell, immobilizing him and preventing him from using his own magic. Mordo's spell is complex and deadly, weaving tendrils of dark energy around the Ancient One. These tendrils tighten like snakes, sapping the Ancient One's strength and binding his mystical abilities. The Ancient One, despite his immense power, finds himself trapped, unable to break free from Mordo's dark enchantment. Meanwhile, in his sanctum, Doctor Strange feels a sudden disturbance in the mystical energies. His eyes snap open, glowing with a faint light as he senses the danger. Without hesitation, Strange rises and prepares to confront whatever threat has emerged. He consults the Orb of Agamotto, a powerful artifact that allows him to see across great distances. The orb, a glowing sphere of immense power, floats before him, showing visions of events happening far away. Through the orb, he witnesses Mordo's attack on the Ancient One. Determined to save his mentor, Strange begins to chant an incantation, his voice resonating with power. Strange's astral form separates from his physical body, a spectral version of himself that can traverse realms beyond the physical. His astral form is a shimmering, translucent version of his physical self, glowing with an ethereal light. He flies through the ether, the landscape shifting and warping around him as he travels at incredible speed. He passes through dimensions and mystical barriers, his journey a testament to his mastery of the arcane arts. He arrives at the Ancient One's sanctuary, his astral form glowing with a protective aura. He sees the Ancient One, bound and helpless, and Mordo standing triumphantly over him. Mordo sneers at Strange's arrival, his eyes burning with hatred. "You are too late, Strange. The Ancient One is mine, and soon his power will be mine as well." Strange, undeterred, raises his hands and begins to chant a counterspell. The air around him hums with energy as he channels the mystic forces at his command. Mordo responds with a blast of dark magic, but Strange deflects it with a shield of pure energy. The two sorcerers engage in a fierce battle, their spells clashing with explosive force. The astral plane around them shudders with the intensity of their conflict. Strange conjures whirling vortexes of mystic energy, while Mordo summons dark tendrils that lash out like serpents. The environment shifts between nightmarish landscapes and serene vistas as the battle rages on. Strange uses his cloak of levitation to maneuver swiftly, dodging Mordo's attacks and countering with precision. Despite Mordo's power, Strange's determination and skill begin to turn the tide. With a final surge of energy, Strange casts a powerful binding spell, trapping Mordo's astral form and rendering him powerless. Strange's eyes blaze with determination as he approaches Mordo. "Your lust for power has blinded you, Mordo. You have forgotten the true purpose of the mystic arts, to protect, not to dominate." With a wave of his hand, Strange releases the Ancient One from Mordo's spell. The Ancient One, though weakened, rises gracefully, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, my disciple," the Ancient One says, his voice calm and steady despite his ordeal. "Your strength and wisdom have saved me once again." Strange bows respectfully to his mentor. "It is an honor to serve you, Master." Mordo, defeated and humiliated, is banished from the Ancient One's sanctuary. His astral form retreats back to his castle, his mind seething with thoughts of revenge. He knows that he has been bested, but he vows to return stronger and more powerful. Returning to his physical form, Strange finds himself back in his sanctum. The battle has left him exhausted, but his resolve is stronger than ever. He knows that the path of a sorcerer is fraught with dangers, both from within and without. Yet, he is committed to his duty to protect the world from the dark forces that threaten it. Dr. Strange's victory over Mordo is a testament to his growth and mastery of the mystic arts. It is a reminder that the true strength of a sorcerer lies not in their power, but in their wisdom, humility, and dedication to the greater good. As the guardian of the realm, Dr. Strange continues to stand vigilant, ever ready to confront the forces of darkness and uphold the balance of the universe. In the dimly lit confines of Dr. Stephen Strange's sanctum, tranquility is shattered by an encroaching malevolence. The Sanctum Sanctorum, located in the heart of Greenwich Village, New York, is a labyrinthine mansion filled with mystical artifacts, arcane symbols, and ancient books. Its grand interior is a marvel of both artistry and function, with walls lined with shelves of rare tomes, glowing with a faint, otherworldly light. The air is perfumed with incense, creating a soothing atmosphere that belies the tumultuous events about to unfold. Dr. Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, is deeply engrossed in his meditation. Seated in a lotus position, he focuses on the intricate patterns of mystic energy that flow through the universe. His mind is attuned to the delicate balance between the forces of light and darkness, which he has sworn to protect. Strange wears his signature blue robes, the red cloak of levitation draped around his shoulders, symbolizing his mastery over the arcane arts. Across the vast expanse of the mystical and material worlds, a grave threat is emerging. Baron Mordo, a once prominent disciple of the Ancient One and a formidable sorcerer, has returned. His ambition and desire for power have led him to dark and forbidden practices. After his previous defeat at the hands of Dr. Strange, Mordo has spent time recuperating and honing his powers in secrecy, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. Mordo's hideout is a dark, foreboding castle situated in the remote, mist-shrouded hills of Transylvania. The castle is a fortress of shadows, with towering spires and deep, echoing halls. Inside, the atmosphere is thick with the stench of decay and the echoes of ancient evil. The walls are adorned with grim tapestries depicting nightmarish scenes of sorcery and occult rites. Ancient relics, some of them stolen or won through dark bargains, are scattered across the chamber. Here, Mordo is preparing a ritual of immense power. In the central chamber of the castle, Mordo stands before an ancient altar. This altar, carved from obsidian and adorned with dark runes, is the focus of his dark ritual. Mordo's green robes swirl as he moves, his hands deftly arranging magical components and artifacts on the altar. His face, marked by intense concentration, is illuminated by the eerie glow of arcane symbols etched into the floor. These symbols pulse with dark energy, their light flickering ominously. Mordo's plan is to perform a forbidden spell that will not only amplify his own powers, but also summon malevolent entities from the darkest corners of the multiverse. This spell, known as the Ritual of the Eternal Night, is said to open a rift to dimensions teeming with darkness and chaos. Mordo chants in a guttural language, his voice resonating with dark, otherworldly tones. The air around him crackles with energy, and the ground trembles as the ritual progresses. Unbeknownst to Mordo, Doctor Strange's senses are finely attuned to disturbances in the mystical realms. Strange, having been deeply engrossed in his meditation, suddenly perceives a jarring shift in the mystical balance. His eyes snap open, glowing with a soft, intense light. The delicate equilibrium of the universe feels disrupted, and a sense of impending danger permeates the air. Strange approaches the Orb of Agamotto, a revered and powerful artifact housed within the Sanctum Sanctorum. This orb allows him to glimpse far-off events and discern hidden truths. As he gazes into its depths, the orb responds with a radiant glow, displaying a vision of Mordo's dark ritual. Strange witnesses the sinister scene unfolding in the castle, the dark energies swirling around Mordo and the creatures he is summoning. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Strange prepares to confront the threat. He dons his cloak of levitation, which flows around him with a life of its own, and gathers the necessary magical artifacts for the upcoming battle. Among these artifacts is the Eye of Agamotto, a powerful relic with the ability to manipulate time and space. Strange knows that to stop Mordo, he must not only confront the sorcerer, but also disrupt the dark ritual before it reaches its culmination. With a determined focus, Strange separates his astral form from his physical body, allowing him to travel through the astral plane. His astral projection is a shimmering, translucent version of himself, radiating with ethereal light. He traverses through dimensions and mystical barriers with incredible speed, the landscapes shifting and warping around him as he makes his way to the heart of Mordo's dark magic. Arriving at the castle, Strange finds himself in a foreboding, shadowy realm. The air is dense with dark energy, and the ground beneath him is alive with the shifting forms of malevolent creatures. Mordo stands at the center of the chamber, surrounded by the creatures he has summoned, nightmarish entities with glowing eyes and writhing, amorphous bodies. These creatures are formidable, with powers that threaten to consume everything in their path. Strange's presence does not go unnoticed. Mordo, sensing the intrusion, turns with a scowl. His eyes blaze with anger and defiance. Strange, you are a fool to challenge me now. My power is beyond your comprehension, and soon the world will bow before me. Strange, undaunted, steps forward. Mordo, your ambition has led you to the brink of destruction. I will not allow you to unleash chaos upon the world. The confrontation begins. Mordo's dark magic manifests as swirling vortexes of shadow, crackling with ominous energy. Strange counters with his own potent spells, conjuring barriers of light and beams of mystical energy. The two sorcerers engage in a fierce battle, their powers clashing with explosive force. The chamber becomes a maelstrom of light and darkness, the very fabric of reality warping under the strain of their magical conflict. Mordo commands his summoned creatures to attack Strange. These entities, with their dark, amorphous forms, strike with unrelenting ferocity. Strange, using his cloak of levitation, deftly dodges their assaults and conjures spells to contain and banish them. The battle is intense and dynamic, with Strange and Mordo exchanging powerful spells and strategic maneuvers. As the fight rages on, Strange realizes that he must disrupt the ritual to prevent the full realization of Mordo's plan. He focuses his energy on the ritual components, using a powerful counter-ritual to unravel the dark enchantments Mordo has set in place. The magical energies around them create a turbulent vortex, the clash of light and shadow intensifying. Mordo, seeing his plan unraveling, becomes desperate. He summons even more dark energy, his spells growing more chaotic and erratic. Strange, though weary, remains steadfast. He channels all his strength and wisdom into the counter-ritual, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. With a final, decisive incantation, Strange disrupts the ritual and banishes the dark creatures back to their own dimension. Defeated and exhausted, Baron Mordo staggers, his dark magic fading. The once menacing presence now appears diminished and defeated. Mordo's plans have been thwarted, and his power has been significantly reduced. Strange, despite his fatigue, stands resolute and victorious. Mordo, humiliated and vanquished, retreats to his castle, his mind consumed with thoughts of revenge. He knows that this defeat is but a setback and vows to return with even greater power and cunning. The dark energies dissipate, leaving the castle in a state of ruin. With the immediate threat neutralized, Dr. Strange takes a moment to assess the aftermath. The castle is a wreck, the dark energies have dissipated, and the creatures have been banished. Strange ensures that the remaining magical artifacts are secured and that the balance of the universe is restored. Returning to his sanctum sanctorum, Strange reflects on the battle. His victory over Mordo is a testament to his growth and mastery of the mystical arts. He understands that the path of a sorcerer is fraught with challenges, but he remains committed to his duty to protect the world from dark forces. As he resumes his meditation, Strange remains vigilant, ever prepared to confront the unknown and uphold the balance of the universe. Within the tranquil, candlelit confines of Dr. Stephen Strange's sanctum sanctorum, a moment of peace is suddenly disrupted by a deep, unsettling disturbance in the mystical currents. The sanctum, a sanctuary of arcane wisdom, stands majestically in Greenwich Village, New York, its intricate architecture adorned with esoteric symbols and ancient relics. The air is filled with the heady scent of incense, and the soft glow of magical artifacts casts long shadows on the walls. Dr. Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, is in the midst of a profound meditation, seated cross-legged on a cushion of fine velvet. His mind is focused on the intricate interplay of cosmic energies, attuned to the subtle shifts that signal changes in the mystical balance of the universe. His attire, a flowing blue robe embroidered with gold, and the red cloak of levitation draped around his shoulders, signify his mastery of the mystic arts. As Strange delves deeper into his meditative trance, an abrupt and jarring disturbance ripples through the astral plane. The normally serene flow of mystical energy is disrupted, sending waves of alarm through Strange's consciousness. His eyes snap open, glowing with a piercing light as he is pulled out of his meditative state. The profound calm of the sanctum is replaced by an intense focus as Strange senses a growing threat. Strange rises from his meditation and strides purposefully toward the orb of Agamotto, an ancient and powerful artifact that allows him to perceive distant and hidden truths. The orb begins to emit a brilliant, almost blinding light as Strange peers into its depths. The vision that unfolds before him is both alarming and revealing. Baron Mordo, the former disciple of the Ancient One and a sorcerer of formidable power, has resurfaced. His intentions are malevolent, and he has set a devious plan into motion. Mordo's lair, a grim and foreboding castle, is located in a remote and mist-covered region, far from the bustling streets of New York. The castle is an imposing structure, with its dark, towering spires and ancient, weathered stone walls. Inside, the atmosphere is thick with dark magic and a palpable sense of menace. The chamber where Mordo conducts his operations is a stark contrast to the tranquility of Strange sanctum. Mordo, clad in his signature green robes that ripple with dark energy, is orchestrating a series of traps designed to ensnare Dr. Strange. His face is set in a grimace of determination as he prepares for the final phase of his intricate scheme. The castle is a labyrinth of danger, with each room and corridor filled with magical traps and illusions aimed at testing Strange's abilities and resolve. The first of Mordo's traps is a masterful illusion, designed to lure Strange into a false sense of security. The castle's corridors are adorned with ancient tapestries and mystical symbols that seem benign at first glance. However, as Strange ventures deeper into the castle, he finds himself in a seemingly serene chamber. The room is illuminated by a gentle, golden light, and shelves lined with ancient scrolls and artifacts give it an air of scholarly peace. Strange, ever cautious, approaches the artifacts, his senses alert for any signs of danger. As he examines one of the scrolls, the illusion abruptly shatters. The peaceful chamber transforms into a nightmarish landscape of shifting shadows and deadly traps. Phantasmal creatures emerge from the darkness, their forms shifting and writhing with malevolent intent. They attack with spectral claws and fangs, their attacks fueled by dark magic. Strange, relying on his training and instincts, engages the phantasms with a series of precise spells and defensive maneuvers. He conjures barriers of mystical energy to shield himself from the spectral onslaught and employs powerful blasts to dispel the illusions. The battle is intense and chaotic, but Strange's skill and determination allow him to overcome the threat. Shaken but undeterred, Strange continues his journey through the castle's maze-like corridors. The next trap he encounters is a magical barrier that warps and distorts reality. The barrier is a shimmering, pulsating wall of energy that shifts and changes, creating a disorienting maze that tests Strange's spatial awareness and magical prowess. Strange approaches the barrier with caution, recognizing the need for a strategic approach. He draws upon his knowledge of arcane energies to carefully navigate the maze. Using spells to counteract the barrier's effects, he slowly and methodically makes his way through the distorted space. The barrier shifts unpredictably, and Strange must remain vigilant, his senses attuned to the subtle changes in the magical environment. Emerging from the maze, Strange encounters another of Mordo's traps, a formidable animated golem. The golem, a towering figure constructed of enchanted stone, stands imposingly in the center of a grand chamber. Its eyes glow with a dark light, and it moves with an unnerving, lifelike precision. The golem attacks with immense strength and resilience, its blows shaking the very ground. Strange engages the golem in combat, employing a combination of mystic blasts and agile maneuvers. The battle is a fierce test of Strange's abilities, with the golem's brute force challenging his defensive spells and tactical skills. Strange uses the cloak of levitation to dodge the golem's attacks and counters with powerful spells designed to weaken and ultimately defeat the construct. With the golem vanquished, Strange continues his exploration of the castle. He enters a chamber filled with arcane symbols and dark energies. The room is a magical nexus, its walls inscribed with runes that pulse with a malevolent light. In the center of the room stands a pedestal, upon which rests an ancient tome, a powerful artifact that might provide insight into Mordo's plans. As Strange approaches the tome, he triggers the final and most insidious trap. The room is enveloped by a swirling vortex of dark energy, and Strange finds himself ensnared in a powerful enchantment. The vortex distorts reality, creating illusions of Mordo's past victories and Strange's own fears and insecurities. Strange must confront these illusions, battling manifestations of his deepest anxieties. The psychological warfare is as grueling as the physical confrontations Strange has faced. The illusions challenge his confidence and self-worth, making it difficult for him to focus on his goal. However, Strange draws upon his inner strength and resolve, confronting and dispelling each illusion. His understanding of the true nature of the trap allows him to break free from the vortex, restoring the room to its original state. Strange retrieves the tome from the pedestal and examines its contents. The tome reveals detailed information about Mordo's traps and his ultimate plan. Mordo's scheme involves a complex ritual designed to harness dark energies and amplify his own power. The tome provides crucial insights into the remaining traps and the location of the final confrontation. Armed with this knowledge, Strange prepares for the final phase of his journey. He makes his way to the heart of the castle, where Mordo awaits, confident in his traps and his own power. Mordo, standing amidst the dark energies he has accumulated, greets Strange with a sneer of satisfaction. "You have proven yourself a worthy adversary, Strange," Mordo says, his voice filled with contempt. "But now you face the true extent of my power. You will fall before my might." Strange, undeterred by Mordo's bravado, responds with unwavering determination. "Your traps were merely obstacles, Mordo. I am here to end your reign of darkness and restore balance to the mystical realms." The final confrontation between Strange and Mordo is a clash of immense magical power. Mordo, empowered by the dark energies and artifacts he has collected, unleashes a torrent of destructive magic. The chamber becomes a storm of light and shadow, with each sorcerer using their full range of abilities. Strange conjures barriers of light, summons mystic blasts, and uses the cloak of levitation to navigate the chaotic battlefield. The battle is a dynamic and intense struggle, with Strange and Mordo exchanging powerful spells and strategic maneuvers. Mordo manipulates the dark energies of the castle, creating additional hazards and challenges for Strange. Strange, in turn, uses his knowledge of the castle's traps and his mastery of the mystic arts to counter Mordo's attacks. As the battle reaches its climax, Strange realizes that he must exploit Mordo's reliance on the dark energies. He uses his understanding of the traps and the magical environment to gain the upper hand. With a final, decisive spell, Strange disrupts Mordo's concentration and neutralizes his dark magic. Defeated and exhausted, Baron Mordo staggers, his power waning. The dark energies dissipate, and the castle begins to collapse under the weight of Mordo's failed schemes. Strange stands victorious, having overcome the many traps and challenges that Mordo set before him. The balance of the mystical realms is restored, and the immediate threat has been neutralized. Strange, though weary, ensures that the remaining magical artifacts are secured and that the integrity of the mystical balance is preserved. He reflects on the battle, recognizing the strength and resilience required to overcome Mordo's traps. His victory is a testament to his growth as a sorcerer and his unwavering commitment to protecting the world from dark forces. Returning to his sanctum sanctorum, Strange resumes his meditation, mindful of the ever-present threats that lurk in the shadows of the mystical realms. His experiences serve as a reminder of the ongoing struggle between light and darkness and the importance of vigilance and strength in maintaining the balance of the universe. In the heart of Dr. Stephen Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum, the air hums with an undercurrent of unease. The Sanctum, an architectural marvel nestled in the vibrant Greenwich Village of New York City, is a sanctuary of mystical wisdom and arcane power. Its vast interior, adorned with ancient tomes, enchanted relics, and intricate symbols of esoteric significance, is illuminated by the soft, flickering light of candles and the faint, aromatic smoke of incense. Dr. Strange, known as the Sorcerer Supreme, is deeply immersed in a state of profound meditation. Seated cross-legged upon an ornate cushion of deep blue velvet, he wears his customary attire, a flowing blue robe with golden mystic symbols and the red cloak of levitation draped over his shoulders. His posture is serene, his breath measured, as he seeks to attune his consciousness to the subtle rhythms of the cosmic energies that surround him. However, this tranquility is abruptly shattered by a powerful and disconcerting disturbance in the astral plane. The usually steady flow of mystical energy that suffuses the sanctum is disrupted by a violent ripple, sending a wave of alarm through Strange's heightened senses. His eyes snap open, glowing with a piercing, otherworldly light, as he instinctively rises from his meditative position, the weight of impending danger clear in his expression. Strange strides purposefully towards the Orb of Agamotto, an ancient artifact of immense power that allows him to perceive distant and hidden truths. As he focuses his gaze upon the orb, it begins to radiate an intense, shimmering light, revealing a troubling vision. The image that unfolds before him is one of chaos and dark magic. The nightmare world, a realm of twisted nightmares and dark sorcery, is once again in a state of peril. The nightmare world is a dimension of surreal and unsettling imagery, where the boundary between dreams and reality is disturbingly blurred. The realm is characterized by its ever-shifting landscapes, roiling mists, and the pervasive presence of fear and despair. Governed by the malevolent entity known as Nightmare, this dimension thrives on the fears and anxieties of its inhabitants, distorting their nightmares into tangible, nightmarish forms. In the vision, Strange sees Nightmare, clad in his dark, flowing robes that shimmer with an eerie luminescence, at the center of this chaos. The once familiar nightmare world has been transformed into a nightmarish tableau of turmoil and destruction. The sky above is perpetually overcast with dark, swirling clouds, and the ground is a writhing mass of shifting shadows and grotesque figures. Strange's keen senses detect that Nightmare's influence is expanding, threatening to breach the boundaries of the nightmare world and seep into the waking world. The vision reveals that Nightmare, who had previously been defeated, has returned with renewed malevolent intent and an array of new, sinister schemes. The entity's dark power is manifesting in increasingly dangerous and unpredictable ways. Determined to confront this growing threat, Strange prepares to enter the nightmare world. He performs a series of intricate rituals and incantations, drawing upon his extensive knowledge of the mystic arts to open a portal to the realm. The portal, a swirling vortex of shifting colors and magical energy, begins to take shape before him, its hues ranging from deep indigo to a glimmering silver. Stepping through the portal, Strange finds himself in the heart of the nightmare world. The transition is abrupt, and the very air around him seems to pulse with an oppressive sense of dread. The landscape of the nightmare world is a surreal and disorienting amalgamation of grotesque imagery and distorted reality. The ground beneath Strange's feet is unstable, shifting with every step, and the sky above is a turbulent swirl of dark, roiling clouds. As he ventures deeper into the nightmare world, Strange is immediately confronted by manifestations of Nightmare's dark magic. The landscape is teeming with shadowy figures and nightmarish creatures, each one more disturbing than the last. These entities, born from the darkest fears and anxieties of the realm's inhabitants, are both horrifying and elusive, attacking with a combination of physical ferocity and psychological terror. One particularly dangerous entity Strange encounters is a colossal, serpentine creature with glowing, malevolent eyes and fanged jaws. The creature slithers through the swirling mists, its form constantly shifting and changing. As it attacks, its serpentine body constricts and crushes with immense force. Strange, utilizing his mastery of the mystic arts, engages in a fierce battle with the creature. He conjures barriers of mystical light and unleashes powerful blasts of energy, using his agility and precision to evade and counter the creature's deadly strikes. The battle is a chaotic and disorienting whirlwind of magic and violence. The creature's attacks create a maelstrom of shadows and darkness, challenging Strange's defensive spells and strategic skills. Despite the overwhelming odds, Strange's determination and expertise allow him to overcome the threat. He dispatches the creature with a final, decisive spell, dispersing its form into a cloud of dissipating dark energy. Undeterred, Strange continues his journey through the nightmare world, encountering a series of increasingly bizarre and perilous challenges. The realm itself seems to warp and distort in response to Nightmare's expanding influence, creating a constantly shifting environment filled with traps and hazards. Strange navigates these obstacles with a combination of magical prowess and keen intuition, his focus unwavering despite the growing sense of dread. He soon comes across a grand and foreboding castle, a structure that exudes an aura of dark energy and malevolence. The castle is an imposing edifice, its walls adorned with grotesque carvings, and its towering spires reaching ominously into the turbulent sky. Strange senses that this is the source of Nightmare's power and the location where the entity is consolidating his strength. As Strange approaches the castle, he encounters a series of formidable traps and enchantments designed to deter intruders. These include illusory walls that shift and change, creating a disorienting maze of false paths. Strange uses his knowledge of the mystical arts to counter these illusions, carefully navigating the treacherous terrain. Inside the castle, Strange faces additional challenges, including spectral guardians that rise from the shadows to confront him. These guardians are imbued with dark magic and attack with a combination of physical prowess and mystical energy. Strange engages them in combat, using a blend of defensive spells and offensive magic to overcome their attacks. His mastery of the mystic arts proves crucial as he vanquishes each guardian in turn, clearing a path to the inner sanctum of the castle. Upon reaching the heart of the castle, Strange finds Nightmare awaiting him amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. Nightmare, standing with an air of malevolent satisfaction, is surrounded by an aura of fear and power. His eyes, glowing with a sinister light, lock onto Strange with a mixture of contempt and amusement. "You are a persistent fool, Strange." Nightmare's voice resonates with a haunting and echoing tone. "You dare to challenge me in my own realm? You will find that your powers are but a fleeting shadow against the true extent of my might." Strange, undeterred by Nightmare's bravado, responds with resolute determination. "Your reign of terror ends here, Nightmare. I will not allow you to spread your darkness into the waking world." The final confrontation between Strange and Nightmare is a spectacular clash of magical forces. Nightmare, empowered by the very essence of fear and nightmare, unleashes a torrent of dark energy and disturbing illusions. The chamber becomes a maelstrom of swirling shadows and oppressive darkness, with Nightmare's attacks manifesting as terrifying visions and tangible threats. Strange counters with his own formidable magic, summoning barriers of light and using the cloak of levitation to maneuver through the chaotic environment. He conjures powerful spells and focuses his energy to counter Nightmare's assaults. The battle is a dynamic and intense struggle, with each sorcerer employing their full range of abilities to gain the upper hand. As the confrontation progresses, Strange realizes that he must not only combat Nightmare's magical power, but also confront the psychological terror that the entity wields. Nightmare's illusions seek to exploit Strange's deepest fears and insecurities, creating a psychological battlefield that tests his resolve and focus. Strange draws upon his inner strength and mastery of the mystic arts, confronting and dispelling the illusions. He maintains his concentration despite the overwhelming terror that seeks to undermine him. Strange uses his knowledge of the Nightmare world's vulnerabilities to exploit the dark energies that Nightmare relies upon. With a final, decisive spell, Strange disrupts Nightmare's concentration and neutralizes the dark magic that empowers the entity. The forces of darkness begin to wane, and Nightmare's form starts to dissipate. As Nightmare is defeated, the Nightmare world begins to collapse under the weight of his failed schemes. The swirling mists and dark energies dissipate, and the oppressive atmosphere lifts, restoring a semblance of balance to the realm. The once turbulent landscape starts to settle, and the nightmarish chaos recedes. Strange, though weary from the intense battle, ensures that the remaining dark energies are contained, and that the balance between the Nightmare world and the waking world is restored. He reflects on the confrontation, recognizing the strength and resilience required to overcome such a formidable adversary. The experience serves as a reminder of the ongoing struggle between light and darkness and the importance of vigilance and inner strength in maintaining the balance of the universe. Returning to his sanctum sanctorum, Strange resumes his meditation, his mind attuned to the delicate balance of mystical energies. The victory over Nightmare is a testament to his dedication and expertise as the Sorcerer Supreme. The sanctum, now once again a haven of calm and order, stands as a symbol of Strange's unwavering commitment to protecting the world from the encroaching shadows and the ever-present threats that loom beyond the veil of reality. In the midst of a tranquil afternoon in Greenwich Village, Dr. Stephen Strange's sanctum sanctorum stands as a bastion of mystical power and ancient wisdom. The interior of this enigmatic refuge is a testament to arcane sophistication. Shelves lined with dusty tomes and grimoires stretch up to the high, vaulted ceilings, their leather bindings etched with intricate symbols of forgotten lore. Exotic artifacts, each imbued with its own unique enchantments, are meticulously arranged around the room. The soft glow of candlelight dances off the polished surfaces of enchanted relics, and the faint aroma of incense fills the air, creating an atmosphere that is both serene and profoundly otherworldly. Dr. Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, is deep in meditation, seated cross-legged on a richly adorned cushion of blue velvet. His attire, a deep blue robe with golden mystic sigils, complements the red cloak of levitation draped over his shoulders. His eyes are closed, and his breathing is steady and rhythmic, a reflection of his intense focus and inner tranquility. He is attuned to the mystical energies that permeate his sanctum, seeking to maintain the delicate balance of cosmic forces and prepare himself for any unforeseen disturbances. Suddenly, the serenity of the sanctum is shattered by a sudden and intense surge of arcane energy. The usually steady flow of mystical vibrations becomes erratic, sending waves of alarm through Strange's heightened senses. His eyes snap open, glowing with a piercing light as the air around him seems to ripple with an ominous presence. Strange's posture shifts from meditative calm to alert readiness, his mind racing to discern the nature and source of the disturbance. Strange moves with purpose towards the orb of Agamotto, a revered artifact that grants him the ability to perceive hidden truths and distant events. The orb, encased in its ornate pedestal, begins to glow with an intense, shifting light as Strange focuses his attention upon it. The illumination grows brighter, and the image within the orb begins to coalesce into a troubling vision. The vision reveals a realm cloaked in a dense, ethereal purple mist. This dimension, known as the Purple Dimension, is characterized by its surreal and unsettling landscapes. The mist envelopes everything in a veil of violet fog, creating an atmosphere of disquiet and foreboding. Strange can sense the palpable presence of dark magic suffusing the dimension, and his keen perception reveals the figure of a powerful sorceress known as the Enchantress. The Enchantress, a figure of formidable magical prowess, is seen performing a complex and arcane ritual. Her form is draped in a flowing robe of deep violet, and her eyes glow with a malevolent light as she channels the dark energies of the Purple Dimension. The ritual she is conducting is designed to amplify her power and extend her influence beyond the confines of her dimension, potentially allowing her to invade and corrupt the waking world. The vision grows increasingly alarming as Strange perceives the full extent of the Enchantress's plans. She is nearing the completion of a powerful spell that could disrupt the balance between dimensions and unleash her dark magic upon the world. The energy of the ritual pulses with a menacing intensity, and Strange understands that he must act quickly to prevent the catastrophic consequences of the Enchantress's scheme. Determined to confront this emerging threat, Strange prepares to enter the Purple Dimension. He performs a series of intricate rituals and incantations, drawing upon his extensive knowledge of the mystic arts to open a portal to the realm. The portal, a swirling vortex of violet and silver energy, materializes before him, its colors shifting and undulating with magical power. Stepping through the portal, Strange is immediately struck by the disorienting and oppressive nature of the Purple Dimension. The transition is abrupt, and the very air around him seems to pulse with an otherworldly energy. The landscape of the dimension is a surreal amalgamation of shifting shapes and colors, with the purple mist creating an ever-changing and disorienting environment. As Strange ventures further into the dimension, he encounters the manifestations of the Enchantress's dark magic. The mist itself takes on a tangible, malevolent form, creating a series of treacherous obstacles and illusions. Strange navigates these challenges with a combination of magical skill and intuitive insight, his focus sharp despite the bizarre and unsettling surroundings. One of the first dangers Strange encounters is a group of shadowy, spectral beings that materialize from the mist. These entities are imbued with dark energy and attack with a combination of physical ferocity and mystical power. Strange engages them in combat, using his mastery of the mystic arts to conjure protective barriers and counter their assaults. The battle is a chaotic whirlwind of magical energy and shifting shadows, with Strange employing a blend of defensive spells and offensive magic to overcome the spectral threats. As he progresses, Strange encounters additional magical traps and barriers created by the Enchantress's ritual. These include illusionary walls that shift and change, creating a labyrinthine maze of false paths. Strange uses his knowledge of the Purple Dimension's properties to dispel these illusions and navigate the treacherous terrain. He performs a series of intricate spell work to counter the magical barriers that seek to impede his progress, breaking through each obstacle with strategic precision. The journey through the Purple Dimension is fraught with increasingly bizarre and perilous challenges. Strange encounters enchanted constructs and spectral guardians that rise to confront him. Each encounter tests his magical abilities and resolve, but he meets these challenges with a combination of strategic spellcasting and deft maneuvering. His mastery of the mystic arts allows him to overcome each obstacle and advance towards the heart of the dimension. Eventually, Strange arrives at the grand and imposing citadel that serves as the focal point of the Enchantress's power. The citadel is a formidable structure, its walls adorned with arcane symbols and its towers reaching into the swirling violet sky. The air around the citadel is charged with a palpable sense of dark magic and malevolence, and Strange senses that this is the source of the Enchantress's growing influence. As he approaches the citadel, Strange encounters further magical defenses and traps. These include powerful enchantments designed to deter intruders and protect the Enchantress's ritual. Strange navigates these defenses with a combination of magical prowess and careful planning, dispelling enchantments and overcoming barriers as he makes his way to the inner sanctum of the citadel. Within the citadel, Strange finds the Enchantress engaged in the final stages of her ritual. She stands at the center of an elaborate magical circle, her hands weaving intricate patterns as she channels dark energies into a focal point of immense power. The ritual is reaching its climax, and Strange perceives that the Enchantress is on the verge of completing a spell that could have dire consequences for both the purple dimension and the waking world. Strange confronts the Enchantress with determination and resolve. The Enchantress, initially startled by his sudden appearance, quickly regains her composure. Her eyes, glowing with a sinister light, lock onto Strange with a mixture of surprise and disdain. "You dare to intrude upon my domain, Strange?" The Enchantress's voice resonates with a haunting and echoing tone. "You are too late. My ritual is nearly complete, and soon I shall have the power to reshape the universe according to my will." Unfazed by her threats, Strange responds with unwavering confidence. "Your plans end here. I will not allow you to unleash your dark magic upon the world." The confrontation between Strange and the Enchantress is a dramatic clash of mystical forces. The Enchantress, empowered by the energies of the purple dimension, unleashes a torrent of dark magic and arcane attacks. The chamber becomes a chaotic maelstrom of swirling shadows and oppressive energy, with the Enchantress's magic manifesting as terrifying illusions and tangible threats. Strange counters with his own formidable magic, summoning barriers of light and using the cloak of levitation to navigate the tumultuous environment. He conjures powerful spells and channels his energy with precision, engaging the Enchantress in a fierce and dynamic battle. The struggle is intense and visually striking, with each sorcerer employing their full range of abilities to gain the upper hand. As the battle unfolds, Strange realizes that he must not only combat the Enchantress's magical power, but also neutralize the ritual that she is completing. The ritual is a complex and potent spell that channels the dark energies of the purple dimension into a focal point of immense power. Strange focuses his efforts on disrupting the ritual, using his deep knowledge of arcane practices to unravel the enchantments and break the spell's hold. With a final, decisive spell, Strange manages to disrupt the Enchantress's concentration and neutralize the dark energies she is channeling. The ritual falters and collapses, and the energies of the purple dimension begin to dissipate. The citadel, once a focal point of dark magic, loses its ominous aura, and the oppressive atmosphere starts to lift. Defeated and weakened, the Enchantress's form begins to dissipate, her power waning as the balance of the dimension is restored. The swirling mists of the purple dimension begin to settle, and the surreal landscape starts to stabilize. Strange ensures that any remaining dark energies are contained, and that the balance between the purple dimension and the waking world is maintained. Returning to his sanctum sanctorum, Strange resumes his meditation, reflecting on the intense battle and the challenges he faced. The victory over the Enchantress is a testament to his mastery of the mystic arts and his unwavering dedication to protecting the world from dark forces. The sanctum, now once again a bastion of calm and order, stands as a symbol of Strange's commitment to safeguarding the universe and maintaining the delicate balance between realms. In the hushed and sanctified sanctum of Dr. Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, the air is dense with the scent of incense and the soft glow of flickering candles. The Sanctum Sanctorum, with its high vaulted ceilings and walls lined with ancient tomes and mystic artifacts, is a place where arcane knowledge and supernatural energies converge. Strange is engrossed in the study of an ancient, leather-bound grimoire that rests open on his grand, intricately carved oak desk. His eyes, sharp and focused, scan the cryptic symbols and spells inscribed within its pages, each word and sigil resonating with latent power. The stillness of the room is abruptly shattered by a sudden and disconcerting jolt in the mystical fabric of the universe. Strange's finely tuned senses, accustomed to detecting even the slightest fluctuations in magical energy, immediately register a surge of chaotic power. The normally serene environment of the sanctum is disrupted by an unsettling aura that seems to emanate from an otherworldly source. Strange's attention snaps away from the tome, his mind racing to identify the nature of the disturbance. Strange approaches the Orb of Agamotto, a revered artifact that serves as a scrying device and a means to perceive hidden truths and distant events. The orb, usually a sphere of calm, now pulses with an erratic, shifting light. Strange gazes intently into its depths, focusing his mystical senses on the vision that begins to unfold. Within the orb, an image emerges of a swirling vortex of magical energy, its colors a tempestuous mix of green and black, indicative of chaotic and dark forces at work. At the heart of this vortex, Strange perceives a figure of immense and malevolent power. Loki, the Norse god of mischief and chaos. Loki is depicted in his distinctive attire, a green and gold ensemble adorned with intricate, swirling patterns that signify his status as a master of illusion and deceit. His eyes, bright and calculating, glint with a sinister light, and his demeanor exudes both arrogance and a predatory cunning. Loki's hands move gracefully yet purposefully, weaving complex patterns of magic that channel the chaotic energies of the vortex. The vision reveals Loki's nefarious scheme. He is conducting a ritual of unprecedented scale, designed to breach the barriers between dimensions and unleash a wave of disorder and confusion upon the mortal realm. The ritual, complex and darkly elegant, involves channeling the raw, unbridled magic of the vortex into a focal point of immense power. The potential consequences of Loki's actions are dire, an imminent threat to the stability of not only the mortal world but the entire cosmos. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Strange recognizes that immediate action is required to thwart Loki's plans. He prepares himself for the confrontation by invoking a series of protective and offensive spells, drawing upon the deep well of his mystical knowledge. With a commanding gesture, Strange opens a portal to the dimension where Loki's ritual is taking place. The portal is a swirling vortex of emerald and silver light, its colors a vibrant, hypnotic dance of magical energy. Stepping through the portal, Strange is transported into a realm of tumultuous and chaotic energy. The landscape is a jarring contrast to the orderly sanctity of his sanctum. The sky is a roiling mass of dark clouds, streaked with flashes of green lightning. The terrain is jagged and shifting, with landscapes that seem to warp and distort as though in constant flux. Strange's entrance is marked by a sudden and oppressive weight in the air, an indication of the overwhelming magical forces at play. As Strange ventures deeper into the chaotic realm, he encounters the physical manifestations of Loki's dark magic. The air is thick with swirling mists of green and black, and Strange must navigate a series of arcane traps and illusions that Loki has set to protect his ritual. These traps are elaborate and perilous, designed to mislead and ensnare any who dare to intrude. Walls of shimmering energy, shifting illusions, and deceptive pathways are among the many obstacles that Strange encounters. Strange's mastery of the mystic arts is put to the test as he dispels these traps and illusions. He employs a combination of advanced spellcasting and intuitive insight to see through the deceptions and overcome the barriers. Each obstacle requires a different approach. Some are countered with protective wards, while others are neutralized through intricate spells designed to disrupt the magical constructs. Strange's progress is marked by a series of intense, dynamic engagements with the magical hazards set before him. The journey through Loki's chaotic realm is fraught with increasingly dangerous encounters. Strange faces off against enchanted constructs, magical entities conjured to guard Loki's ritual. These constructs are formidable, imbued with chaotic energy and capable of launching both physical and mystical attacks. Strange's battles with these beings are marked by dramatic displays of magical prowess. He conjures barriers of light to deflect attacks, summons offensive spells to counter the constructs, and uses the cloak of levitation to maneuver through the volatile environment. As Strange advances, he reaches the grand citadel that serves as the focal point of Loki's ritual. The citadel is an imposing and intricate structure, its towers and spires adorned with arcane symbols and shimmering with a dark, chaotic energy. The citadel's very presence exudes an aura of malevolence, and the air around it is charged with the raw power of the ongoing ritual. Upon entering the citadel, Strange encounters Loki in the midst of his ritual. Loki stands at the center of a vast, intricate magical circle etched into the floor, his hands moving with precise and fluid motions as he channels the energies of the vortex. The ritual is in its final stages, and the air is filled with a resonant hum of power as Loki draws upon the chaotic forces to amplify his spell. Loki's demeanor is confident and mocking, his eyes gleaming with a predatory satisfaction. "You are a fool to challenge me, Strange." Loki's voice reverberates with a menacing edge. "My ritual is almost complete, and soon I shall unleash chaos upon your world." Strange's response is resolute, his voice steady despite the intensity of the confrontation. "Your schemes end here. I will not allow you to disrupt the balance of the cosmos." The confrontation between Strange and Loki is a high-stakes clash of mystical power. Loki, with his mastery of illusion and chaos magic, unleashes a barrage of deceptive and dangerous attacks. The citadel becomes a chaotic battleground, with Loki's magic creating shifting illusions, treacherous traps, and disorienting enchantments. The battle is a whirlwind of mystical energy, with Loki's spells manifesting as swirling shadows and volatile bursts of magic. Strange counters Loki's onslaught with his own formidable abilities. He uses the cloak of levitation to navigate through the chaotic environment, evading Loki's attacks and positioning himself strategically. Strange conjures powerful spells, creating barriers of light and energy to deflect Loki's assaults. He employs a combination of offensive and defensive magic, using his deep knowledge of the mystic arts to counter Loki's chaotic forces. During the battle, Strange recognizes the importance of disrupting the ritual that Loki is conducting. The ritual is the source of the chaotic energy that pervades the citadel, and its completion would grant Loki immense power. Strange focuses his efforts on unraveling the intricate enchantments of the magical circle and disrupting the flow of energy. He performs a series of complex and precise spell work, targeting the core of the ritual and breaking the magical seals that sustain it. With a final, decisive spell, Strange manages to disrupt Loki's concentration and dismantle the magical circle. The energies of the citadel begin to destabilize, and the chaotic influence of the dimension starts to recede. Loki's power wanes, and the swirling vortex of magical energy begins to dissipate. The oppressive atmosphere of the citadel begins to lift, and the chaotic realm starts to return to a state of relative stability. Defeated and disarmed, Loki's form begins to fade, his plans thwarted by Strange's intervention. The dark energies of the Citadel dissipate, and the Citadel itself begins to lose its menacing aura. Strange ensures that any remaining chaotic magic is contained and that the balance between dimensions is restored. Returning to the Sanctum Sanctorum, Strange reflects on the intense and challenging confrontation. The victory over Loki reaffirms his mastery of the mystic arts and his commitment to preserving the stability of the universe. The Sanctum, now once again a haven of calm and order, stands as a testament to Strange's dedication to safeguarding the realms and maintaining the delicate balance between order and chaos. Welcome. Feel free to relax and drift away to some soothing Marvel lore. The Incredible Hulk, Planet Hulk. In a secretive and secluded meeting room, the most influential and powerful minds of the Marvel Universe convene to discuss a matter of grave importance. This clandestine group, known as the Illuminati, consists of Tony Stark, Iron Man, Stephen Strange, Doctor Strange, Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, and Black Bolt, the leader of the Inhumans. Each member brings a unique perspective and expertise to the table, reflecting their diverse backgrounds and experiences. The room is dimly lit, with holographic displays and advanced technology surrounding the large, circular table at the center. The air is tense, as the members understand the significance of their gathering. The topic of discussion: the Hulk, also known as Bruce Banner, and the increasing threat he poses to Earth. Tony Stark, ever the pragmatist and strategic thinker, initiates the conversation. He pulls up holographic images and data of recent incidents involving the Hulk. These images show widespread destruction in various cities, with buildings reduced to rubble and countless lives endangered. Stark's face is etched with concern as he presents the evidence to his fellow Illuminati members. Bruce Banner is one of our greatest allies, Stark begins. But the Hulk's rampages are becoming more frequent and uncontrollable. Each time he transforms, the potential for catastrophic damage grows. Reed Richards, the brilliant scientist and leader of the Fantastic Four, examines the data with a keen eye. His analytical mind processes the information quickly, and he nods in agreement. Richards, known for his logical and often detached approach to problems, adds his voice to the discussion. The probabilities are alarming, Richards states, pointing to a projection that shows the potential future scenarios involving the Hulk. We've seen the damage he can cause. If his transformations continue unchecked, the consequences could be apocalyptic. We need to consider a solution that ensures the safety of our world. Richards highlights several instances where the Hulk's uncontrolled rage resulted in near disasters. From his battles with the military to clashes with other superpowered beings, each incident underscores the unpredictable nature of the Hulk and the immense power he wields. Doctor Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, leans forward, his expression thoughtful. As a master of the mystic arts, Strange offers a different perspective, one that encompasses both the physical and mystical realms. The Hulk's rage is not just a physical phenomenon, Strange explains. There is a mystical aspect to his transformations. His inner turmoil and anger are beyond any spell or magical intervention I can provide. We are dealing with a force of nature, one that is driven by deep-seated emotional and psychological factors. Strange recounts his attempts to use his magical abilities to help Banner control the Hulk. Despite his best efforts, the Hulk's transformations have proven resistant to mystical containment. This reinforces the notion that conventional methods are insufficient to manage the Hulk's destructive potential. Black Bolt, the enigmatic and powerful leader of the Inhumans, sits silently. His very voice can cause unimaginable destruction, so he communicates through gestures and expressions. As the discussion unfolds, Black Bolt's stern and resolute demeanor signals his agreement with the other members. Though he does not speak, His presence is commanding. The other members of the Illuminati understand the gravity of Black Bolt's silent endorsement. His nods and gestures convey a shared understanding that the situation with the Hulk requires a drastic and decisive solution. After much deliberation, the Illuminati reaches a consensus. The Hulk must be exiled from Earth. This decision is not made lightly, as they all share a deep respect and empathy for Bruce Banner. However, they conclude that the risk posed by the Hulk is too great to ignore. Exiling him is the most humane and effective solution to ensure the safety of the planet. Tony Stark, leveraging his technological expertise, devises a plan to trick the Hulk into boarding a spacecraft. They decide to fabricate a mission that appeals to Banner's sense of duty and his desire to help others. The plan involves creating a scenario where only the Hulk's immense strength can save the day. We'll tell him there's a rogue AI satellite threatening Earth, Stark proposes. It's a situation that requires his unique abilities. Once he's on board, the ship will take him to a remote, uninhabited planet where he can live peacefully, without endangering anyone. The Illuminati members work together to create the necessary evidence and fabricate the mission. They prepare a spacecraft equipped with advanced technology to ensure a smooth journey. The ship is programmed to travel to a distant planet, carefully chosen for its isolation and peaceful environment. Stark records a pre-recorded holographic message to be played for the Hulk once he is on board. In the message, Stark explains the Illuminati's decision and the reasons behind it. He assures the Hulk that the planet they have chosen is a place where he can live without causing harm to others. With the plan set in motion, the Illuminati sends the fabricated mission details to Bruce Banner, who is in a remote location following another destructive episode. Banner, unaware of the deception, accepts the mission, driven by his desire to make amends and prevent further harm. In the remote desert, Bruce Banner sits alone, his mind troubled by the devastation left in the wake of his alter ego. The ground around him is scorched and cracked, remnants of the latest Hulk rampage. He is weary, both physically and emotionally, haunted by the knowledge that his transformations bring nothing but destruction. It is in this state that the message from the Illuminati reaches him. A small drone descends from the sky, landing gently at Banner's feet. Projects a holographic display showing Tony Stark's face. Stark's tone is urgent, but reassuring, as he outlines the supposed mission. "Bruce, we need your help," Stark begins. "There's a rogue AI satellite in orbit, threatening to launch an attack on Earth. We've analyzed the situation, and your strength is the only thing that can stop it. We've prepared a ship for you. It's ready to launch as soon as you are." Banner's eyes widen with a mixture of hope and resolve. Here, finally, is a chance to use the Hulk's power for good, to save lives rather than endanger them. Without hesitation, he agrees to the mission. The drone leads him to a nearby facility, where the spacecraft awaits. The spacecraft is sleek and advanced, bristling with the latest technology designed by Stark and Richards. As Banner boards, he marvels at the intricate design, unaware of the true purpose behind his journey. The cockpit is fitted with a comfortable seat and an array of controls, though most of the ship's functions are automated. Once seated, Banner initiates the launch sequence. The ship's engines roar to life, and it ascends smoothly into the sky, leaving the Earth behind. Banner feels a sense of relief wash over him, believing he is finally on a mission to atone for the Hulk's destruction. As the ship clears Earth's atmosphere, the pre-recorded holographic message from Tony Stark activates. Stark's face appears before Banner, and he begins to explain the true nature of the mission. "Bruce," Stark's hologram says, his tone somber, "if you're seeing this, it means you're already on your way. I'm sorry we had to deceive you, but we had no other choice. The truth is, we've decided to send you away from Earth. to a planet where you can live in peace without endangering anyone. Banner's expression shifts from confusion to anger as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He listens in stunned silence as Stark continues. "We know this is a betrayal, and we don't take it lightly. You've saved the world countless times, Bruce. But the Hulk's power is too great, and the risk is too high. We've chosen a planet that is uninhabited and peaceful. There, you can live free from the fear of hurting others." The message ends, and Banner's rage builds. He begins to pound on the controls, attempting to alter the ship's course. However, the spacecraft is designed to withstand the Hulk's immense strength, and its trajectory remains unchanged. As his fury grows, Banner transforms into the Hulk, his roars echoing within the confines of the ship. The spacecraft continues its journey, now on an altered course due to an unforeseen cosmic anomaly. A wormhole appears suddenly, pulling the ship into its swirling vortex. The journey through the wormhole is chaotic, with the ship buffeted by strange energies and space-time distortions. Despite the Hulk's strength, he is powerless to prevent the ship from being drawn into the anomaly. Emerging from the wormhole, the ship hurtles towards a distant, unknown planet. The navigation systems, damaged from the turbulent passage, are unable to provide accurate coordinates. The planet below is Sakaar, a harsh world torn by war and ruled by the tyrannical Red King. The spacecraft crashes onto Sakaar's barren surface, skidding across the ground before coming to a violent stop. The impact is severe, causing significant damage to the ship and injuring the Hulk. As he emerges from the wreckage, he is immediately set upon by Sakaar's native inhabitants, a race of insectoid scavengers who see the Hulk as both a threat and a potential asset. Weakened and disoriented from the crash, the Hulk is captured and brought to the capital city of Sakaar, a place marked by towering spires, vast coliseums, and an air of oppression. The inhabitants are a mix of various alien species, all living under the iron rule of the Red King. In the capital, the Hulk is presented before the Red King, a powerful and cruel ruler who governs Sakaar with an unyielding hand. The Red King, recognizing the Hulk's potential as a formidable warrior, decides to make him a gladiator in the arena. The Hulk is fitted with an obedience disc, a device that causes excruciating pain at the push of a button, ensuring his compliance. Despite his initial resistance, the Hulk is forced to fight in the gladiatorial arenas, where he faces other enslaved warriors and deadly creatures. The Red King and his subjects watch these brutal spectacles for their amusement, caring little for the lives of the combatants. In the arena, the Hulk encounters other enslaved warriors, including Meek, a small but fierce insectoid creature, Korg, a stone giant with immense strength, Hiroam, a shadow warrior with a mysterious past, No Name, a member of the Brood, a parasitic alien race, and Elo Kaifi, a member of the elite guard who opposes the Red King. Despite their differences, these warriors share a common goal: survival and freedom. Through numerous battles, the Hulk and his fellow gladiators developed a sense of camaraderie and mutual respect. They fought side by side against formidable foes and deadly creatures, their bond growing stronger with each victory. They formed a pact, calling themselves the Warbound, vowing to protect each other and seek vengeance against the Red King. As the Hulk and his Warbound continued to fight in the arena, their victories and resilience inspired others. The oppressed inhabitants of Sakaar began to see the Hulk as a symbol of hope and resistance against the Red King's tyranny. The seeds of rebellion were sown, and whispers of revolt spread throughout the city and beyond. During one of the arena battles, the Hulk and his Warbound faced off against the Silver Surfer, who had also been captured and fitted with an obedience disc. The Surfer, a powerful cosmic being, was a formidable opponent. The battle was intense, with the Hulk and the Surfer trading devastating blows. However, during the fight, the Hulk managed to destroy the Surfer's obedience disc, freeing him from the Red King's control. Grateful for his freedom, the Silver Surfer used his cosmic powers to destroy the obedience discs of the other gladiators, liberating them from their bondage. The gladiators, now free, turned their wrath on the Red King's forces, fighting their way out of the arena and into the city. The rebellion had begun in earnest. As the war-bound and the newly freed gladiators fought their way through the city, they were joined by other oppressed inhabitants of Sakaar. The rebellion grew in strength and numbers, fueled by the hope and determination of those who sought to overthrow the Red King's tyrannical rule. The Hulk, now a symbol of resistance and freedom, led the charge. His immense strength and indomitable spirit inspired those around him, galvanizing the rebellion. The Red King, realizing the threat posed by the Hulk and his growing army, mobilized his forces to crush the uprising. The battles that followed were fierce and bloody, with both sides suffering heavy losses. The Red King's elite guard, armed with advanced weaponry and fierce loyalty, clashed with the rebels in the streets and alleys of the capital. The city became a war zone, with buildings reduced to rubble and the air filled with the sounds of conflict. Despite the Red King's efforts, the rebellion continued to gain ground. The Warbound, with their combined strength and determination, fought valiantly against the tyrant's forces. The Hulk, driven by his desire for justice and vengeance, pushed forward relentlessly, his rage a powerful force against his enemies. As the rebellion reached its climax, the Hulk confronted the Red King in a final, epic battle. The two titans clashed in the Grand Palace, their blows shaking the very foundations of the building. The Red King, though powerful, was no match for the Hulk's sheer strength and fury. In a decisive moment, the Hulk delivered a devastating blow, defeating the Red King and ending his tyrannical reign. The rebels, now victorious, celebrated their hard-won freedom. The capital city, though scarred by the conflict, was filled with the hope of a new beginning. The Hulk, having liberated Sakaar from the Red King's oppression, stood as a hero and a leader. The Warbound, bound by their oath and their shared experiences, remained by his side, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Sakaar, now free from tyranny, began the process of rebuilding. The inhabitants, inspired by the Hulk's strength and resilience, worked together to create a new society based on justice and equality. The Hulk, once an outcast and a weapon of destruction, had found a new purpose and a new home among the people of Sakaar. In the aftermath of the Red King's defeat, Sakaar teetered on the brink of chaos. The power vacuum left by the tyrant's fall led to widespread disorder, and the Hulk, now known as the Green Scar, found himself thrust into the role of a leader. His Warbound stood by his side, ready to support him in the monumental task of restoring order and rebuilding a war-torn society. The capital city, its streets still bearing the scars of the rebellion, was a hive of activity. The inhabitants, freed from the Red King's oppressive rule, began to emerge from hiding, filled with hope and apprehension. The diverse population of Sakaar, composed of various alien species, looked to the Hulk for guidance and protection. The Hulk, once an outcast and a gladiator, was now a symbol of strength and resilience. His presence commanded respect, and his actions inspired loyalty among the people. However, the task ahead was daunting. The remnants of the Red King's loyalists, known as the Death's Heads, still posed a significant threat. These elite soldiers, fiercely loyal to their fallen ruler, refused to surrender and continued to wage a guerrilla war against the new order. The Warbound, each with their own unique abilities and strengths, took on key roles in the effort to stabilize Sakaar. Korg, the stone giant, used his immense strength to help rebuild the city's infrastructure. His calm demeanor and unyielding determination made him a natural leader among the laborers and builders. Meek, the insectoid warrior, focused on rallying the downtrodden native Sicarians. His fiery speeches and relentless drive inspired many to join the cause. Despite his small stature, Meek's courage and passion made him a formidable presence. Hiroam, the shadow warrior, became the spiritual guide for the fledgling society. His wisdom and deep connection to the ancient ways of Sakaar provided a sense of continuity and purpose. Hiroam's teachings emphasized unity and the importance of overcoming past grievances to build a better future. No Name, the brood warrior, used her unique abilities to scout and gather intelligence on the Death's Heads and other threats. Her keen senses and stealth made her an invaluable asset in the ongoing struggle to secure the city. Elo Kaifi, the former elite guard who had opposed the Red King, took on the role of a military commander. Her knowledge of the Red King's strategies and her skill in combat were crucial in organizing the defense forces. Elo's leadership was marked by a fierce determination to protect the new society at all costs. The Hulk, despite his immense power, grappled with the complexities of leadership. His rage, which had served him well in battle, was a double-edged sword. He knew he needed to balance his anger with wisdom and compassion to lead effectively. The responsibility weighed heavily on him, but the support of his warbound and the people's unwavering faith in him gave him strength. One of the first challenges the Hulk faced was addressing the needs of the city's diverse population. Food and resources were scarce, and tensions ran high as different factions vied for limited supplies. The Hulk, understanding the importance of unity, called for a council of representatives from each group to discuss the allocation of resources and the rebuilding process. The council meetings were intense, with heated debates and clashing viewpoints. However, the Hulk's presence ensured that these discussions remained productive. His ability to mediate and his willingness to listen to all sides fostered a sense of cooperation and mutual respect. Slowly, the factions began to work together, pooling their resources and skills to rebuild the city. Meanwhile, the Death's Heads continued their relentless attacks, targeting key infrastructure and spreading fear among the populace. The Hulk and his warbound led several campaigns to root out these insurgents. The battles were fierce and unforgiving, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. In one particularly brutal encounter, the Hulk and his warbound tracked a group of Death's Heads to an abandoned fortress on the outskirts of the city. The fortress, once a stronghold of the Red King, was now a bastion of resistance. The Hulk led the charge, his powerful fists breaking through the fortress walls. The battle that ensued was a testament to the warbound's strength and unity. Korg, with his unyielding might, smashed through enemy lines, while Meek used his agility and speed to outmaneuver the Death's Heads. Hiroam's mystical abilities provided crucial support, shielding his comrades from deadly attacks. No Name's stealth allowed her to strike from the shadows, taking out key targets with precision. Elo's strategic brilliance ensured that their assault was coordinated and effective. Despite their best efforts, the Death's Heads fought with a desperation born of fanaticism. The battle reached its climax when the Hulk faced the leader of the insurgents, a former general of the Red King known as Axeman Bone. Axeman Bone was a formidable warrior, his body augmented with cybernetic enhancements and his mind consumed by a desire for revenge. The duel between the Hulk and Axeman Bone was a clash of titans. The fortress shook with the force of their blows, and the air crackled with energy. Axeman Bone's cybernetic enhancements gave him an edge in speed and precision, but the Hulk's sheer strength and resilience proved overwhelming. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk delivered a final, devastating punch, shattering Axeman Bone's armor and sending him crashing to the ground. The insurgent leader lay defeated, and with his fall, the Death's Head's resistance began to crumble. The victory was hard-won, but it marked a turning point in the struggle to secure Sakaar. In the aftermath of the battle, the Hulk and his Warbound continued their efforts to rebuild and unify the city. The Council, now more cohesive, implemented measures to ensure fair distribution of resources and to address the needs of all inhabitants. The city's infrastructure slowly recovered, and a sense of normalcy began to return. Amidst these efforts, the Hulk forged deeper bonds with the people of Sakaar. He was no longer just a warrior, he was a leader and a protector. The children of the city looked up to him with awe, and the elders spoke of him with reverence. The Hulk's presence provided a sense of security and hope, a symbol of the new Sakaar that was emerging from the ashes of the old. However, not all challenges came from external threats. The Hulk struggled with his own inner demons, grappling with the duality of his nature. His rage, though a powerful weapon, also threatened to consume him. The burden of leadership and the constant battles took their toll, and there were moments when the Hulk feared losing control. It was during one of these moments of introspection that Hiroam approached him. The Shadow Warrior, with his calm and composed demeanor, offered guidance and wisdom. Hiroam spoke of balance and the importance of finding inner peace. He helped the Hulk see that his rage, while a part of him, did not define him. With Hiroam's guidance, the Hulk began to find a measure of tranquility, learning to channel his anger constructively. As time passed, the city of Sakaar continued to heal. The fields surrounding the capital were cultivated, providing food for the inhabitants. Trade routes were established, bringing goods and resources from distant regions. The people, united by their shared experiences and the leadership of the Hulk and his Warbound, began to build a new society based on justice, equality, and mutual respect. The Hulk's journey on Sakaar was far from over, but the foundation for a new beginning had been laid. The challenges ahead would be many, but with the support of his Warbound and the determination of the people, the Hulk was ready to face whatever came next. Sakaar, once a world of tyranny and despair, was now a beacon of hope and resilience, thanks to the strength and leadership of the Green Scar. Book 3. Allegiance continues the saga of the Hulk, now known as the Green Scar, as he solidifies his leadership on the war-torn planet of Sakaar. The city, once ravaged by the tyranny of the Red King and subsequent chaos, begins to stabilize under his rule. The Hulk's Warbound, Korg, Meek, Hiroam, No Name, and Elo Kaifi play pivotal roles in this phase of rebuilding and consolidation. The aftermath of the battles against the Death's Heads left scars on both the city and its inhabitants. Despite the victories, remnants of the Red King's loyalists and pockets of resistance continued to pose sporadic threats. The Hulk and his Warbound remained vigilant, rooting out dissent and maintaining order. One of the key challenges the Hulk faced was fostering allegiance among Sakaar's diverse population. The city was home to various alien species, each with their own customs, beliefs, and grievances. The Hulk recognized the importance of unity and sought to bridge the divides that had long divided the inhabitants. To achieve this, the Hulk convened councils and gatherings where representatives from different factions could voice their concerns and grievances. His approach was one of inclusivity and fairness, ensuring that all voices were heard and respected. Through diplomacy and compromise, he forged alliances and treaties that laid the foundation for a more cohesive society. Korg, with his natural leadership abilities and imposing presence, played a crucial role in mediating disputes among the city's laborers and builders. His calm demeanor and commitment to justice earned him the respect of both allies and adversaries alike. Korg's efforts were instrumental in maintaining order and fostering a sense of community among the workers. Meek, fueled by his passion for justice and equality, focused on empowering the native Sakaarians who had long suffered under the Red King's rule. He organized grassroots movements and community initiatives aimed at improving living conditions and promoting unity. Meek's fiery speeches and unwavering dedication inspired many to join the cause of rebuilding their shattered world. Hiram, the spiritual guide and philosopher of the warbound, continued to impart his wisdom and teachings to the people of Sakaar. He emphasized the importance of forgiveness and reconciliation, urging the inhabitants to look beyond their differences and work together for a brighter future. Hiram's words resonated deeply with those who sought healing and redemption in the aftermath of war. No Name, with her keen intellect and tactical acumen, led reconnaissance missions and intelligence-gathering efforts to root out any remaining threats to the city's stability. Her ability to navigate the city's shadows and gather vital information proved invaluable in preempting potential attacks and preserving peace. Elo Kaifi, the former elite guard who had defied the Red King, took charge of the city's defense forces. Her strategic brilliance and combat prowess ensured that the city remained protected against external threats. Under her command, the defense forces were trained and equipped to respond swiftly and decisively to any incursions. While internal stability was a priority, external challenges also loomed large. The collapse of the Red King's regime had left a power vacuum that attracted opportunistic warlords and rival factions from neighboring regions. These factions sought to exploit Sakaar's weakened state for their own gain, posing a constant threat to the fragile peace the Hulk had worked so hard to establish. One such warlord was the warlord Hirokala, the long-lost son of the Hulk, whose arrival on Sakaar heralded a new wave of turmoil. Hirokala, driven by a thirst for power and vengeance, sought to claim his birthright and assert his dominance over the planet. His forces clashed with the Hulk's defenders in brutal skirmishes that tested the limits of their strength and resolve. The conflict between the Hulk and Hirokala escalated into a personal vendetta, fueled by years of resentment and unresolved familial strife. Hirokala, wielding formidable cosmic powers inherited from his father, posed a formidable challenge to the Hulk and his warbound. The battles that ensued were fierce and unforgiving, with both sides unleashing their full fury in a bid for dominance. Amidst the chaos, Hiram emerged as a voice of reason and reconciliation. He sought to mediate between the warring factions, urging them to find common ground and resolve their differences peacefully. Hiram's efforts were met with resistance and skepticism, but his unwavering faith in the possibility of redemption inspired hope among those who longed for an end to the bloodshed. As the conflict with Hirokala reached its climax, the Hulk confronted his son in a final, cataclysmic battle. The two titans clashed with earth-shattering force, their blows reverberating across the battlefield. Hirokala, consumed by his thirst for power, unleashed devastating attacks fueled by cosmic energy. The Hulk, drawing on his own immense strength and resilience, refused to yield. His determination to protect Sakaar and its inhabitants fueled his resolve, driving him to push beyond his limits. In a decisive moment, the Hulk delivered a crushing blow that shattered Hirokala's defenses and brought him to his knees. The battle had taken its toll on both combatants, but the Hulk's victory marked a turning point in the struggle for Sakaar's future. Hirokala, defeated and humbled, renounced his quest for power and acknowledged the Hulk as his father. The reconciliation between father and son offered a glimmer of hope for a new beginning, as Hirokala pledged to work alongside the Hulk to rebuild and unify their fractured world. With Hirokala's surrender, the remaining factions and warlords were compelled to recognize the Hulk's authority. His leadership and strength had proven indomitable, earning him the allegiance and respect of Sakaar's inhabitants. The city, once plagued by discord and conflict, began to heal and rebuild under the Hulk's guidance. The events of Book 3, Allegiance, underscored the Hulk's transformation from a reluctant hero to a visionary leader. His journey on Sakaar, fraught with challenges and sacrifices, had forged bonds of loyalty and solidarity among his allies. Together, they embarked on a new chapter in Sakar's history, determined to build a society based on justice, equality, and mutual respect. As the city of Sakar continued to recover and thrive, the Hulk looked to the future with hope and optimism. His leadership had brought peace and stability to a world ravaged by war, setting the stage for a brighter tomorrow. The green scar, once a symbol of destruction and rage, had become a beacon of hope and redemption for all who called Sakar home. As Sakar began to recover from the chaos wrought by the Red King's defeat, a new threat loomed on the horizon. The planet, weakened by years of conflict, attracted the attention of cosmic forces far beyond its understanding. The arrival of the Silver Surfer, Herald of Galactus, marked the beginning of Sakar's greatest trial. Driven by Galactus's insatiable hunger for worlds rich in life force, the Silver Surfer descended upon the planet with a mission to evaluate its suitability for consumption. His cosmic powers clashed with the Hulk's formidable strength in a battle that shook Sakar to its core. Determined to protect his adopted home, the Hulk confronted the Silver Surfer in a fierce duel. The skies roared with their conflict as the Hulk unleashed his fury against the Cosmic Herald. The Silver Surfer, bound by duty to Galactus, defended himself with devastating cosmic energy that threatened to overwhelm the Hulk. Amidst the chaos, the Hulk sought diplomatic solutions to avert further destruction. He appealed to the Silver Surfer's sense of honor and humanity, arguing that Sakar deserved a chance to rebuild without interference from cosmic beings. The Silver Surfer, torn between duty and empathy, began to question his role in Galactus's cosmic agenda. However, the fragile peace was shattered when Galactus himself arrived in orbit around Sakar. His immense presence cast a shadow of impending doom over the planet as he issued an ultimatum: surrender the old power of Sakar willingly, or face annihilation. Panic gripped the inhabitants as they faced the prospect of cosmic extinction. United by their loyalty to the Hulk, the war-bound Korg, Meek, Hiroim, No Name, and Elo Kaifi stood defiantly against Galactus's cosmic forces. Each member brought their unique skills and strengths to the forefront as they prepared to defend Sakar against overwhelming odds. Their unwavering determination inspired hope among the people, galvanizing them to stand united against their cosmic adversaries. The final confrontation erupted into a cataclysmic battle that spanned the skies and the surface of Sakar. The Hulk led his warbound in a desperate struggle to protect their world, using every ounce of their strength and cunning to repel Galactus's minions. The city itself became a battleground as cosmic energies clashed with terrestrial might. In a moment of selfless sacrifice, Hiroim, the spiritual guide of the warbound, tapped into the ancient energies of Sakar's old power. His act empowered his comrades and turned the tide of battle, infusing them with renewed resolve to protect their world at all costs. As the battle reached its climax, the Hulk confronted Galactus in a final, decisive showdown. The World Devourer, impressed by the Hulk's resilience and determination, offered a surprising proposition: spare Sakar from destruction in exchange for the Hulk's future service. Faced with difficult choices, the Hulk accepted the offer, forging an uneasy alliance that saved Sakar from annihilation. Galactus departed, leaving behind a world forever changed by cosmic intervention. Sakar began the arduous process of healing and rebuilding, its people galvanized by their shared struggle against overwhelming odds. The sacrifices of Hiroim and others were remembered with reverence, their spirits honored in the hearts of those they fought to protect. As peace settled over Sakar once more, the city looked to the future with hope and determination. The journey from chaos to stability served as a testament to the power of unity and courage in the face of cosmic adversity. The Hulk's leadership was tested like never before, as he grappled with the consequences of his choices, and the burden of cosmic destiny. Book 4. Armageddon concluded with Sakaar standing as a beacon of hope for all who sought redemption and renewal in the aftermath of cataclysmic events. The planet's journey from war-torn chaos to newfound stability was a testament to the resilience and determination of its inhabitants, setting the stage for a brighter tomorrow. Enslaved and stripped of his freedom, the Hulk is thrust into the brutal world of the great arena of Sakaar. Captured by the Red King's loyalists, he becomes a gladiator, forced to fight for the entertainment and political control of the masses. The arena, a sprawling coliseum, echoes with the cheers and jeers of the spectators as the Hulk faces off against various opponents, each battle a test of his indomitable strength and resilience. Separated from his war-bound comrades, Korg, Meek, Hiroim, No Name, and Elo Kaifi, the Hulk endures the harsh realities of the arena. Each day brings new challenges and adversaries, forcing him to adapt to the relentless demands of gladiatorial combat. His fights become legendary spectacles, drawing crowds from all corners of Sakaar, who marvel at the sheer power and ferocity of the Green Scar. Amidst the brutality of the arena, the Hulk's spirit remains unbroken. He refuses to succumb to despair, drawing strength from the memories of his warbound and their shared determination to defy their oppressors. Across Sakaar, his allies suffer in captivity, subjected to cruelty and exploitation by their captors who seek to break their will. Behind the scenes, the Grandmaster, an enigmatic cosmic entity with a penchant for games and challenges, oversees the gladiatorial contests. He manipulates events to his advantage, orchestrating matches that pit the Hulk against increasingly formidable opponents. The Grandmaster sees the Hulk as a valuable asset in his cosmic schemes, a pawn in his intricate games of power and influence. As the Hulk navigates the deadly trials of the arena, he begins to forge alliances with other enslaved gladiators and dissenters within Sakaar. Together, they form a clandestine resistance against the ruling class, united by their shared desire for freedom and justice. They uncover a clandestine conspiracy orchestrated by the Shadow Elders, a secretive cabal within Sakaar's hierarchy, who seek to maintain their iron grip on power at any cost. Fueled by righteous fury and a deep-seated determination to overthrow tyranny, the Hulk emerges as a reluctant yet charismatic leader of the rebellion. His reputation as the Green Scar grows among the oppressed inhabitants of Sakaar, inspiring hope and defiance in equal measure. The rebellion gains momentum, drawing support from disillusioned gladiators and citizens who yearn for liberation from the Red King's oppressive regime. In the heart of the great arena, the rebellion reaches its crescendo as the Hulk confronts the Red King himself in a climactic showdown. Their battle is a clash of titans, each driven by their own convictions and thirst for victory. The arena trembles beneath their feet as the Hulk unleashes his full fury against the tyrant who has ruled Sakaar with an iron fist. The Red King, blinded by his own arrogance and thirst for power, underestimates the Hulk's strength and resilience. In a stunning display of raw power and determination, the Green Scar overwhelms his adversary, toppling the throne of tyranny that has plagued Sakaar for far too long. With the defeat of the Red King, the people of Sakaar rise up in jubilation, celebrating their newfound freedom and the dawn of a new era. With the tyrant deposed and the gladiatorial games abolished, Sakaar undergoes a profound transformation under the leadership of the Hulk and his warbound. They vow to rebuild the shattered society, laying the foundations for a future based on justice, equality, and unity. The sacrifices made during their struggle for freedom are honored and remembered, their spirits echoing in the hearts of all who fought for a better tomorrow. Book 5. Planet Hulk, Gladiator concludes with Sakaar standing as a symbol of resilience and defiance against oppression. The Hulk's journey from captive gladiator to revolutionary leader inspires a new generation of heroes, who looked to the future with hope and determination. His legacy as a champion of justice and freedom resonates throughout the cosmos, ensuring that the spirit of resistance will endure for generations to come. Hulk, the end. In a future world scarred by the aftermath of nuclear annihilation, Earth lay desolate and barren. The once thriving cities now lay in ruins, their towering skyscrapers reduced to crumbling husks amidst a landscape choked with ash and debris. The air hung heavy with the acrid scent of destruction, and the sky above, perpetually shrouded in a haze of smoke, offered no respite from the harsh reality that had befallen the planet. Amidst this bleak tableau, where nature struggled to reclaim what was lost and life clung to existence in the most tenuous of forms, strode a solitary figure, a colossus among the wreckage. His name was Bruce Banner, once a brilliant scientist whose life had been irrevocably altered by forces beyond his comprehension. Yet Bruce Banner was no longer just a man. He carried within him a curse and a power that defied all reason: the Hulk. The Hulk, a towering manifestation of Bruce's inner turmoil and unrestrained fury, was both his salvation and his curse. In this shattered world, where the remnants of humanity fought desperately against extinction, the Hulk wandered alone. His massive green form traversed the broken terrain with a heavy tread, a stark contrast against the backdrop of desolation and decay. Days melded into weeks, and the Hulk became a relentless nomad, scouring the ruins for scraps of sustenance and shelter amidst the detritus of a lost civilization. Memories of his past tormented him, of a time when he was human, when he had friends and loved ones. Now, all that remained were fragments of recollections, fleeting glimpses of a life forever shattered by the cataclysm that had befallen the world. Occasionally, amidst the silence and solitude, the Hulk encountered other survivors, scattered remnants of humanity who clung to hope amidst the despair. Some regarded him with awe and reverence, seeing in him a symbol of strength and resilience in a world where weakness meant death. Others regarded him with suspicion and fear, blaming him for the devastation that had ravaged their world and left them clinging to the precipice of oblivion. But the Hulk paid little heed to their perceptions. He was a creature of instinct now, driven by primal urges and an unrelenting quest for survival in a world that had turned its back on mercy. In the depths of his solitude, he grappled with the dichotomy of his existence, the fragile remnants of Bruce Banner, the man who had once sought reason and control, and the indomitable force of the Hulk, the embodiment of his unleashed rage and power. Each day brought new challenges: a harsh landscape that offered little respite, unpredictable weather that tested even the Hulk's formidable endurance. Yet amidst the harshness of his surroundings, there were moments of ephemeral tranquility. The Hulk would sometimes pause, gazing out across the desolate plains or the skeletal remains of once mighty cities, contemplating the frailty of life and the weight of his own existence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ravaged landscape, the Hulk sought out a place to rest. Alone in the enveloping darkness, he would settle amidst the ruins, his massive frame a silent sentinel amidst the echoes of a lost world. In these solitary moments, he would drift into a fitful slumber, haunted by dreams that were as vivid and tumultuous as the life he had once known. A life that now seemed like a distant, unreachable shore in a sea of endless turmoil. In this opening chapter, the stage is set for the Hulk's odyssey, a tale of survival against insurmountable odds, of redemption sought in the ashes of a ruined world, and of the eternal struggle of one man against the ravages of time and the demons that dwell within. And as the narrative unfolds, the true measure of the Hulk's strength will not be found in the battles he wages or the adversaries he faces, but in the choices he makes and the humanity he strives to preserve, even in a world that has long forgotten what it means to be human. In the aftermath of a global catastrophe that had reshaped the very fabric of the world, the Hulk's existence unfolded amidst the stark remnants of civilization. His colossal green form moved with a heavy tread across the broken landscapes, each step a testament to the immense power he wielded and the burden of isolation he carried. The world around him lay in ruins, once thriving cities reduced to rubble, their towering skyscrapers now jagged skeletons against the ashen sky. The Hulk's days were a relentless quest for survival amidst the desolation. He scoured the landscape for sustenance, his senses attuned to the faintest signs of life amidst the wreckage. The ruins yielded occasional treasures, a rusted can of food, a patch of edible vegetation struggling to survive amidst the toxic soil. These meager finds sustained him, fueling the relentless march of his solitary existence. Memories of a past life haunted the Hulk, flashes of a time when he was Bruce Banner, a brilliant scientist driven by an insatiable curiosity about the universe and the mysteries of existence. Those memories were fragments now, shattered like the world around him, but they lingered, a poignant reminder of the humanity he feared was slipping away with each passing day. Amidst the solitude, the Hulk found moments of respite. He sought shelter in the remnants of once grand buildings, their interiors now hollow and silent. In these quiet sanctuaries, he would rest, his massive form curled into a semblance of repose amidst the shadows and dust. The passing of time was marked by the changing seasons, bitter winters that brought biting cold and snow that blanketed the landscape, and scorching summers where the sun beat down mercilessly on the cracked earth. Through it all, the Hulk endured, his resilience a testament to the strength that lay within him, both physical and emotional. His existence was a solitary one, punctuated by encounters with other survivors, scattered remnants of humanity who had managed to eke out a meager existence amidst the ruins. Some regarded him with awe and reverence, viewing him as a symbol of hope in a world where despair reigned supreme. Others eyed him with suspicion, wary of the unpredictable fury that lay dormant within him. Communication was sparse and often limited to gestures and expressions. The Hulk's attempts to interact were met with varying degrees of acceptance or fear, reminding him of the isolating nature of his existence. He was a solitary figure, a titan among the ruins, haunted by the echoes of a world that had once teemed with life. In moments of solitude, the Hulk would reflect on his dual nature, the relentless rage that defined him and the fragile remnants of Bruce Banner, the man who had once sought to unlock the mysteries of the universe. These internal struggles were a constant companion, a reminder of the conflict that raged within him, a conflict that defined his very existence. As night descended over the shattered landscape, the Hulk would often stand alone, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. In the silence of the darkness, he would wrestle with his demons, seeking solace in the vast emptiness that stretched out before him. It was in these moments of contemplation that the true weight of his solitude would settle upon him, a solitude born not just of physical isolation, but of the internal turmoil that had shaped his destiny. The days blended into weeks, and the Hulk's journey continued, a relentless odyssey marked by solitude, introspection, and the unyielding struggle to maintain his humanity in a world that had long since abandoned its own. His colossal form moved through the ruins like a spectral guardian, a sentinel of strength amidst the decay. And as the narrative unfolded, the true measure of the Hulk's strength would be tested not just in battles fought, but in the moments of quiet reflection and the choices made amidst the ruins of a shattered world. In the aftermath of a global cataclysm that reshaped the world into a wasteland of shattered cities and barren landscapes, the Hulk wandered amidst the ruins, haunted by memories of a life that seemed distant and surreal. These memories, fragments of a past he struggled to reconcile with his present existence, offered glimpses into the complex tapestry of Bruce Banner's journey. A journey that began with innocence and curiosity and was forever altered by the relentless pursuit of scientific discovery. Bruce Banner's childhood was a time of wonder and exploration. Raised in a loving home by parents who nurtured his intellect and encouraged his thirst for knowledge, young Bruce showed an early aptitude for science and a fascination with the mysteries of the universe. Books became his companions, portals to realms of possibility and discovery that fueled his imagination and shaped his destiny. As Bruce grew older, his intellect blossomed, propelling him into the world of academia and scientific research. He immersed himself in the study of gamma radiation, an enigmatic force of nature that held the promise of unlocking new frontiers in physics and energy. It was during one pivotal experiment that Bruce's life would irrevocably change. In a laboratory brimming with anticipation and scientific fervor, Bruce Banner embarked on an ambitious experiment with gamma radiation, a venture that would alter the course of his existence forever. The details of that fateful day were etched in his memory with stark clarity. The hum of machinery, the crackle of energy, and the blinding brilliance of gamma rays unleashed in a cataclysmic surge of power. The accident that followed was catastrophic. Amidst the chaos of swirling energies and the deafening roar of destruction, Bruce Banner was transformed into the Hulk, an embodiment of his inner turmoil and unrestrained fury. The metamorphosis was as traumatic as it was transformative, a baptism of fire that thrust Bruce into a new reality where the boundaries between man and monster blurred with chilling immediacy. The memories shifted, revealing glimpses of Bruce's struggles in the aftermath of his transformation. The Hulk's emergence brought with it unparalleled strength and resilience, but also uncontrollable rage and a relentless battle for dominance within Bruce's fractured psyche. The dichotomy of his existence, the fragile remnants of Bruce Banner, the man who sought understanding and control, and the primal force of the Hulk, whose wrath threatened to consume everything in its path, became a constant source of internal conflict and anguish. Amidst the turmoil, Bruce sought solace in his relationships. His love for Betty Ross, daughter of the Hulk's nemesis General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, was a beacon of hope amidst the chaos of his existence. Their bond transcended the tumultuous circumstances that surrounded them, a testament to the resilience of love amidst adversity. Yet, their relationship was fraught with challenges, tested time and again by the fallout of Bruce's alter ego and the relentless pursuit of General Ross to capture or eliminate the Hulk. General Ross viewed the Hulk as a threat to national security and the safety of humanity, a relentless menace to be contained at any cost. His pursuit of the Hulk fueled a cycle of conflict and confrontation that would define Bruce's life for years to come. The memories of these battles were etched in Bruce's mind. The clashes with military forces, the desperate struggles to protect innocent lives, and the constant fear of losing control to the monstrous entity that dwelled within him. In moments of introspection, Bruce grappled with a profound sense of guilt and responsibility. The Hulk was not just a manifestation of rage and destruction. He was a reflection of Bruce's own inner turmoil and the consequences of his actions. Each memory, each moment of reflection, deepened Bruce's understanding of the burden he carried and the legacy he would leave behind. The memories of those he had failed to save, the casualties of his battles, the shattered lives left in the wake of his uncontrollable rage, weighed heavily on Bruce's conscience. Guilt gnawed at him, a constant reminder of the cost of his existence and the price others paid for his mistakes. Yet amidst the pain and regret, there were moments of fleeting peace and connection. Bruce found solace in the friendships he forged amidst the chaos, the camaraderie of fellow scientists who shared his passion for discovery, the loyalty of allies who stood by him in times of crisis, and the rare instances when he could embrace his humanity without fear of the Hulk's wrath. These bonds, fragile and fleeting though they were, offered glimpses of normalcy amidst the turmoil that defined his existence. As night descended over the shattered landscape, Bruce would often stand alone, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. In the silence of the darkness, he would wrestle with his demons, seeking solace in the vast emptiness that stretched out before him. It was in these moments of contemplation that the true weight of his solitude would settle upon him. A solitude born not just of physical isolation, but of the internal turmoil that had shaped his destiny. In this chapter, the past intertwined with the present, shaping the Hulk's journey in ways that transcended mere physicality. It was a journey of self-discovery and redemption, haunted by the ghosts of a life forever changed and driven by a relentless desire to reclaim what had been lost. And as the narrative unfolded, the true depth of Bruce Banner's struggle would be revealed, not just as a battle against external forces, but as a quest for understanding and acceptance in a world that had long since turned its back on him. In the bleak aftermath of global catastrophe, where the remnants of humanity struggled to survive amidst the ruins of once great cities, the Hulk found himself drawn inexorably towards a final confrontation. A battle that would not only test his physical prowess, but also redefine his very essence amidst the desolation of a shattered world. The setting was hauntingly familiar yet eerily alien. A landscape scarred by the ravages of war, where twisted metal and crumbling concrete bore silent witness to the cataclysm that had torn the fabric of civilization asunder. Amidst this bleak tableau, the Hulk stood as a solitary figure, his massive green form a stark contrast against the ashen sky and the jagged remnants of skyscrapers that loomed like skeletal sentinels over the battlefield. General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, the Hulk's longtime adversary and relentless pursuer, had assembled a formidable coalition of military forces. Their mission was singular and uncompromising: to eliminate the Hulk, whom Ross viewed as an uncontrollable threat to national security and the safety of what remained of humanity. For Ross, this final battle represented the culmination of years of pursuit and conflict, a reckoning that had driven him to the brink of obsession. The tension between Ross and the Hulk was palpable, a clash of ideologies and motivations that had defined their tumultuous relationship for decades. To Ross, the Hulk embodied chaos and destruction, a force of nature to be contained and neutralized by any means necessary. To the Hulk, Ross symbolized the relentless persecution and fear that had shaped the trajectory of his existence, a constant reminder of the consequences of his uncontrollable rage. As the battle erupted, the air was rent with the deafening roar of artillery fire and the staccato rhythm of gunfire. Ross's forces moved with calculated precision, their weapons trained on the elusive target amidst the chaos of war. Tanks rumbled across shattered streets, their treads crushing debris beneath them, while infantry units advanced with grim determination, their resolve unshaken by the devastation unfolding around them. The Hulk met their onslaught with primal fury and unyielding resilience. His immense strength and durability proved to be formidable adversaries against the military's sophisticated weaponry and tactical expertise. Buildings crumbled beneath the force of their clashes, sending plumes of dust and debris into the air as the battlefield became a battleground of titanic proportions. Amidst the chaos, Bruce Banner struggled with the duality of his existence, the fragile remnants of humanity warring against the relentless fury of the Hulk within. Each blow exchanged, each clash of titanic forces, brought him closer to a reckoning, a moment of truth that would define the legacy of the Hulk and the man who had become inseparable from his alter ego. The battle raged on, a relentless symphony of destruction that seemed destined to consume them both. Ross, driven by a single-minded determination to eliminate the Hulk once and for all, pressed his advantage with unwavering resolve. His forces unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower, their resolve unshaken by the devastation unfolding around them. But amidst the chaos and carnage, a flicker of humanity emerged, a fleeting moment of clarity amidst the storm of battle. Bruce Banner, grappling with the overwhelming tide of rage and despair, found a semblance of control amidst the chaos. In a decisive moment of introspection, He confronted the essence of his inner turmoil and the relentless pursuit of redemption that had driven his tumultuous journey. With a mighty roar that echoed across the battlefield, the Hulk unleashed a surge of power unlike anything before. His rage, tempered by a newfound sense of purpose and determination, surged forth with cataclysmic force, a testament to the indomitable will and resilience that defined his existence. In that pivotal moment, the Hulk transcended the confines of his own rage, embracing the full extent of his power and the legacy of strength that had shaped his journey. The battle reached its crescendo amidst the ruins, a clash of titans that defied comprehension and reason. The Hulk, standing amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, surveyed the aftermath of the conflict with a mixture of weariness and introspection. The echoes of battle faded into silence, leaving behind a landscape forever altered by the weight of their struggle. As the sun set over the shattered cityscape, the Hulk stood alone amidst the ruins, a solitary figure bathed in the fading light of a dying world. His journey, marked by turmoil and redemption, had come full circle, an odyssey of self-discovery and resilience that had tested the limits of his strength and resolve. In this final chapter, amidst the wreckage of a world torn asunder, the Hulk emerged victorious, not just over his adversaries, but over the inner demons that had plagued him throughout his tumultuous existence. And as the narrative unfolded, the true measure of the Hulk's strength was revealed, not in the battles he fought or the adversaries he faced, but in the journey of self-discovery and redemption that had defined his legacy amidst the ruins of a shattered world. In the aftermath of the cataclysmic battle that had torn through the remnants of civilization, the Hulk stood amidst the ruins of a once vibrant world, a solitary figure bathed in the fading light of a dying sun. The echoes of conflict still reverberated through the shattered cityscape, a stark reminder of the devastation wrought by the relentless pursuit of power and the enduring struggle between man and monster. The Hulk's massive green form bore the scars of battle, bruised and battered, yet resilient in the face of adversity. His journey had been one of unrelenting conflict and introspection, a tumultuous odyssey marked by the relentless pursuit of redemption amidst the chaos of his existence. As the dust settled, Bruce Banner found himself confronted with the aftermath of his choices. The consequences of his actions laid bare amidst the wreckage of a shattered world. The memories of those he had failed to save, the casualties of his battles, the shattered lives left in the wake of his uncontrollable rage, weighed heavily on his conscience, a constant reminder of the cost of his existence and the price others had paid for his mistakes. Yet amidst the ruins, a glimmer of hope emerged, a flicker of humanity amidst the chaos and despair. Bruce Banner, grappling with the dual nature of his existence, found solace in moments of quiet reflection and introspection. The Hulk, once a symbol of unchecked rage and destruction, now stood as a sentinel of strength and resilience, a testament to the indomitable will that had guided his journey from darkness towards redemption. In the silence of the aftermath, Bruce sought to make amends, to reconcile the fractured pieces of his past and forge a path towards a future defined not by conflict, but by understanding and acceptance. His encounters with survivors amidst the ruins offered glimpses of hope amidst the devastation, reminding him of the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for renewal amidst adversity. Betty Ross, daughter of the Hulk's longtime adversary General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, stood as a beacon of hope amidst the wreckage, a reminder of the bonds that transcended the tumultuous circumstances that had shaped their lives. Her steadfast belief in Bruce's ability to overcome the darkness within him fueled his resolve, offering him the strength to confront his inner demons and embrace the full extent of his humanity. Through their shared moments of introspection and reconciliation, Bruce and Betty found solace in their love, a love that had endured the trials and tribulations that had tested their resolve and strengthened their bond. Theirs was a relationship forged in the crucible of adversity, a testament to the power of love to transcend the barriers of fear and uncertainty that had threatened to tear them apart. In moments of quietude amidst the ruins, Bruce Banner sought to make peace with his past, to confront the ghosts of his actions and forge a path towards a future defined not by conflict, but by understanding and acceptance. His encounters with survivors amidst the wreckage offered glimpses of hope amidst the devastation, reminding him of the resilience of the human spirit and the capacity for renewal amidst adversity. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the shattered landscape, Bruce Banner stood amidst the ruins, a figure of strength and resilience amidst the remnants of a world torn asunder. His journey had been one of redemption and self-discovery, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome adversity and forge a path towards a brighter future. In the fading light of a dying world, Bruce Banner found solace in the knowledge that he had faced his inner demons and emerged victorious, that he had embraced the full extent of his humanity and reclaimed the legacy of strength and resilience that had defined his journey from darkness towards redemption. And as the narrative unfolded, the true measure of Bruce Banner's strength was revealed, not in the battles he had fought or the adversaries he had faced, but in the journey of self-discovery and redemption that had defined his legacy amidst the ruins of a shattered world. In the aftermath of the cataclysm that had reshaped the world into a desolate wasteland, Bruce Banner, now fully reconciled with his dual nature as both man and Hulk, found himself confronted with the ultimate challenge, a challenge that would test his resolve and redefine the very fabric of his existence. The remnants of humanity struggled to survive amidst the ruins of once great cities, where the scars of war and devastation bore silent witness to the relentless march of time. Amidst this bleak landscape, Bruce wandered as a solitary figure, his thoughts a tumultuous sea of introspection and acceptance. Betty Ross, ever the beacon of hope amidst the darkness, stood by Bruce's side, a steadfast companion whose unwavering belief in his ability to transcend the shadows of his past fueled his resolve. Their bond, forged in the crucible of adversity, had endured the trials and tribulations that had tested their faith in themselves and each other. Yet amidst the fragile peace that had settled over the wasteland, a new threat emerged, a force of unimaginable power and malevolence that threatened to extinguish what little remained of humanity's fragile existence. The origins of this threat were shrouded in mystery, its motives unfathomable to those who dared to confront its inexorable advance. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, Bruce Banner found himself drawn into a desperate struggle against forces beyond comprehension. The Hulk, now a symbol of strength and resilience amidst the chaos of a dying world, stood as humanity's last hope against the encroaching darkness. The battle that ensued was unlike any Bruce had faced before, a clash of titans that transcended mere physicality and tested the limits of his endurance. The Hulk's immense strength and resilience proved to be formidable adversaries against the relentless onslaught of the unknown foe, whose power seemed to grow with each passing moment. Betty, ever the voice of reason and compassion, stood by Bruce's side, a beacon of hope amidst the darkness that threatened to consume them all. Her unwavering belief in Bruce's ability to overcome the odds fueled his resolve, offering him the strength to confront his inner demons and embrace the full extent of his humanity. In moments of quiet reflection amidst the chaos, Bruce Banner grappled with the weight of his choices, the consequences of his actions laid bare amidst the wreckage of a shattered world. The memories of those he had failed to save, the casualties of his battles, the shattered lives left in the wake of his uncontrollable rage, weighed heavily on his conscience, a constant reminder of the cost of his existence and the price others had paid for his mistakes. Yet amidst the turmoil and uncertainty, a glimmer of hope emerged, a flicker of humanity amidst the chaos and despair. Bruce Banner, grappling with the dual nature of his existence, found solace in moments of quiet reflection and introspection. The Hulk, once a symbol of unchecked rage and destruction, now stood as a sentinel of strength and resilience, a testament to the indomitable will that had guided his journey from darkness towards redemption. As the battle raged on, Bruce Banner found himself confronted with a choice that would define the fate of humanity and the legacy he would leave behind. With Betty by his side, he confronted the essence of his inner turmoil and the relentless pursuit of redemption that had driven his tumultuous journey. With a mighty roar that echoed across the battlefield, the Hulk unleashed a surge of power unlike anything before. His rage, tempered by a newfound sense of purpose and determination, surged forth with cataclysmic force, a testament to the indomitable will and resilience that defined his existence. In that pivotal moment, the Hulk transcended the confines of his own rage, embracing the full extent of his power and the legacy of strength that had shaped his journey. The battle reached its crescendo amidst the ruins, a clash of titans that defied comprehension and reason. The Hulk, standing amidst the wreckage of the battlefield, surveyed the aftermath of the conflict with a mixture of weariness and introspection. The echoes of battle faded into silence, leaving behind a landscape forever altered by the weight of their struggle. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the shattered landscape, Bruce Banner stood amidst the ruins, a figure of strength and resilience amidst the remnants of a world torn asunder. His journey had been one of redemption and self-discovery, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to overcome adversity and forge a path towards a brighter future. In the fading light of a dying world, Bruce Banner found solace in the knowledge that he had faced his inner demons and emerged victorious, that he had embraced the full extent of his humanity and reclaimed the legacy of strength and resilience that had defined his journey from darkness towards redemption. And as the narrative unfolded, the true measure of Bruce Banner's strength was revealed, not in the battles he had fought or the adversaries he had faced, but in the journey of self-discovery and redemption that had defined his legacy amidst the ruins of a shattered world. Welcome. Feel free to relax and drift away to some soothing Marvel lore. Peter Benjamin Parker was born in Queens to CIA agents Richard and Mary Parker, who were killed by the communist Red Skull and framed for treason during a mission. Following his parents' death, a young Parker was adopted by his uncle and aunt, Ben and May Parker, moving in with them at their residence in Forest Hills, New York. After their adopting of him, they became his surrogate parents and raised him as if he were their own son. Over the years into being a teenager, Parker grew to be a prodigy in multiple scholastic subjects at Midtown High School and achieving high honors among his classmates. However, his reserved nature and enthusiasm for knowledge often made him a target for bullying, primarily football star Eugene "Flash" Thompson. When Peter was 15 years old, he attended the public exhibition of a device called the Isotope Genome Accelerator. A spider on the scene was irradiated by the accelerator during its demonstration. In sudden shock, the arachnid landed on the hand of the oblivious student and bit him before dying from the exposure to radiation. Initially malazed by the incident, Peter left the venue. He was almost hit by a car until he instinctively leapt out of the way, clinging to the side of a building a couple of meters high. Peter discovered that he had somehow gained superhuman powers that he immediately associated with the bite at the demonstration. The proportionate strength, speed, and agility of a spider, as well as surface scaling, and a precognitive ability to detect and avoid danger that he dubbed Spider Sense. Encountering an ad offering a cash prize for lasting 3 minutes in the ring with Joseph Crusher Hogan, Peter decided this would be a good way to test his powers. Wearing a mask to avoid humiliation in case of defeat, Peter used his powers and easily defeated his opponent. TV producer Maxwell Schiffman observed his performance and convinced him to go on television with his act. Designing a full costume and fabricating synthetic spider's web and wrist-mounted web shooters, Peter debuted as Spider-Man to become an immediate sensation. Following his first TV appearance, Spider-Man witnessed a fleeing robber run past him and Peter opted against stopping the thief, maintaining that it wasn't his responsibility. Later, Peter returned home one day to learn from the police that his Uncle Ben had been murdered by a burglar. Also learning that the police had the murderer holed up in a warehouse, Peter changed into his Spider-Man costume and cornered the burglar, only to discover that he was the same thief he had allowed to escape days earlier. Filled with remorse knowing that his inaction led to tragedy, Peter realized that when someone has the power, they have an obligation to use it responsibly. From this realization of the gravity of events, he decided to become a vigilante superhero helping whoever he could. The first problem young Peter faced was the lack of money with the death of his uncle. Due to the fact that his Aunt May was too weak to work and Peter was seen as fragile, he decided to get a job, even though Aunt May wanted him to become a scientist instead. Peter even thought about using his spider powers for crime out of desperation, but decided against it after thinking how his aunt would react to him in jail. However, it was seeming impossible to him to find a job in order to pay his growing debts. As Spider-Man, he was not able to continue his career as TV star because of J. Jonah Jameson, owner of the Now magazine and the newspaper Daily Bugle, who started a smear campaign against Spidey. Jameson would make statements that he was a bad influence for children and a criminal for taking justice into his own hands, referring to the situation with the burglar. Protests started taking effect and turning the public perception against Spider-Man, eventually causing Spidey's manager to leave him, impeding his ability to earn money even in costume. With these forced change of events, Peter searched through the wanted ads, only to be rejected by all the employers. Not being able to use his superpowers as Spider-Man infuriated Peter, and his fury only intensified after seeing his Aunt May selling her jewelry to try and earn some money. Spidey's second heroic action was to save Jameson's astronaut son, John Jameson, from an accident in a deviated space capsule. Spider-Man hitched a ride on a small airplane and boarded the capsule during re-entry. Spidey then attached the missing capsule piece, allowing it to land safely. Although he had saved John, Spidey was still blamed by J.J. Jameson for the accident. Later, trying to find a way to make some money, he decided to join the superhero team, the Fantastic Four. Spidey intruded into the Baxter Building, battling the FF, as a way of showing them his power, but the team refused Spidey's entry after explaining to him that they did not get paid for their actions and that they were a family, not an enterprise. Later that day, the Russian criminal and master of disguise known as the Chameleon used Spider-Man's identity to steal defense missile plans. The real Spidey was used by Chameleon as a pawn to escape the scene without problems. After managing to avoid capture by the police, Spider-Man caught Chameleon in a helicopter before he could reach a Soviet submarine and handed him over to the authorities. Peter finally found a way to make money when the Daily Bugle asked for photos of the winged criminal known as the Vulture. Not only did Spider-Man defeat the villain, he also found a way to take photos, which caused J.J. Jameson to hire Peter to get him pictures of Spider-Man, under the condition that the publicist would not ask Peter how he took the pictures. Eventually, Peter graduated from high school as valedictorian and enrolled at Empire State University on a science scholarship, meeting new classmates such as Harry Osborn and Gwen Stacy. Even though he got off to a bad start with them, finally Peter became friends with them as well as Flash. The Green Goblin came back and discovered Spider-Man's identity, kidnapping him and revealing his own alter ego, that of Norman Osborn, Harry's father. In a furious battle, the villain lost all memories of his time as a supervillain. During that time, Spider-Man fought new foes such as the Rhino, the Shocker, as well as teaming up with Doctor Strange to defeat the wizard known as Xandu. The Avengers also tried to make him a member at one point, but Spider-Man declined the offer. Also, Peter finally met Mary Jane Watson, but at that time he was interested in Gwen, so Mary Jane started dating Harry. After finding an old newspaper clipping that identified his parents as traitors to their country in his aunt's house, Peter decided to learn the full story, traveling to Algeria with the Fantastic Four's aid. He learned that his parents were supposedly spies who worked for the communist Red Skull, and he came across their ID badges for the Skull's organization. Spider-Man also stumbled upon the original Nazi Red Skull and his men, who had previously worked for the other Red Skull. In the aftermath, Peter found his father's CIA identification card, proving to Peter that his parents were secret government operatives. With evidence to clear his parents' names, Peter returned to the States. Weeks later, after the return of Kraven and battling a new Vulture, Peter started wondering if he may be better off not being Spider-Man. Crime rose and a new Kingpin appeared in New York and abducted Jameson. Peter returned to his heroic identity, and Frederick Foswell, formerly the criminal big man, sacrificed his life to save Jameson's. A mystical artifact called the Tablet of Life and Time exhibited in ESU was stolen by the Kingpin. The tablet passed over many people who tried to get it, including Spider-Man, Shocker, who was working for Kingpin, and Man Mountain Marco, who was working for the Maggia crime family. Finally, the tablet got to the Maggia boss, Silvermane, who forced Dr. Kurt Connors to translate the tablet. Connors managed to create a powerful rejuvenation serum from it. Silvermane drank it and became a young man again, but the serum made Silvermane regress beyond birth. Meanwhile, Connors, as the Lizard, escaped and later was returned to normal by Spider-Man again. Soon after, Dr. Octopus managed to get his metallic arms again and broke free from prison. After Spider-Man thwarted his attempt to hijack a plane, he started attacking the city's main power plant. Although Spider-Man escaped from Ock, Spider-Man was attacked by surprise by Ock the next day. They battled on a rooftop and Captain Stacy died when saving a child from falling debris. Before dying, Stacy revealed to Spider-Man he knew his identity and asked him to take care of Gwen. Being accused of Stacy's death, Spider-Man faced some heroes who wanted to take him to authorities, such as the X-Man Iceman and the beginner hero the Prowler. Peter even went to London to prevent Gwen's departure forever. After her father's death, things got worse. Harry became addicted to LSD, and Peter, along with Gwen and Mary Jane, took care of him. This familial stress caused Norman Osborn's Green Goblin persona to return, and he once again battled Spider-Man. During the battle, Norman was exposed to his son's declining condition in the hospital. This severed the control of the Green Goblin persona over Norman and caused Norman to have amnesia again. With his secret identity making his life impossible, Peter tried to give up being Spider-Man and created a cure for his powers that instead made him grow 4 extra arms. With the help of Kurt Connors, he found a cure, fighting Morbius the living vampire and Connors' alter ego, the Lizard, in the process. Norman Osborn's alter ego resurfaced again, and the Green Goblin kidnapped Gwen Stacy. Spider-Man found them at the Brooklyn Bridge, where they fought and Gwen fell from the bridge. She died when Spider-Man reached her with a web line, breaking her neck. The Goblin escaped. A furious Peter searched, found, and battled him again. In this battle, Norman was impaled with his own Goblin glider, apparently killing himself. Peter was extremely distraught over the death of Gwen, possibly even more so than when Uncle Ben died. An equally traumatized Mary Jane tried to comfort Peter after Gwen's death. She was initially brushed off, but they eventually got closer. After being accused of the death of both Stasis and attending Gwen's funeral as Peter, Spider-Man was confronted by heroes such as Power Man and the Punisher. Later, Harry, who had discerned Spider-Man's identity and wanted revenge for his father's death, took the Green Goblin mantle and kidnapped Flash Thompson, Mary Jane, and Aunt May in an attempt to lure him out and kill him. Spider-Man managed to find him at his father's old home and defeated him, leaving him to the authorities. Harry was sent to an asylum. The night Gwen Stacy died, Peter Parker sat alone in his small, cluttered apartment, the weight of the world resting heavily on his shoulders. The room was dimly lit by the soft, orange glow of a bedside lamp, casting long shadows across the walls. Books, newspapers, and various scientific equipment were scattered everywhere, a testament to the chaos of his life. The sounds of the bustling New York City streets wafted in through the slightly open window, a constant reminder of the city's relentless pace. Peter ran his fingers through his disheveled hair, his mind racing with thoughts of the many responsibilities that burdened him. Peter's thoughts drifted to his Aunt May, the one constant source of love and support in his life. She was frail, her health deteriorating rapidly, and Peter felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He had been so consumed with his duties as Spider-Man that he had neglected the woman who had raised him. He couldn't bear the thought of losing her, not after everything they had been through. The sound of a ticking clock filled the silence, each tick amplifying his anxiety. Peter's mind flashed back to memories of Aunt May's unwavering support, her gentle voice always offering words of encouragement, her tireless dedication to him even in the face of her own struggles. He remembered her kind eyes, always full of concern for him, and the many nights she had stayed up late, worrying about his safety. His worries didn't end there. The recent turmoil in his life had taken a toll on his relationship with Gwen Stacy, the love of his life. Peter and Gwen had been through so much together, but the strain of his double life as Spider-Man had created a rift between them. He yearned for the days when things were simpler, when he could focus solely on his studies and his love for Gwen without the shadow of Spider-Man looming over him. Their relationship had been a roller coaster of emotions, filled with moments of intense happiness and heart-wrenching sorrow. Peter thought about their recent arguments, the way Gwen had looked at him with a mixture of hurt and confusion, not understanding why he was always so secretive and distant. As Peter sat in his apartment, he couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was on the horizon. He tried to push the thoughts away, focusing instead on his resolve to be there for Aunt May and to make things right with Gwen. With a deep sigh, he stood up, grabbing his jacket. He needed to see Gwen, to feel her presence and hear her voice. Maybe that would ease his troubled mind, if only for a moment. He grabbed his keys from the cluttered kitchen counter and headed out the door, locking it behind him. The cool night air greeted him as he stepped outside, a welcome relief from the stifling heat of his apartment. The streets of New York City buzzed with activity, the sounds of traffic and chatter filling the air. Street vendors called out to passers-by, offering hot dogs and pretzels, while tourists snapped pictures of the city's iconic landmarks. Peter navigated through the bustling crowds, his thoughts still consumed with worry. He walked with a determined pace, his mind set on seeing Gwen. As he made his way through the city, he couldn't help but notice the stark contrasts around him, the bright lights of Times Square illuminating the night sky, the laughter of children playing in the park, and the dark alleys that seemed to hold endless secrets. Peter arrived at Gwen's apartment, a modest building in a quiet neighborhood. The building was old, with ivy climbing up the brick facade, giving it a charming, almost timeless feel. Climbing the steps two at a time, he reached her door and knocked softly. The sound of his knuckles against the wood echoed in the hallway, a brief pause before he heard footsteps approaching from inside. Gwen opened the door, her face lighting up with a smile when she saw Peter. She stepped aside, allowing him to enter. The apartment was warm and inviting, filled with the scent of fresh flowers and the soft glow of candlelight. Peter felt a sense of peace wash over him as he took in the familiar surroundings. Gwen's presence had always been a calming force in his life. The living room was cozy, with comfortable furniture and framed photographs of Gwen's family and friends adorning the walls. A small bookshelf in the corner held a collection of her favorite novels, their well-worn covers a testament to her love of reading. They sat together on the couch, the tension between them melting away as they talked. Gwen's eyes sparkled as she shared stories about her day, her laughter filling the room. She spoke of her studies, her friends, and her hopes for the future, her enthusiasm infectious. Peter listened intently, his worries momentarily forgotten. He reached out, taking her hand in his, feeling a sense of connection that had been missing for too long. The warmth of her hand in his brought him a comfort he hadn't felt in days. But beneath the surface, Peter's mind was still racing. He couldn't help but think about Norman Osborn, the man who had tormented him for so long. Norman had been recovering from a mental breakdown, his mind shattered by his battles with Spider-Man. Peter knew that the peace they were experiencing now was fragile, that it could be shattered at any moment by the return of the Green Goblin. The thought of Norman regaining his memory and resuming his vendetta against Spider-Man sent a shiver down Peter's spine. As Peter and Gwen talked, Norman Osborn sat alone in his mansion, the pieces of his fractured mind slowly coming together. The mansion was grand and imposing, filled with expensive art and luxurious furnishings, but it felt empty and cold. Norman had begun to remember who he was, and with those memories came a burning hatred for Spider-Man. The shadows in his mind gave way to clarity, and with that clarity came the realization that he had a score to settle. He stood by the window, looking out over the city, his thoughts consumed with plans for revenge. Peter's thoughts were interrupted by Gwen's soft voice. She squeezed his hand, her eyes filled with concern. She knew Peter well enough to sense that something was bothering him. He forced a smile, assuring her that everything was fine, but inside, his anxiety grew. He couldn't shake the feeling that their brief moment of peace was about to be shattered. Gwen looked at him with a mixture of love and worry, her intuition telling her that something was amiss, but she chose not to press him, hoping that he would open up to her when he was ready. As they said their goodbyes, Peter held Gwen close, savoring the warmth of her embrace. He promised himself that he would protect her no matter what. Little did he know, the events that were about to unfold would test that promise in ways he could never have imagined. Gwen whispered words of encouragement to him, her voice soothing and reassuring, and Peter felt a surge of determination to keep her safe. With a heavy heart, Peter left Gwen's apartment, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him once more. The night air was cool and crisp, a stark contrast to the warmth he had just left behind. He made his way back to his apartment, his mind still racing with thoughts of Aunt May, Gwen, and the ever-looming threat of the Green Goblin. The city's lights twinkled in the distance, and Peter felt a sense of isolation, as if he were the only one aware of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Peter knew that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. As Spider-Man, he had faced countless dangers, but the thought of losing the people he loved was a fear that haunted him constantly. He vowed to stay vigilant, to protect those who meant the most to him. But deep down, he knew that some battles were beyond his control, and that the path ahead was fraught with peril. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead, and continued on his way, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the choices he made in the coming days could change his life forever. Peter arrived at Gwen's apartment, a modest building nestled in a quiet neighborhood far removed from the constant hustle and bustle of the city. The ivy-clad brick facade exuded a sense of timeless charm, making the building feel like a serene oasis in the midst of New York City. Climbing the steps two at a time, Peter reached her door and knocked softly. The sound of his knuckles against the wood echoed faintly in the hallway, followed by the familiar sound of footsteps approaching from inside. Gwen opened the door, her face lighting up with a radiant smile when she saw Peter. She stepped aside, allowing him to enter. The apartment was warm and inviting, filled with the scent of fresh flowers and the soft glow of candlelight. Peter felt a sense of peace wash over him as he took in the familiar surroundings. Gwen's presence had always been a calming force in his life. The living room was cozy, with comfortable furniture and framed photographs of Gwen's family and friends adorning the walls. A small bookshelf in the corner held a collection of her favorite novels. Their well-worn covers a testament to her love of reading. They sat together on the couch, the tension between them melting away as they talked. Gwen's eyes sparkled as she shared stories about her day, her laughter filling the room. She spoke of her studies, her friends, and her hopes for the future, her enthusiasm infectious. Peter listened intently, his worries momentarily forgotten. He reached out, taking her hand in his, feeling a sense of connection that had been missing for too long. The warmth of her hand in his brought him a comfort he hadn't felt in days. Gwen told Peter about her day at Empire State University, where she was studying biochemistry. She described her excitement about a new research project she was working on, her eyes lighting up as she spoke about her passion for science. Peter admired her dedication and intelligence, always amazed by her ability to excel in her studies while maintaining her compassionate and caring nature. Gwen's enthusiasm was palpable, her voice animated as she detailed the experiments she was conducting and the potential implications of her work. As they talked, Peter couldn't help but notice the little details that made Gwen so special. The way her hair fell in loose waves around her shoulders, the soft, melodic sound of her laughter, and the way her eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and determination. He cherished these moments, knowing that they were all too rare in his tumultuous life. Gwen's presence was a balm to his troubled soul, a reminder of the normalcy and happiness he often felt slipping through his fingers. However, beneath the surface, Peter's mind was still racing. He couldn't help but think about Norman Osborn, the man who had tormented him for so long. Norman had been recovering from a mental breakdown, his mind shattered by his battles with Spider-Man. Peter knew that the peace they were experiencing now was fragile, that it could be shattered at any moment by the return of the Green Goblin. The thought of Norman regaining his memory and resuming his vendetta against Spider-Man sent a shiver down Peter's spine. As Peter and Gwen talked, Norman Osborn sat alone in his mansion, the pieces of his fractured mind slowly coming together. The mansion was grand and imposing, filled with expensive art and luxurious furnishings, but it felt empty and cold. Norman had begun to remember who he was, and with those memories came a burning hatred for Spider-Man. The shadows in his mind gave way to clarity, and with that clarity came the realization that he had a score to settle. He stood by the window, looking out over the city, his thoughts consumed with plans for revenge. Norman's mansion was filled with remnants of his former life as a successful businessman and industrialist. Expensive paintings adorned the walls, and ornate furniture filled the spacious rooms. Yet, despite the opulence, the mansion felt like a prison to Norman, a constant reminder of his fall from grace. As he paced the room, his mind pieced together the fragmented memories of his alter ego, the Green Goblin. He remembered the battles with Spider-Man, the humiliations, and the burning desire for vengeance that had driven him to madness. Peter's thoughts were interrupted by Gwen's soft voice. She squeezed his hand, her eyes filled with concern. She knew Peter well enough to sense that something was bothering him. He forced a smile, assuring her that everything was fine, but inside, his anxiety grew. He couldn't shake the feeling that their brief moment of peace was about to be shattered. Gwen looked at him with a mixture of love and worry, her intuition telling her that something was amiss, but she chose not to press him, hoping that he would open up to her when he was ready. Gwen tried to lighten the mood, recounting a funny story about one of her professors, hoping to draw Peter out of his somber thoughts. Her efforts were rewarded with a genuine smile from Peter, but she could still see the worry in his eyes. She leaned closer, resting her head on his shoulder, offering silent support. The quiet moments they shared were a precious respite from the chaos that often surrounded them. As they said their goodbyes, Peter held Gwen close, savoring the warmth of her embrace. He promised himself that he would protect her no matter what. Little did he know, the events that were about to unfold would test that promise in ways he could never have imagined. Gwen whispered words of encouragement to him, her voice soothing and reassuring, and Peter felt a surge of determination to keep her safe. With a heavy heart, Peter left Gwen's apartment, the weight of his responsibilities pressing down on him once more. The night air was cool and crisp, a stark contrast to the warmth he had just left behind. He made his way back to his apartment, his mind still racing with thoughts of Aunt May, Gwen, and the ever-looming threat of the Green Goblin. The city's lights twinkled in the distance, and Peter felt a sense of isolation, as if he were the only one aware of the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Peter knew that he couldn't afford to let his guard down. As Spider-Man, he had faced countless dangers, but the thought of losing the people he loved was a fear that haunted him constantly. He vowed to stay vigilant, to protect those who meant the most to him. But deep down, he knew that some battles were beyond his control, and that the path ahead was fraught with peril. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever lay ahead, and continued on his way, his heart heavy with the knowledge that the choices he made in the coming days could change his life forever. The night enveloped New York City in a blanket of darkness, its usual cacophony of sounds muted to a distant hum as the city slept. Inside the sprawling mansion of Norman Osborn, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. In the dimly lit study, Norman sat at his desk, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the polished wood as he stared blankly at the wall adorned with portraits of his past accomplishments. Memories, once fragmented and disjointed, began to coalesce in his mind like shards of glass forming a complete picture. The experiments, the serum that had endowed him with superhuman abilities, and the alter ego he had struggled to suppress. It all flooded back with startling clarity. The Green Goblin, a persona born of desperation and scientific ambition, now simmered within him, eager to reclaim its dominance. With a swift and deliberate motion, Norman pressed a concealed button on the ornate desk. A panel slid open soundlessly, revealing a hidden compartment containing the meticulously preserved Green Goblin costume. Each piece, from the armored vest to the razor-tipped gloves, seemed to gleam malevolently in the subdued light. The mask, adorned with its maniacal grin and piercing eyes, awaited its wearer. As Norman donned the costume, a transformation seemed to overtake him. The once reserved and troubled industrialist now moved with purpose and menace, the weight of his newfound power palpable in the air around him. The Green Goblin had returned, fueled by a singular obsession: the destruction of Spider-Man. Outside Gwen Stacy's apartment, a beacon of warmth and tranquility amidst the city's hustle, the night unfolded with deceptive calmness. Inside, Gwen sat at her desk, engrossed in her studies. The soft glow of her desk lamp cast a gentle halo around her, highlighting the determined furrow of her brow as she meticulously reviewed her notes. The faint scent of books and freshly brewed coffee lingered in the air, a testament to the cozy ambience she had meticulously cultivated. Unbeknownst to Gwen, a shadow loomed over her tranquil haven. High above the city streets, the Green Goblin's glider silently cut through the night air like a predatory bird, its sinister presence concealed by the cover of darkness. Norman's twisted mind fixated on Gwen, Peter Parker's beloved girlfriend, as the unwitting pawn in his twisted game of vengeance against Spider-Man. With a sudden and explosive crash, the Green Goblin burst through the window of Gwen's apartment, shards of glass spraying in all directions like deadly confetti. Gwen screamed in terror, her heart racing as the menacing figure of the goblin loomed over her, his eyes ablaze with madness. Before she could react, before she could comprehend the danger that now engulfed her, the goblin's vice-like grip seized her, dragging her forcefully towards the waiting glider. Gwen fought back with every ounce of strength she possessed, her screams echoing in the confined space of her apartment. Her struggle was futile against the goblin's inhuman strength and determination. With a cruel efficiency, he secured her to the glider, his laughter a chilling counterpoint to her desperate cries for help. Outside, the night sky was pierced by the Green Goblin's maniacal laughter, a sound that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. The glider soared through the air with unnatural grace, its course set for the George Washington Bridge, a place destined to become the stage for a tragic and fateful confrontation. Meanwhile, in his modest apartment across town, Peter Parker's night had taken an unexpected turn. Exhausted from a day spent juggling the responsibilities of college life and his dual identity as Spider-Man, he had settled into a semblance of peace before his spider sense erupted with a jolt of primal warning. The sensation, a tingling at the base of his skull, was a visceral reminder of the imminent danger that threatened those he held dear. In an instant, Peter shed his civilian guise, donning the familiar red and blue costume that symbolized his unwavering commitment to protect the city he loved. With practiced ease, he swung into action, his agile form cutting through the night sky with a precision born of years spent honing his abilities. His thoughts raced as he followed the urgent pull of his spider sense, each heartbeat a thunderous echo in his ears. The George Washington Bridge loomed ahead, its steel girders and concrete expanse casting long, eerie shadows in the moonlight. As Spider-Man approached, a chilling sight greeted him. The Green Goblin's glider perched ominously atop one of the bridge's towering supports. The air was thick with tension, the atmosphere charged with the promise of impending violence. With a deft leap, Spider-Man landed on the bridge, his gaze locked on the scene unfolding before him. High above, the Green Goblin hovered with Gwen still captive, her form silhouetted against the night sky like a fragile puppet in the hands of a malevolent puppeteer. The sight of her, helpless and at the mercy of his nemesis, ignited a surge of primal fury within Spider-Man. "Let her go, Goblin!" Spider-Man's voice rang out, a commanding roar that carried across the bridge. His fists clenched with righteous indignation, his entire being focused on the task of rescuing Gwen from the clutches of madness. The Green Goblin's response was a chilling mixture of amusement and contempt. "Ah, Spider-Man," he taunted, his voice a mocking echo. "So predictable, always rushing to the rescue, always playing the hero. But can you save her in time?" With a sudden, callous gesture, the Green Goblin released Gwen from his grasp, his laughter echoing through the night as she plummeted towards the icy waters below. Time seemed to slow to a crawl for Spider-Man as he reacted with lightning reflexes, his web shooters firing with pinpoint accuracy to snare Gwen's falling form in a webbing lifeline. The strain on Spider-Man's muscles was immense as he pulled Gwen back to safety, her inert body cradled against his chest. Relief washed over him momentarily, but as he assessed her condition, a chilling realization dawned. She was unconscious, her breathing shallow and labored. Panic threatened to overwhelm him as he desperately sought signs of life, his heart sinking with each passing second. In that heart-wrenching moment, Spider-Man's grief collided with an all-consuming rage that burned with the intensity of a supernova. The Green Goblin's cackling laughter rang in his ears like a haunting requiem, a grotesque reminder of the villain's sadistic triumph. You did this." Spider-Man's voice trembled with a mixture of sorrow and fury, his eyes fixed on the Green Goblin with unyielding resolve. "I'll make you pay." With a primal scream, Spider-Man launched himself at the Green Goblin, their clash a cataclysmic ballet of fists and fury. The bridge trembled beneath their relentless assault, each blow a testament to their mutual hatred and unyielding determination. The Green Goblin fought with a savagery fueled by madness, his attacks calculated to inflict maximum pain and suffering. Spider-Man countered with an agility and strategy born of years spent battling foes both human and superhuman. The fight unfolded with breathtaking speed and ferocity, the combatants locked in a deadly dance of life and death. As the battle reached its fevered crescendo, Spider-Man's thoughts were consumed by a singular objective: to incapacitate the Green Goblin, to prevent him from inflicting further harm on innocent lives. The stakes had never been higher, the consequences of failure more dire. With a final, desperate maneuver, the Green Goblin attempted to flee the scene, his glider a silent witness to his impending defeat. But Spider-Man's determination was unyielding. He seized the glider with unbreakable webs, yanking it down with all the strength he could muster. The Green Goblin's descent was abrupt and violent, his body crashing against the unforgiving concrete of the bridge with bone-jarring force. Spider-Man landed beside his fallen adversary, his chest heaving with exertion, his eyes burning with a mixture of triumph and sorrow. The battle had exacted a heavy toll, both physically and emotionally, but in that moment of victory, he found a measure of solace. The night air was heavy with the weight of their shared history, the echoes of Gwen's tragic fate a poignant reminder of the fragile balance between heroism and heartbreak. Spider-Man knelt beside Gwen's still form, his hands trembling as he gently cradled her, his mind reeling with the devastating realization of her loss. The city slept on, unaware of the tumultuous events that had unfolded beneath its watchful gaze. The George Washington Bridge, once a symbol of unity and connection, now bore witness to a profound and irreversible tragedy. As dawn approached, casting the first pale light of morning across the city skyline, Spider-Man remained by Gwen's side, his silent vigil a testament to a love and loss that would haunt him forever. The Green Goblin's defeat had come at a staggering cost, a cost measured not in victories or defeats, but in the shattered hearts of those left behind. The George Washington Bridge stood sentinel over the swirling currents of the Hudson River, its towering structure a testament to human ingenuity and perseverance. As the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of soft pink and gold, the bridge seemed to embody a fragile peace amidst the chaos of the city. Spider-Man stood on the bridge, Gwen Stacy's lifeless body cradled gently in his arms. Her once vibrant eyes were now closed, her expression serene in death. The weight of her loss pressed heavily upon him, a crushing burden that threatened to overwhelm his every thought and emotion. He had failed to save her, failed to protect the woman he loved from the clutches of madness and evil. The Green Goblin lay nearby, his body broken and battered from the ferocity of their battle. Norman Osborn's mask, twisted and contorted, revealed the face of a man driven to madness by his own creation. Blood trickled from a deep gash on his forehead, his breathing shallow and labored. The triumph he had sought had eluded him, replaced by the bitter taste of defeat. The bridge seemed to resonate with the weight of their shared history, the echoes of Gwen's tragic demise a haunting reminder of the fragile line between heroism and heartbreak. Spider-Man's mind was a tumult of conflicting emotions: grief, guilt, and an overwhelming sense of responsibility. He had vowed to protect the innocent, to ensure that no one else would suffer because of his choices. Slowly, Spider-Man rose to his feet, his eyes fixed on the city skyline bathed in the soft glow of the rising sun. The world seemed to carry on, oblivious to the personal tragedy that had unfolded on the bridge. But for Spider-Man, the pain of loss was a constant companion, a wound that would never fully heal. A sudden movement caught Spider-Man's attention. Norman Osborn stirred weakly on the ground, his eyes narrowing in a mixture of malice and defiance. Despite his injuries, a malicious grin spread across his face, a cruel reminder of the darkness that still lurked within him. You couldn't save her, could you, Spider-Man? Norman's voice was a rasp, filled with contempt and derision. You think you're a hero, but you're just a failure like me. Spider-Man's fists clenched with renewed fury, his jaw set in determination. He had faced villains and monsters before, but none had cut him so deeply as the loss of Gwen Stacy. She had been his anchor, his reason for continuing the fight against crime and injustice. Her death had left a void in his heart that could never be filled. With a swift motion, Spider-Man webbed Norman Osborn to a nearby girder, ensuring he could not escape. The once proud industrialist struggled against his bonds, his eyes burning with a mix of hatred and madness. He knew his defeat was inevitable, but he refused to go quietly into the night. You can't stop me, Spider-Man, Norman spat defiantly, his voice tinged with madness. I'll always be a part of you. The Green Goblin will always be waiting, lurking in the shadows. Spider-Man's gaze hardened, his resolve unyielding. No, Norman, he said firmly, his voice tinged with sorrow. You may have taken Gwen from me, but you will never win. I won't let your darkness consume me. With those words, Spider-Man turned away from Norman Osborn, his heart heavy with grief but strengthened by resolve. He carried Gwen's lifeless body to safety, gently laying her down on the bridge. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of noise and motion, but he remained focused on honoring Gwen's memory. As the sun continued its ascent, casting a warm glow over the city, Spider-Man stood alone on the George Washington Bridge. The weight of his grief was a heavy burden, but he drew strength from the memory of Gwen Stacy, a beacon of light in a world filled with darkness. In that moment, as he looked out over the city he had sworn to protect, Spider-Man made a silent vow. He would honor Gwen's memory by continuing to be the hero she had believed him to be. No matter how many villains he faced or how many sacrifices he endured, he would never give up the fight. The George Washington Bridge, once a symbol of connection and unity, now bore witness to a tragic and profound loss. Spider-Man's journey had been forever altered, his path veering into uncharted territory. But amidst the pain and sorrow, a flicker of hope remained. The hope that he could make a difference, that he could be the hero Gwen Stacy had always known him to be. And so, with the weight of responsibility resting heavily on his shoulders, Spider-Man swung into the dawn-lit sky, his determination unwavering. The city awaited, its streets teeming with life and the promise of a new day. For Spider-Man, the battle against evil would continue, fueled by the memory of Gwen Stacy and the unwavering belief that with great power comes great responsibility. The city stirred restlessly as morning unfolded, the bustle of everyday life beginning anew amidst the towering skyscrapers and bustling streets. Yet, within the walls of Peter Parker's modest apartment, a solemn silence hung heavy in the air. The events of the previous night had left an indelible mark on him, a wound that festered with grief and regret. Peter sat at his cluttered desk, his expression drawn and haunted. The morning light filtered through the window, casting long shadows across the room. In his hands, he held a photograph, a cherished memento of happier times, capturing Gwen Stacy's radiant smile and the warmth of her presence. Tears welled in Peter's eyes as he traced the outline of her face, his heart heavy with sorrow. The weight of guilt bore down on him like a leaden cloak. He replayed the events of the night in his mind, each moment etched with painful clarity. His failure to save Gwen haunted him, a relentless torment that gnawed at his soul. He had vowed to protect her, to shield her from the dangers that lurked in the shadows. Yet, in the end, he had been powerless to prevent her tragic fate. As Peter struggled to come to terms with his grief, a knock sounded at the door, breaking the oppressive silence. He blinked away tears and rose slowly from his chair, his movements heavy with fatigue. With a deep breath, he crossed the room and opened the door to reveal Mary Jane Watson, her expression a mirror of his own sorrow. Mary Jane stepped into the apartment, her eyes filled with concern and empathy. She had been Gwen's closest friend, a steadfast companion in both joy and sorrow. Together, they had shared laughter and tears, their bond forged through countless shared experiences. Now, in the aftermath of tragedy, they found solace in each other's presence. "I'm so sorry, Peter," Mary Jane whispered, her voice tinged with sorrow. She embraced him tightly, offering a silent reassurance of her support. Peter returned the embrace, his shoulders shaking with suppressed emotion. They stood in the embrace for what felt like an eternity, drawing strength from each other's presence. Mary Jane was acutely aware of the weight of Peter's grief, knowing that words alone could not heal the wounds that had been inflicted. Together, they faced an uncertain future, their lives forever altered by the loss of someone they both held dear. In the days that followed, Peter grappled with the harsh reality of Gwen's absence. Every corner of the city seemed to whisper her name, every fleeting memory a poignant reminder of what had been lost. He continued to patrol the city as Spider-Man, his duties as a hero a bittersweet distraction from his personal anguish. Yet, even in the midst of his grief, Peter's thoughts returned time and again to Norman Osborn, the man responsible for Gwen's death. The Green Goblin's twisted legacy loomed large, a malevolent presence that continued to cast a shadow over Peter's life. He knew that their battle was far from over, that justice demanded retribution for the lives shattered by Norman's madness. Meanwhile, at the heart of Oscorp Industries, Norman Osborn lay in a hospital bed, his body ravaged by the injuries sustained in his clash with Spider-Man. The once proud industrialist was now a shadow of his former self, his mind plagued by delusions and hallucinations. He raved incoherently of vengeance and power, his fevered ramblings a chilling testament to the depths of his descent into madness. Doctors and nurses moved about the room with practiced efficiency, their voices hushed as they monitored Norman's condition. They spoke in hushed tones of his prognosis, of the uncertainty that surrounded his recovery. Some whispered of the whispers of the Green Goblin, a phantom menace that haunted the corridors of Oscorp Industries. Elsewhere in the city, a sense of unease lingered in the wake of Gwen Stacy's tragic death. Citizens spoke in hushed tones of the heroism and sacrifice that had defined her life, of the void left behind by her absence. The Daily Bugle ran headlines decrying the dangers of vigilantism and the toll it exacted on those caught in its crossfire. Amidst the turmoil and uncertainty, one thing remained clear: Peter Parker, the man behind the mask of Spider-Man, was forever changed. His journey as a hero had taken a dark and tragic turn, his path fraught with pain and sorrow. Yet, amidst the darkness, a flicker of hope remained, the hope that he could find redemption, that he could honor Gwen's memory by continuing to fight for justice and protect the innocent. As night fell over the city, Peter stood alone on the rooftop of his apartment building, the cool breeze ruffling his hair. His gaze was fixed on the distant skyline, the lights of the city twinkling like stars against the canvas of the night sky. In that quiet moment of reflection, he made a silent vow to never forget Gwen Stacy, to carry her memory with him as a reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring power of love. The city below bustled with life, its streets alive with the ebb and flow of humanity. For Peter Parker, the journey as Spider-Man continued, his resolve strengthened by the memory of Gwen's unwavering belief in him. As he swung into the night, a lone figure against the backdrop of the city's skyline, he knew that the battle against evil would never end. In the aftermath of Gwen Stacy's tragic death, New York City seemed to hold its breath, caught between mourning and apprehension. The loss of the bright young woman had sent ripples through the community, touching lives far beyond those who had known her personally. For Peter Parker, the wound was raw and gaping, a constant ache that refused to dull with time. Peter's days blurred together in a haze of grief and responsibility. The once familiar routines of his life felt foreign and distant, overshadowed by the weight of guilt and regret. He threw himself into his studies at Empire State University, seeking solace in the familiar comfort of academia. But even there, amidst the lectures and textbooks, Gwen's absence was keenly felt. As Spider-Man, Peter patrolled the city with renewed determination, his patrols marked by a solemnity that had not been present before. He swung through the bustling streets and shadowed alleys, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and emotions. The mantle of responsibility weighed heavily on his shoulders, a reminder of the promise he had made to protect the innocent, a promise that had cost him dearly. Mary Jane Watson remained a steadfast presence in Peter's life, her unwavering support a source of strength during his darkest hours. She understood the depth of his grief, the complexities of his dual existence as both Peter Parker and Spider-Man. Together, they found solace in shared moments of quiet companionship, their bond deepening in the face of adversity. Meanwhile, at Oscorp Industries, Norman Osborn's condition remained precarious. The once formidable industrialist languished in a hospital bed, his mind consumed by delusions and paranoia. Doctors and nurses moved about with practiced efficiency, their efforts focused on stabilizing his deteriorating condition. Yet, beneath the clinical veneer of medical care, whispers of the Green Goblin's legacy persisted, a sinister reminder of the darkness that had wrought havoc upon the city. Peter visited the hospital sporadically, his encounters with Norman Osborn fraught with tension and unease. The man responsible for Gwen's death lay before him, a stark reminder of the consequences of unchecked power and ambition. Norman's eyes would narrow with malice whenever Peter entered the room, a testament to the animosity that simmered between them. The city itself seemed to mirror Peter's inner turmoil, its streets alive with a palpable sense of unease. Citizens spoke in hushed tones of the dangers that lurked in the shadows, of the cost of heroism, and the toll it exacted on those who dared to stand against injustice. The Daily Bugle ran headlines that alternated between tribute and condemnation, capturing the conflicting emotions that gripped the public consciousness. In the midst of this turmoil, Peter Parker grappled with his own sense of identity and purpose. He had become acutely aware of the fragility of life, of the fleeting nature of happiness and security. His nights were plagued by restless dreams and haunted memories, each one a poignant reminder of the choices that had led him to this moment of profound loss. Yet, amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope remained. Peter found solace in the memory of Gwen Stacy, her unwavering belief in his capacity for heroism, her unyielding spirit that had touched the lives of all who had known her. He vowed to honor her memory, to carry on the fight for justice and compassion that she had embodied in life. As the weeks passed, Peter's resolve hardened. He immersed himself in his work as Spider-Man, honing his skills and expanding his understanding of the city's intricate web of crime and corruption. Each night brought new challenges and dangers, each victory tempered by the knowledge that the battle against evil was far from over. On a quiet evening, as Peter stood atop a rooftop overlooking the city, he reflected on the journey that had brought him to this point. The skyline stretched before him, its towering buildings bathed in the soft glow of streetlights. In that moment of introspection, he made a silent vow to continue fighting, to never give up in the face of adversity. The city below pulsed with life, its heartbeat echoing in the distant hum of traffic and the laughter of its inhabitants. For Peter Parker, the journey as Spider-Man was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, to the enduring power of hope and courage. As he swung into the night, a lone figure against the backdrop of the city's skyline, he knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges and sacrifices. But he also knew that he was not alone, that Gwen Stacy's memory would forever guide him, a beacon of light in the darkness. And with each swing through the city streets, he carried with him a renewed sense of purpose, a determination to uphold the legacy of the woman who had believed in him when no one else had. The days turned into weeks and the weeks into months. Peter Parker continued to navigate the complexities of his dual existence, balancing the demands of his personal life with the responsibilities of being Spider-Man. Mary Jane remained a constant presence by his side, her unwavering support a source of strength and solace. At Empire State University, Peter threw himself into his studies with renewed vigor, his academic pursuits serving as a welcome distraction from the turmoil of his superhero life. He found solace in the intellectual challenges posed by his professors and peers, relishing the opportunity to delve into subjects ranging from quantum mechanics to social psychology. Yet, despite the semblance of normalcy that he tried to maintain, Peter knew that he could never truly escape the specter of Gwen Stacy's death. Her memory haunted him, a constant reminder of the fragility of life and the sacrifices that came with being a hero. He often found himself visiting her gravesite in quiet moments of reflection, the serene beauty of the cemetery offering a sense of peace amidst the chaos of his world. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn's condition continued to deteriorate at Oscorp Industries. The once powerful industrialist remained confined to his hospital bed, his mind trapped in a labyrinth of delusions and hallucinations. Doctors and specialists struggled to find a treatment that would stabilize his condition, but the specter of the Green Goblin continued to loom large over the city. Rumors and speculation swirled through the corridors of Oscorp Industries, whispers of experiments gone awry and dark secrets buried beneath layers of corporate intrigue. Some employees spoke in hushed tones of Norman's obsession with power and control, of the lengths he had gone to in his pursuit of scientific advancement. Others recounted tales of the Green Goblin's reign of terror, a period marked by chaos and fear. As the months passed, the city began to heal from the wounds inflicted by Gwen Stacy's death. Memorials and tributes sprung up throughout the city, a testament to the impact she had made on those who had known her. Citizens spoke of her courage and kindness, of the light she had brought into their lives during times of darkness. For Peter Parker, the passage of time brought a measure of acceptance and understanding. He came to realize that Gwen's death had forever changed him, shaping the hero he had become and fueling his determination to protect the innocent. He found strength in the memories they had shared, in the love they had once shared. And so, as he swung through the city streets, his heart heavy with both sorrow and hope, Peter Parker continued his journey as Spider-Man. He knew that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges and sacrifices, but he also knew that he would never waver in his commitment to justice and compassion. With Gwen Stacy's memory as his guiding light, he vowed to make a difference in the world, one swing at a time. Welcome. Feel free to relax and drift away to some soothing Marvel lore. What we see as the story begins to unfold is that Doctor Strange is within his arcanum, simply going about his normal day. It appears that he's reading some kind of medical journal, going over whatever it is that he needs to read. This seems to be par for the course when it comes to Doctor Strange, and this is just designed to introduce us to a normal, peaceful day where there's really nothing happening. However, what we see is that there's some kind of smash, not just another crash or explosion in another room. Doctor Strange immediately thinks that somebody is breaking into his home, trying to steal his artifacts. But when he arrives in the next room, he sees that the Silver Surfer appears to be unconscious in his living room. The Silver Surfer is exhausted and mostly muttering to himself, saying things like he needs to reach Doctor Strange, that he must reach Strange. Doctor Strange and Wong help the Silver Surfer to the sofa, and Doctor Strange tells him that he has reached Doctor Strange. The Silver Surfer says he came to warn him, to give him a warning of a grave threat, and that the arrival could herald the end of the universe. This person is Thanos. Thanos is coming. From here, we switch to the Silver Surfer giving us a backstory on what happened and explaining the events that led up to the Thanos quest and the events that took place between the Thanos quest and the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. Silver Surfer tells us that Thanos had been tasked with eliminating half the life in the universe by Mistress Death, which was why he had gone on the quest of gaining the Infinity Gems in the first place. This way, he could achieve this task without taking several lifetimes and do it quickly, satisfying the desire of Mistress Death. Silver Surfer tells us that the Infinity Gauntlet Thanos possesses could destroy all of reality and end the entire universe. Therefore, something has to be done. Because Thanos has been ordered to end half the life in the universe, forces need to be gathered, and the superheroes need to do something or everything could come to an end. From here, we switch to the perspective of Thanos and Mephisto on some unknown planet. We have previously talked about Mephisto and mentioned him. While we won't go too in-depth into his character here, Mephisto is a cosmic entity, an abstract being. He's not necessarily as powerful as Franklin Richards, for example, but he is very powerful in his own right. Given that Thanos currently has the Infinity Gauntlet, Mephisto really has no power that even begins to compare. Mephisto initially appears to be an ally, someone who can provide small bits of wisdom for Thanos as he learns to use this power wisely and effectively. But what we'll see is that Mephisto actually has his own agenda, his own plans and machinations which will come to fruition later on. Thanos is really talking to himself more than to Mephisto, saying that when he initially started this journey of gathering the Infinity Gems, he thought he'd have a million questions. He expected to spend more time pondering how to use this power than actually using it. Now, he only has one question: how to use such power. What does he do with this incredible power? He answers his own question, saying that quite simply, he can do anything he wants because he is absolutely omnipotent. For the most part, if anything happens that displeases him, if an event takes place that he doesn't like, he can simply undo it. He is completely incapable of error. Anything he wants is his will, and because it is his will, anything can happen. He presents himself as a god within the universe. What I would like you to note is that Thanos is demonstrating incredible arrogance. He believes himself to be absolute, his power to be absolutely incredible, and that no one can oppose him within the universe. This will become very important, especially when we get towards the end of the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. Silver Surfer comments on this, saying that Thanos was too arrogant to be anyone's servant or thrall. Mephisto and Thanos transition back to the lair of Mistress Death, and we see Thanos as he approaches her. He demonstrates and tells her that he cares for her, that he loves her, and that all this was done for her love and affection. He wants her to express affection towards him, to do or say something to indicate his presence. But Mistress Death spurns Thanos, turning him away and not returning the affection he demonstrates towards her. From here, we switch to the story of Jake Miller, Ralph, and Bambi Long. These individuals appear to be in the city. There's no context given. They're at a bar, simply roaming around, or maybe heading back home. Perhaps they were involved in some kind of bank robbery or are criminals of some kind. As they travel to their next location, they end up driving off a cliff and to their deaths. The narrator explains that they don't survive the fall. We switch back to the Silver Surfer's story, and he tells us that during the time Thanos had gained the Infinity Gems and the current moment with Doctor Strange, he and Drax the Destroyer had attempted to stop Thanos. They did their best to thwart Thanos, but he demonstrated his power, and they were completely helpless against him. Thanos warped all facets of reality, time, space, mind, and so on. Thanos stripped their spiritual essence from their bodies and cast them into the soul gem, into the spiritual world. Silver Surfer says he encountered someone named Adam Warlock, who appeared to be the leader of the spiritual realm. This is the first time Silver Surfer has come across Adam Warlock, and although we know who Adam Warlock is, Silver Surfer does not. He doesn't know what kind of power Adam Warlock possesses or the role he plays within the Marvel Universe. Adam Warlock uses his abilities to eject the souls of the Silver Surfer and Drax the Destroyer back into the physical world, returning them to their normal bodies. Silver Surfer immediately went on a quest to travel to Earth and speak with Doctor Strange. The reason this is so important is twofold. One, because of the power and the task assigned to Thanos by Mistress Death using the Infinity Gauntlet. And two, because Silver Surfer doesn't know how much time has passed. He doesn't know if he was trapped within the Soul Gem for days, weeks, minutes, or seconds, so his immediate goal is to attract Doctor Strange's attention. We switch back to the story of Jake Miller, Ralph, and Bambi Long. The narrator tells us that the big guy, who seems to be in charge, had to wait until things cooled down before they all went in. 3 bright lights travel into the physical world and take over the bodies of Jake Miller, Bambi Long, and Ralph. Ralph is upset by this, reacting by saying that this body is totally destroyed, that these bodies are dead, and they can't travel around looking like this. They need to find a way to be discreet. The person in possession of Jake Miller's body says his powers are for healing and modifying these bodies to suit their needs. Jake Miller, being the least injured, goes into the motel they've come across to secure lodging. We see that Bambi Long's skin appears to be turning green, something she seems happy with and very much enjoys. We travel back to Mephisto and Thanos in the realm of Mistress Death. Mistress Death continues to scorn Thanos, not returning the affection he demonstrates towards her. She is constantly quiet, refuses to speak or look at him, and when she does, it is with a scornful glance before turning away. Thanos tries to reason with her, telling her that before he gained the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, he was simply a servant. Now he is her equal, deserving better than a servant. She deserves a mate. Thanos views himself as someone who can be her equal. However, we see his arrogance manifest. He says he shouldn't just be her equal, but her superior. One of Mistress Death's servants says that Thanos possesses power far greater than hers, so she is no longer anything in terms of a mate if she had returned a romantic interest in him. Thanos replies to this by saying that she is the keeper of his heart, that he loves her with everything he has. This servant then responds by saying that because of the power Thanos possesses, his love is stifling, that his love is bondage. Thanos disagrees, saying that his love is worship, that shrines should be built to Mistress Death, shrines to her greatness. So we see that Thanos, in the vastness of space, physically creates a shrine and transports them all to it, similar to Thanos using the reality gem for his own ends. This is how Thanos remains for the rest of the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. He doesn't transition anywhere else except for this place, which is very important because we will see a mass descent of superheroes and cosmic entities on this location in an effort to stop Thanos. Here, Thanos tells Mistress Death he has created this place for her. This place is designed for his adoration of her, a shrine built to the beauty of his perception of death. We see him create 2 chairs to sit side by side, where he and Mistress Death will sit together for all eternity, shaping the future of the universe. They will decide who lives and who dies, what gets created and what gets destroyed. However, Mistress Death continues to spurn Thanos, rejecting any advances or affection he demonstrates for her. Thanos, using the abilities of the Infinity Gauntlet, attempts another way to impress Mistress Death. He brings back Nebula, who had previously presented herself as his granddaughter. Thanos had taken her on as his charge, but eventually realized she was lying, that she was just a space pirate. Thanos then warps her body, transforming her into a corpse, neither truly alive nor truly dead, experiencing only absolute pain without the ability to die. Thanos does this as a commentary on the perversion of life and the beauty of death. Mistress Death, however, appears appalled and disgusted, turning her back on Thanos again. Thanos, angry with Mistress Death, screams at her, demanding she not turn her back on him and face him. A servant speaks to Thanos again, saying his empty boasts and disdainful actions are not impressing Mistress Death. In response, Thanos destroys the servant. Thanos' affection for Mistress Death turns to anger, declaring she will either speak to him directly or not at all. Mephisto plays on Thanos' anger towards Mistress Death, suggesting perhaps there is something Thanos hasn't done. Thanos realizes he hasn't fulfilled Mistress Death's request to eliminate half the life in the universe. In one of the most memorable moments in comic book history, Thanos apologizes to Mistress Death, admitting his behavior has been inexcusable and he has ignored her task. Mephisto is shocked as Thanos walks to the edge of the shrine and snaps his fingers, resulting in half the life in the universe being eradicated. We then switch to Spider-Man, who is traveling through New York City, swinging from one building to another on a normal night of looking for crime. As he decides to call it a night and head home, a sudden wave of vertigo hits him, and his spider sense goes awry. People start freaking out as others simply vanish. Spider-Man realizes what's happening and fears Mary Jane might be one of those who disappeared. He swings off to his apartment to check on her. Next, we see Captain America in the Avengers headquarters, going about his normal routine of ensuring everything is okay. Mid-conversation with Hawkeye and Cersei, they suddenly vanish, leaving Captain America terrified and horrified, knowing that whatever force is at work is far beyond his capability to stop. He realizes this is something massive, possibly a threat to the universe. We then transition to Nick Fury on the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, going over documentation about how half the Earth's population has vanished. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigations indicate no known mutants or energy projections that could explain this phenomenon. As the story continues, we touch back with Ralph and Bambi Long in their hotel room. Ralph comments on liking being back in the physical world, while Bambi is getting used to having her physical body. Suddenly, Bambi vanishes in front of Ralph, who panics and runs to tell Jacob Miller, but instead finds a cocoon, indicating Adam Warlock's return to the physical universe. As we pick up with Doctor Strange in Part 2 of the Infinity Gauntlet, the Great Disappearance has taken place, with half the population of Earth and the universe blinked out of existence. We see superheroes trying to cope with and address this event, both on Earth and beyond. Doctor Strange consults with Dr. Hank Pym, who has arrived at a Doctor Strange's mansion, and their goal here is to try to find some way to restore the Silver Surfer back to health. But because of his alien physiology, because of the fact that he doesn't require any kind of nourishment to survive, it's kind of a coin flip here in terms of what they can do in order to restore him, or perhaps it's something that he's just healing himself. What we see is that Hank Pym says that he's done the best he can up to this point, that given the alien physiology of the Silver Surfer, that he's done everything he knows and that all they can do is simply just wait. But what he also says is that he has to return to the West Coast Avengers due to what's happened with the disappearance in order to assist them as best he can. And Doctor Strange may also want to go on to contact the original Avengers and let them know what's going on here. But what we see is that as Hank Pym begins to leave, Doctor Strange seems to be stuck in place. He seems to be kind of frozen in place, and one of his servants attempts to shake him out of it. Doctor Strange appears to be falling into a trance, and what we see is that his spirit is more or less torn away from his body, that it is taken to a place that seems to exist beyond the physical realm, perhaps in some sort of soul realm or a middle ground or something like that. But what we see is that some unnamed individual, some sort of energy force, has drawn Doctor Strange's essence to him. And what he tells Doctor Strange when he asks what it is that he's doing here, who this individual is that he's here to help save this reality from the insanity of Thanos, but that he can't do it by himself. Doctor Strange replies by saying that if this individual wants him to gather up all these superheroes and all these righteous individuals for a conflict, then he needs to do something to demonstrate who he is, because these individuals most likely will not simply just unite under the single banner of a person that they know nothing about. And what we see this person saying is that he can open his soul. He can expose his soul directly to the soul of Doctor Strange. But the issue here is that because both of their souls will be exposed to one another, that there is an inherent danger here, that one of them could be destroyed or that they could meld into a single person. Doctor Strange says this is a risk that he wouldn't normally take, but because of the grave nature of the circumstances, that he will do whatever he needs to get any kind of help he can. And so what we see is that both of these individual souls are sort of combined, or at the very least they're able to look into each other's souls. And when Doctor Strange looks into the soul of this unnamed individual, he develops complete and total trust. He now believes him and entrusting him implicitly, and says that he will do anything he needs to in order to assist this individual in any way that he can. From here, we switch to Doctor Doom, and what we see is that Doctor Doom is using his various technology and instrumentation at his disposal to investigate the origin, to trace the location of the disappearances. And he traces the energies that caused the great disappearance onto the other side of the galaxy, on the far side of the Milky Way galaxy. And so the information that he has here is that 1, he knows where it is, but that 2, he's also recognizing some kind of phenomena that seems to be very similar to the energies that caused the elimination of half of life in the universe. And that this phenomena is emanating from the residence of Doctor Strange. And so what we see Doctor Doom saying here is that this is his universe, these are his people on the planet Earth, and that no one has the right to go in and to effectively begin wreaking havoc without either speaking with him directly or somehow asking for his assistance or involving him in some manner. And so we see Doctor Doom undertaking the task of finding out what it is that has gone on here. But Doctor Doom again also has his own motives here, because he sees this as a chance to expand his own power, given the great power that was used for this vast disappearance, and to also expand his scientific knowledge. And so this, for the most part, is the biggest reason why he's here, and we'll see that play out when we get to the actual conflict on the Shrine of Death out in space later on in the Infinity Gauntlet story. From here, we transition to Drax the Destroyer, Eros, and Fire Lord on Titan. And what we know here is that Mentor, who was the father of Eros and Thanos, is one of the individuals who has vanished from the universe. And what we see is that Isaac, the autonomous computer system within the Fortress of Titan, so to speak, is informing Eros and Fire Lord and Drax the Destroyer that this is a universal act, that this is taking place across the universe, that it's not simply confined to Titan, it's not simply confined to the Milky Way galaxy, that all life in the universe has simply vanished. We then see that Eros simply just disappears. But what we know here is that Eros is not one of the individuals who has simply vanished due to the Great Vanishing, because this has already taken place. What we see is that Eros has been taken by Thanos. Thanos, presumably using the space gem, has transported Eros to his location. And Eros realizes that Thanos is in possession of the power gems. Now, Eros tells us here that he's familiar with the Infinity Gems. He's familiar with what it is that they can do. Now, how familiar he is with them is something that Marvel doesn't explain. He simply just tells us that he knows what they are, and he recognizes that with all of them on a single gauntlet, with all of them being wielded by one individual, that this individual possesses a power that is virtually unrivaled within the main Earth 616 Marvel Universe. And so what we see is that Eros begins to look around and he recognizes Mephisto, but he also recognizes Mistress Death. Recognizes Nebula, who's simply just walking around as a corpse, who is walking this fine line between life and death. Thanos says that this is a family reunion, that he has restored Nebula, or that he's brought Nebula to him, more or less poking fun at the fact that she had presented herself as a granddaughter to him falsely. Then he also says that his mate, his lover here, presumably playing the role of his wife, is Mistress Death, and that Mephisto is simply here as an advisor. Eros asks why Mentor isn't here, and Thanos replies that Mentor wasn't invited, nor will he be. He says that he intentionally ensured that Mentor was one of the individuals who was eliminated during the Great Vanishing, that he made sure that he was one of the people who was simply just blinked out of existence. The reason why is because Mentor would attempt to find a way to take the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos. He would try to find some way to bring this conquest to an end, and would be one of the few individuals in the Marvel Universe that would probably be able to do it. Not in the sense of sheer raw power, but in the sense that he would be able to organize forces in such a way that he would be able to achieve this act. But what Thanos says is that ultimate power is now his, that he can reshape the universe with it, and that nothing can interfere with this mission. What we see Eros doing here is playing on this. Eros says that if this is what Thanos wants, then nothing will interfere, that he will do everything he can to help Thanos as best. But what we see Pharaoh's realizing here is that Eros is using his powers to manipulate emotions on Thanos, and so Thanos simply says how poignant, how powerful and charming can Eros be when he can't talk, and so he takes Eros his mouth away from here. We see that us saying that this is how all things shall be from this point forward. Anything that irritates Thanos will simply just cease to be. At this point we switch back to Captain America. And what we get here is more or less a list, not a full list, but a pretty significant list of which superheroes have gone missing as a result of the Great Vanishing, and this is a pretty important list, and the reason why is because throughout this conflict a lot of you guys will ask questions like, where is Hercules, where is Archangel, where is the Invisible Woman, the Fantastic Four, where is Nye Thrasher, or the Vindicator from Alpha Flight? You guys will ask a lot of these different questions on where these superheroes are, and so what Marvel has done is they've laid out some of the more significant members of the X-Men, the Avengers, Alpha Flight, and various other superhero teams that were relatively popular at the time this story was written, and simply said they're just not here anymore. They've simply just been among the individuals who have been blinked out of existence. And so what we see here is that Captain America, She-Hulk, and the man standing in the place of Thor, Eric Masterson, analyzing all this information. Now this idea of Eric Masterson is something that I would like you to keep in the back of your head, because this again is not the real Thor. Now the story in terms of how it is that Eric Masterson begins to undertake the role of Thor, and how he takes over this role for a pretty good amount of time. There's a very, very good story, so I'd like to do that justice, and we'll talk about that when we actually get into our discussion of Thor after we finish various characters when Infinity Gauntlet is over. But for the most part, all we need to do is so we just be aware of the fact that this is not Thor Odin's son, this is simply just Eric Masterson. And what we see is that all these individuals are focusing on the fact that things are for the most part very, very bad, that Eric Masterson is trying to undertake the role of Thor, trying to speak like Thor, trying to ensure that he's passed off as Thor, but that everybody else is trying to deal with the fact that some of the most prominent superheroes in the Marvel community are just gone. At this point we switch to Odin, and what we see is that Odin is in Asgard, and he's wearing the ceremonial eye patch of sorrow. Now this is something that a lot of people get confused in the movie of Thor. We saw that Anthony Hopkins was wearing an eye patch. The eye patch is worn as a ceremonial thing. It's not something that Odin actually has to wear. He hasn't actually lost an eye, and for the most part what we see here is that Odin has called together the Sky Fathers. Now the Sky Fathers are what we would consider to be the old gods. These are people like Zeus, Osiris of Egypt. These are what we would look at to say that older parts of society, older parts of the world, generations and thousands of Years ago, these were the people, these were the gods that ancient humanity worshipped, but in the Marvel Universe, these are actual beings, these are true beings. They may have been forgotten over the years, they may no longer be worshipped by people over the years, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they are real, and they have a vast amount of power, and as these individuals form under the name of the Skyfather, have of the Skyfathers, they have a significant amount of power. And what Onan does here is Odin calls them together, band them together, and says that because of this great power, because of this great threat, that they need to fight together in order to try to defeat Thanos. But for the most part, this would be a laughable conquest at best, because the Skyfathers, despite their vast power, have absolutely no ability to thwart the power of Thanos at all in any way. From here we transition the Windelvon to Quasar, and always see with this bit of the story is that Quasar has simply arrived to a predestined or a prearranged set of coordinates by Epic, and what he simply says here is that he's just supposed to wait, that Quasar simply just supposed to hold out here, that he's not supposed to do anything until he's instructed. From here we switch back to the story of Ralph, who has now undertaken the role of Pip the Troll, and for the most part Pip the Troll is just the sidekick of Adam Warlock, and so all this really does is confirm that Adam Warlock is now becoming he's now rejoining the physical Marvel Universe, and what we see Pip the Troll here doing is simply just waiting for Adam Warlock to wake out, to come out of his cocoon, and as he's waiting there's some kind of an explosion in the next room that throws him out of his seated position and into the TV, or simply just to a different part of the room, and when the explosion ends he gets up and he goes into the next room and asks this individual, since they can't stay here anymore, where it is that they're supposed to go, and this individual replies by saying, after Thanos. From here we switched back to Doctor Doom at the residence of Doctor Strange, and what we see is that the Silver Surfer has now woken up, he's now come to, and Doctor Doom has his Doombots restraining Doctor Strange, and what we see is Doctor Strange pleading with Doctor Doom, saying that he is meddling in dangers that he doesn't really understand, he doesn't really know what's going on here. But what we see is that the Silver Surfer tries to stop Doctor Doom. He tries to overpower Doctor Doom, but Doctor Doom uses his power to overpower the Silver Surfer. Now, under normal circumstances, this would not happen. Doctor Doom would not be able to overpower the Silver Surfer despite his vast power, but the Silver Surfer is in a weakened position here. He's very, very weak, and so he doesn't have his full physical strength, otherwise he would easily be able to stop Doctor Doom. From here we see that Doctor Doom turns his power against Doctor Strange, and what he wants to know is what's happened here. He wants to know everything that has taken place as far as this great disappearance and the forces behind it. Now Doctor Strange initially doesn't say anything, Doctor Strange initially doesn't speak, but what we see is that before Doctor Strange can say anything, there's an explosion behind them, and we see that Doctor Doom, the Silver Surfer, and Doctor Strange all look around. At this point we see Adam Warlock has arrived, and Adam Warlock simply just replies by saying that in his time he was called Adam Warlock, and that they may also do so if they feel inclined. From here we switch back to Thanos, and what we see is that Thanos is using the power of the Infinity Gauntlet to more or less either psychologically or possibly even physically torture Eros and Nebula, and again he's doing this as a way to satisfy, to please Mistress Death, but Mistress Death doesn't really seem to find this the slightest bit interesting. She doesn't find it at all satisfying. It's simply just something she pays no attention to or doesn't really give any kind of credence to. From here we see Eros, after the torture is ended, looking at Thanos and coming to this realization that the Infinity Gauntlet has driven Thanos insane, that this power has driven him out of his mind, and that on a whim, due to his insanity, he could simply just eliminate the universe. And so this is when Eros really grasps what it is going on here and grasp the danger of this situation. From here we transition back to Adam Warlock and Doctor Strange, Doctor Doom, and the Silver Surfer, and what we see Adam Warlock saying is more or less explaining how it was that Thanos was able to gain the Infinity Gauntlet, how it was that he was able to gain this fast power, and that he's arrived here in order to help bring an end to these schemes. Doctor Strange realizes that Adam Warlock was the one that communicated with him earlier when he came to this understanding of what it meant to undertake the role of uniting all of these superheroes. We also see Doctor Doom commenting and saying that this is a set of circumstances whose peril, whose danger almost rivals that of the coming of the Beyonder. Now Doctor Doom says that it does rival the coming of the Ryanda, but there's a vast difference here. The Beyonder had power that dwarfed anything that the Infinity Gauntlet could do. He was from an entirely different universe entirely different multiverse, and he had incredible power and could do pretty much anything that he wanted to, but we'll talk more about him again when we get into the Secret Wars 1 and 2 and the Beyonder. But what we see is that Adam Warlock says that this is going to be difficult, this is going to be a fight that will very well cost the lives of some individuals and will require 100% of everybody. From here, we transition back to the group, and we see that the final member to join this group is Thor. Thor is the son of Odin, and he's got the ability to control lightning and thunder, as well as being the god of thunder and lightning. They're basically going to be going against forces that are going to require cunning and guile to defeat, as opposed to simply sheer power. From here, we see that Dr. Doom challenges Adam Warlock and asks him by what right it is that he claims the mantle of leadership. Adam Warlock replies, saying that he is the one who battled Thanos previously, that he's the one who knows the secrets of the inner workings of the Infinity Gems, and so with that knowledge, he's the only one that's really equipped to combat Thanos. He's really the only one capable of going against Thanos and successfully being able to organize forces in an effective way to where things can be defeated. At this point, we see Dr. Doom more or less counting his losses and just kind of accepting this and sort of moving forward. But what we'll see is that, again, this is not necessarily acquiescence by Dr. Doom so much as it is Dr. Doom just biding his time. What we also see is the Silver Surfer commenting on whether or not Adam Warlock is truly the person that should lead them. That is Adam Warlock really the best choice here? That Adam Warlock seems vastly different from the Adam Warlock that he had met in the Soul World. And so, because no one really knows anything about him, no one really knows anything about his motivations other than what he claims his motivations to be. From here, we transition back to Thanos. And again, we see Thanos manipulating reality to torture Eros and Nebula. And again, he's becoming extremely angry here. He's becoming extremely frustrated because Mistress Death will not acknowledge him. Mistress Death will not return his affections. And we see him yelling at her. We see him screaming at her, asking what it is that it would take to please her, that he's done everything that she's asked. He's given her the entire universe, that he would do anything in order to make her love him, that all he asks here is that she simply just use her voice and speak his name aloud, and that would be enough. And so what we see is that Thanos, in his anger, lets off an energy blast. He lets off this massive force of energy in all directions. And what we see is that the first thing that is encountered by this energy blast is a 20-million-year-old red giant. And what this red giant does is simply explode. And that's the end of it. From here, we see some kind of spaceship traveling through the cosmos. And the planet that the spaceship is approaching is destroyed. And we see an individual here telling us that the wrath of Thanos, the supreme being, is something to behold. That this planet is the second planet to be destroyed as this being was traveling to it. That is the second banquet that has been robbed from him. And what we see is that this person is Galactus. And Galactus is again attempting to satiate his hunger, but also recognizes that the vast power that Thanos has here is something that cannot be ignored. That it's going to require that Galactus go through the process of bringing together a multitude of forces in terms of the cosmic entities in order to attempt to bring an end to the power that Thanos has here. And that the issue here is that the emanations that are being released here, that the power that is being displayed here by Thanos, will reach the planet Earth, and that it will only contain about 2% of its power, but it will be a massive energy nonetheless. And so what we see is that we transition to the planet Earth, and we see that Cloak, who is one half of the Team Cloak and Dagger, is by himself. That Dagger is gone. She is one of the individuals who had simply been blinked out of existence. And that Cloak feels as though, because his other half is gone, that while they were linked, while they were kind of like two halves as a whole, as he describes it, that he doesn't really feel like he has a reason to go on. But what we see is that he finds this reason to continue as this force that was emitted by Thanos reaches the planet Earth and shakes the entire planet, crumbling several cities and wiping out the Japanese islands. And of course, we see that Cloak uses his ability to save various humans, to save them from their impending deaths of falling off buildings or else being crushed by rubble. From this point, we transition back to Doctor Strange, Silver Surfer, Doctor Doom, and Adam Warlock. And what we see here is that these individuals are trying to deal with the aftermath of this. They're trying to understand the aftermath of what's gone on here, that the power that Thanos has demonstrated, despite being on the other side of the galaxy, is a power that most of them couldn't really even fathom. And that it will take an incredible organization and incredible upheaval for all of them to be able to successfully go toe-to-toe with Thanos. So what we see is a comment here. We see the question being asked, what was that? What was that energy blast? From here, we're going to bring an end to this video. And in the next video, we're going to pick up with battle formations, preparations for war. And we'll see that we're more or less seeing superheroes being organized. We're seeing superheroes being brought together by Adam Warlock as they begin the preparations for taking on Thanos. So as we begin our discussion on Infinity Gauntlet issue number 3, I think you guys are really going to enjoy this comic. And the reason why is because what we'll see taking place over the course of this are battle formations, preparations for war. We're going to be seeing a plan put together, and it won't be until the end of the comic that we actually understand the true nature of this plan. But what this is also the last issue where we have talking, and it'll be the last issue before we actually get into the main discussion, the main conflict that takes place between Thanos and all of these superheroes, leading up to the end of the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. And what we see here as the story begins to pick up is that we're back with Doctor Doom, Adam Warlock, the Silver Surfer, and Doctor Strange. And Doctor Doom is commenting on how he agrees, picking up immediately from the last discussion that now is the time for action. But Adam Warlock says no. Adam Warlock says there are forces at work here that Doctor Doom just doesn't understand, that he just can't possibly grasp, and that rushing into action like this would almost guarantee certain doom. And so he says that he has an intricate and a very interwoven plan that's unfolding here, and that the slightest disturbance could very well lead to the ruin of all. What we also see Doctor Strange commenting is saying that he agrees with Adam Warlock, that they have to trust him, that Doctor Doom, that Silver Surfer, they have to come to this understanding that Adam Warlock knows what he's doing, that tremendous powers are gaining here for this final confrontation. And he more or less repeats the words of Adam Warlock here, saying that premature action could lead to total destruction. And so Doctor Doom acquiesces. Doctor Doom says that it's driving him nuts waiting to take action, but that for the time being, he's willing to put this off. He's willing to go ahead and hold things. Now, from here, we see Adam Warlock saying that it's time to make preparations, that it's time to go about the business of moving towards the next step of his master plan. And so he calls on Doctor Strange, and what we see Doctor Strange doing is teleporting Adam Warlock, Doctor Doom, and the Silver Surfer to the Avengers headquarters. And at the Avengers headquarters, we have She-Hulk, Captain America, and Thor. And they're trying to come to an understanding of what's going on here. They're trying to deal, again, as a follow-up to the last video of what's happened since the disappearance of various superheroes. But when Adam Warlock and Doctor Doom and Doctor Strange and the Silver Surfer appear here, the immediate idea is that Doctor Strange is keeping Strange company, that he is with people who he would never normally form an alliance with. But what we see is that immediately, Adam Warlock and Doctor Strange begin to convince She-Hulk, Thor, and Captain America that the situation is so dire that Doctor Doom is not here to fight against them, that Doctor Doom is here to fight with them. And so when the question is asked what the intention is here for Adam Warlock, why it is that he's here, and why it is that such strange alliances have been formed, Adam Warlock replies by simply saying that they're raising an army. From here, we transition to Black Widow, and Black Widow doesn't necessarily give us a huge in-depth discussion here. but because Black Widow is part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I felt it would be relevant to include her in this discussion. And what we really see is that she's one of the people on the sidelines. She's kind of in the background. She's doing the best she can to help save lives as a result of the energy shockwave that had reached the planet Earth and the devastation that it had caused. We see that she's jumping out of a burning building, saving a baby. And for the most part, this is kind of what we would expect to see with her character because she doesn't really have any superpowers. She's just more or less a super spy with all kinds of gadgets at her disposal. But then we switch and we see that there is a woman who is falling out of a building, who's hanging on for dear life, and Black Widow goes with an attempt to try to save her. But the building collapses and crumbles before Black Widow can get there. And so again, this is Jim Starlin, this is Marvel injecting a little bit of realism here and saying that with stories like these, with comics like these, that not everybody makes it out the other side, that not everybody survives. And so what we see is that this woman who was tumbling to her death did, in fact, die. That she was crushed by the rubble, and even if not necessarily crushed, she was certainly burned to death. And the way that we see Black Widow dealing with this, I think, is a great testament to the human nature of her character, the difference between her and a lot of other superheroes that you see in the Marvel community, where she just can't accept the fact that it's enough. She says that it's not enough, that her best just simply isn't enough. From here, we switch to Doctor Strange and Adam Warlock. And what we see Doctor Strange doing is calling upon superheroes, calling upon various individuals to gather, to bring their powers with them due to the necessity of them and their powers with regards to the upcoming conflict. And the first two people that we see arriving here are Iron Man and Spider-Man. From here, we switch to the arrival of new characters. We see, of course, Wolverine coming here. We see Drax the Destroyer, and again, Drax the Destroyer serves the purpose of, I guess, being able to hunt down and track Thanos no matter where he is in the cosmos. But due to the fact that Adam Warlock has Silver Surfer on his side and Silver Surfer has cosmic awareness, it's really not the ability of Drax to locate Thanos that they're interested in. It's the sheer raw power that he possesses that they're interested in. We also see Fire-Lord showing up here. Now, again, we haven't done a big discussion on Fire-Lord, but Fire-Lord was one of the heralds of Galactus. And so, for the most part, he was one of the individuals who served the same purpose as the Silver Surfer. The next person we see showing up is Nova of the New Warriors. And this is due to the fact that Nova is the only one at this moment who is able to tap into the full might of the Nova Force. And so for Adam Warlock and Silver Surfer and the opposing forces, Nova is really a necessity here. He's someone they absolutely need. The next person here is Namor the Submariner. And of course, Namor the Submariner has super strength, although for the most part, in terms of his relation to characters like Drax the Destroyer or even the Incredible Hulk, he's not all that strong. But his military experience, his ability to plan tactics, his military experience and the conquest that he's had over his life will definitely be an asset to this team. The next person we see is Cloak, and again, Cloak really serves the purpose of being someone that can teleport people over distances. Now, to my knowledge, I don't think Marvel has ever established the fact that Cloak can teleport people over an infinite amount of distance. And so they're not really looking for Cloak here to be someone to teleport everybody all the way to the other side of the galaxy to fight Thanos. They simply have him here because he could be an individual that could teleport groups of people around or could serve some kind of purpose, or possibly he could even swallow Thanos entirely. From here, we see the remaining members of this group coming together. We see Cyclops of X-Factor because remember, at this time, the X-Men were a different group. It was giant-size X-Men, and X-Factor was composed of the original X-Men team. And so we see that the Watcher leaves from there. If we see Santos Officer, we see a Galactus challenging Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock says it's easier to lead all of them into an attack against Thanos. But Galactus says, Why should they follow one such as him into battle? And so what we see is Adam Warlock saying that he is here for the purpose of that he's here for the purpose of leading them into the conflict, and that's the only thing that Galactus needs to concern himself about. Galactus says that he does not heed empty words from mortals, from people that he considers to be beneath him, and Adam Warlock simply replies by saying, Galactus is a fool. From here, we see Galactus attempts to destroy Adam Warlock, that he blasts him with a vast amount of energy. The light just begins to talk with his fellow cosmic entities here and simply says that they've gathered, that their forces should be enough to defeat Thanos. But then we see that Adam Warlock is actually alive. Adam Warlock is on the helmet of Galactus and asks him since when it was that Galactus allowed his anger and his wrath to more or less override his judgment. The Galactus is known for being one of the most logical beings in the universe, and that surely Galactus can determine. Surely he can find here that the power of the entire might of all these cosmic entities put together is still insufficient for defeating Thanos. And so we see that Master Order, Lord Chaos, and various other cosmic entities band together against Galactus and say that they are siding with Adam Warlock. From here, we transition back to Thanos at the Shrine of Death, and what we see that is saying is that his enemies are coming for him, that his enemies are going to attempt to destroy him, and he asked Mistress Death that she will stand by his side. But Mistress Death, again, spurned Thanos, and she seems to turn her back on him. And then simply replies by saying this is exactly as he had expected, that he had deluded himself into believing that she could ever really care for him. And so he says that being a supreme being means that he has no need to suffer in a void of affection, that he does not have to go alone, that he does not have to rule without Mistress Death, that with all power, all things are possible. And so what he does is create a being named Taraxia, and Taraxia is, as he describes, everything Mistress Death is not, that she's everything that Thanos longs for, that she is the love that he wants from Mistress Death, that she is a representation of what he considers to be beautiful. And he says that there's really no need here, there's no need for Mistress Death anymore, that Thanos has found his one true mate. But what we see is that this isn't true, that Thanos doesn't really believe this, that Thanos is more or less still in love with the idea of Mistress Death and is still angry at the fact that she will not return his affection. From here, we see that Adam Warlock is preparing forces. He's preparing these superheroes for the roles that they're going to have to face. He says that the battle that's coming, there's going to be fierce and it's going to be awesome, and that it may very well cost the lives of several superheroes. But that's the price that they have to pay. He says that Doctor Strange has conjured mystic conduits that are going to lead them to particular places, to particularly occasions where they need to be, due to the plan that Adam Warlock has created in order for this to succeed. And that if any of them die from this plan, it could very well lead to the ruin of the universe as well as all the superheroes who were fighting at this point in time. What we also see is that a spell has been cast that's going to allow these forces to breathe within the depths of space for 60 minutes without any kind of assistance. This will become very important because one thing I want you guys to keep in mind when we get into the coming conflict of the Infinity Gauntlet is that everything that's going to take place will occur over 60 minutes. We'll know when that 60 minutes ends. Marvel will tell us. One of the things that Marvel will tell us is that the 60 minutes are over. He also says here that Doctor Strange is going to be in the background. Doctor Strange is going to be monitoring everything, and he's going to be keeping Adam Warlock aware of what's going on telepathically from the perspective of every single superhero. At this point, we see that Silver Surfer and Adam Warlock leave. They transition or take off to about a light year away from where Thanos is currently at. The Silver Surfer is a little angry about this. The Silver Surfer is a little irritated about this, that they're simply standing on the sidelines. So, they are off to the side while everybody else is engaging in the conflict. Silver Surfer tells us that he is at full power now. he is completely rejuvenated and that his strength would be a vast asset to the coming battle to the various superheroes. Adam Warlock says that he is right, but that his strength will most be needed when the time is right. So what he tells the Silver Surfer is that he simply just needs to wait. But Silver Surfer, much like a lot of very proud superheroes, doesn't want to. But he swallows his pride here and simply says, okay. What Adam Warlock tells us is that Silver Surfer doesn't truly understand. He doesn't truly comprehend the situation that Thanos. He controls all facets of time, reality, space, power, the soul, and the mind. And that this isn't some kind of grandiose statement. This is absolute truth, that he's totally omnipotent, that this rhetoric, this statement, isn't just simply rhetoric, that this is basically the definition of Thanos. He reiterates, he controls all reality. He controls all there is. He says that the power of the allies of these superheroes is less than nothing to Thanos. That they are defeated before the battle even begins. But the true purpose of their attack is to simply be a diversion. And again, we see Eros continuing to comment here, saying that this strategy was flawlessly executed. That this strategy was absolutely perfect and that a lesser foe, anyone other than Thanos, would have been defeated here. But in the end, they're fighting Thanos. And even if Thanos were not using the Infinity Gauntlet, he would still be able to withstand the power of this attack due to the vast power that Thanos has. Thanos goes on to comment and say that he never would have expected this kind of an attack. This actually took him by surprise. And again, we see Eros also commenting, saying that Captain America is leading the charge, which is the reason why a lot of these attacks are so well coordinated. We see Captain America commenting and saying to continue on relentlessly, trying to overpower Thanos, to continue trying to do what they can to defeat Thanos. But again, we switch back to Eros here, and Eros continues to comment and say that these hopes are vain. The possibility of defeating Thanos is simply just something that can't be done. And that, for the most part, he's awestruck by the fact that in the face of almost guaranteed defeat, that the earthbound superheroes continue. At this point, we switch over to Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer. And Adam Warlock asks the Silver Surfer how the conflict is going. And the Silver Surfer says it's going exactly as expected, which of course means that they simply didn't expect these superheroes to be very successful. And the Silver Surfer says that he should be there with them. He should be fighting alongside them. And Adam Warlock says this would be utter folly. And the reason why he says this would be folly is because the Silver Surfer has a vast and important role that he is supposed to play here. But Adam Warlock won't tell the Silver Surfer what it is, because if the Silver Surfer knows what it is, Thanos could read the Silver Surfer's mind and prepare himself for the attack. But when Silver Surfer asks Adam Warlock whether or not this is something that he should concern himself with, that Thanos may read his mind, Adam Warlock replies by saying that this is not something that Thanos would do. Now, the whole reason why is something that's not necessarily explained to us in this issue, but in previous issues, and especially the ongoing series right now regarding Adam Warlock and Thanos in the Marvel Comics and Adam Warlock's return to the Marvel Universe, gives us an indication into how it is their inner minds work, which would actually work in a very warped way. They have this extremely kind of screwed up perspective on the universe. But we switch back to the conflict with Thanos, who is now fighting against Namor the Submariner and She-Hulk. And what we see is that Thanos physically punches both of them, physically touches both of them, and when he does, some kind of growth begins to develop on them. The growth begins to spread extremely fast. And what this is something that we're not explicitly told. They simply just seem to be covered in dirt or seem to be converting into dirt, indicating to us that maybe Thanos is either using the power gem to possibly hyperjump their evolution or is using the power gem to work them into something else. But whatever it is, it happens to take place here. Namor the Submariner and She-Hulk are effectively out of commission. They're no longer able to fight alongside the other superheroes. And this again is what we see being continued on with this discussion with Eros. Eros says that the campaign that's going on here, the conflict that's going on here, the way that things are being fought, is Thanos' forte. This is Thanos at his absolute peak, at his absolute best. He is really in full form here. And the reason why is because Thanos always does best when he's put into a circumstance where he uses intellect in conjunction with his power. And this is what we see Thanos doing, is more or less countering the attacks of various superheroes, but is doing it in such a way to where he has to think out what it is that they're going to do. From here, we see Thor and Doctor Doom continuing an attack on Thanos. And again, Thor simply just throws his hammer. Eric Masterson throws his hammer into Thor and into Thanos. And Thanos seems to be knocked down. Here at this point, Doctor Doom goes to make a grab for the gauntlet. And again, this was the entire intention of Doctor Doom coming along here. Thanos is forced to stay here for the purpose of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Doom didn't really care about the survival of the universe. His main goal here was to grab the Infinity Gauntlet and attain absolute power. However, as Doctor Doom attempted to seize the gauntlet, Thanos easily threw him off, shooting him to the other side of the shrine. The focus then shifted to Thor Eric Masterson, who continued to struggle against Thanos. Despite his efforts, Thor was ineffective. Every attempt to strike Thanos with his hammer was thwarted as Thanos created portals to redirect it. Meanwhile, Fire Lord engaged in a futile assault on Thanos, ultimately costing Fire Lord his life. Wolverine then launched a surprise attack with his adamantium claws, but Thanos effortlessly transformed Wolverine's adamantium skeleton into a rubbery substance, rendering Wolverine immobile. Doctor Doom, undeterred, launched another assault on Thanos, only to be met with Thanos' calm inquiry if he was attempting another futile grab for the Infinity Gauntlet. Doom defiantly responded that only death would stop him from trying to usurp Thanos' power. The focus then shifted to Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer, with Eternity urging Warlock to act. Warlock dismissed Eternity, warning that his presence would alert Thanos. Silver Surfer, angered by Warlock's indifference, clashed philosophically, but Warlock insisted that treating the conflict as a game was necessary to keep his resolve. Thanos continued his battle, confronting Scarlet Witch and Cyclops. Despite their powers, Thanos swiftly neutralized Scarlet Witch and overwhelmed Cyclops, who managed a brief offensive before being incapacitated when Thanos trapped him in a glass box, cutting off his oxygen supply. Captain America and Vision attempted a rescue, but Thanos swiftly disabled Vision and turned his attention back to Cyclops. Elsewhere, Thor, reverted to mortal form as Eric Masterson, struggled without Mjolnir's protection in space, where Doctor Strange's spell to sustain him proved ineffective in his human form. Captain America reported Cyclops' demise, prompting Thanos to mock the emotional outburst. Cloak then attempted to ensnare Thanos in the dark dimension, but Thanos broke free, seemingly destroying Cloak in the process. Thanos asserted his dominance, declaring his absolute power and refusing to be contained. As the battle escalated, Taraxia killed Iron Man, prompting a retaliatory assault from Drax the Destroyer. Thanos, exhibiting arrogance and deteriorating sanity due to his overwhelming power, easily countered their attacks. Nova intervened, challenging Thanos, but Thanos swiftly transformed her into children's blocks. He then shattered Thor's crystallized form and dismissed Quasar as insignificant, destroying him and his quantum bands effortlessly. With all heroes incapacitated or defeated, Wolverine rendered immobile, Vision destroyed, Cyclops suffocated, Spider-Man unconscious, Iron Man decapitated, and others defeated, Captain America stood defiant. He told Thanos that the battle wasn't over until every hero was dead, refusing to concede defeat. Han knows that there will always be somebody to pick up the mantle and never Captain America. He had always lived by the fact that for him, good will always triumph, that you have to fight until the end, even if the end means your certain death. But what we also see here is Adam Warlock telling the Silver Surfer to prepare himself, to get ready. And so we see that Captain America begins to advance onto Thanos and to more or less, despite the fact that he's vastly outpowered by Thanos, to refuse to accept defeat, to more or less tell Thanos that he's going to do everything he can to attempt to stop him. And what Captain America says here again is that as long as one man stands, Thanos will never be able to claim victory. But Thanos says that these are noble sentiments, from a person who's about to be killed. We see that the Silver Surfer says that Thanos is going to kill Captain America, and so he has to intervene. But Adam Warlock says to wait. Captain America replies to Thanos by saying that he's always held these sentiments, that he's always believed that one man can make the difference between absolute defeat and absolute victory. And so these words, this creed that he has, is a creed worth dying for. And Thanos simply replies by saying, "Then he shall die for these words." And he simply destroys his shield by smacking it. At this point, we see that as he's getting ready to deal the killing blow to Captain America, we see that Adam Warlock yells at Silver Surfer to run, to move as fast as he can. And so we see Silver Surfer using all of his energy to travel as fast as he possibly can across the cosmos to where Thanos is at. And in almost the blink of an eye, Silver Surfer has arrived at his location. And what we see is that the goal of Silver Surfer here is to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet off the hand of Thanos as he's getting ready to kill Captain America. But at the very last second, we see that Thanos realizes what it is that Silver Surfer is trying to do and is able to keep his Infinity Gauntlet from being stolen. At this point, Thanos begins to come to, he begins to regain his senses, regain his sanity, and he realizes that he's been a fool here, that he has allowed the words of Mephisto to more or less override his logic, override his reason. And so he more or less reverts back to the old Thanos that we knew, where he would go into conflict with a solid mindset in terms of how best to defeat his opponents. And so what he says is that he almost lost it all due to his arrogance. Due to his insanity, he almost lost the Infinity Gauntlet. And so he wills himself back to full power. He wills himself back to being able to manipulate all of the power that the Infinity Gauntlet possesses. And so the first thing we see him do is say that he wills himself to clear the entire battlefield of everything that's there, to clear the entire battlefield of all the dead bodies and all the destruction, because what's coming is going to be a far greater struggle than what he's just been through. Adam Warlock begins to comment and say that they tried to do it the easy way and they failed. And so now the conflict is coming, the conflict that he tried to avoid, the conflict that he didn't want to have, because it's a conflict that the universe may not survive. And so because on Eternity and the rest of the cosmic entities, so it's finally here after a week and a half of waiting, which you guys have been so patient for, we're finally getting back into the Infinity Gauntlet series, and we're picking up with issue number 5. But in order to refresh you guys, in order to make sure that you guys recall where it was that we left off, we're going to touch back on issue number 4, and what we had seen with issue number 4 was that the Earthbound superheroes had engaged in conflict, and as we had seen, Thanos was able to make quick work of the Earthbound superheroes. And this was for a singular purpose. It was designed to be a diversion, as Adam Warlock had explained it to us. There was no real expectation that the Earthbound superheroes would see the purpose of them was to distract Thanos away from Adam Warlock's actual plan. The plan that Adam Warlock had was to have the Silver Surfer intervene at the most opportune moment, whereby he would snatch the gauntlet off the hand of Thanos. But as we had seen, Thanos was able to keep this from happening at the very last second and retained the Infinity Gauntlet for himself. And so we saw Adam Warlock bringing in the second group of forces. We saw him introducing the cosmic entities. And as we see with issue number 5 as it begins to open up, is that Thanos is confronting the cosmic entities, and again, I'd like you to notice the amount of arrogance that Thanos is displaying here. What he's telling the cosmic entities is that the power he possesses is beyond anything they could understand. And again, this is Thanos being very arrogant. The first reason why he's so arrogant here, the reason why it seems that he's so confident, is because he possesses all this power. But the other reason here is because he does not necessarily have the same wisdom that a lot of these cosmic entities have, because they've been in existence since the dawn of existence in this reality. Because they're manifestations, various representations of reality. For example, eternity being the very representation of the essence of everything within the cosmos, the ongoings of reality itself, of course, have existed since the dawn of reality. So we've seen countless civilizations and countless organisms come into existence and then die and so forth. And for Thanos to appear and to say he knows more than they do is quite an arrogant thing to say. What we also see is that Mephisto is being a little manipulative here. And again, we'll see later on that Mephisto has his own machinations in terms of his involvement with Thanos. But we see that Mephisto was more or less poking fun at Eros. He's talking to Eros about how Thanos, with this absolute power, is most likely going to unleash it in its full force in order to either demonstrate his power to the cosmic entities, or it's going to be necessary for him to defeat the cosmic entities. But because such a vast amount of power is going to be released in such a way that most likely it will result in the destruction of Eros, now he says that Thanos can manipulate the very fabric of reality. Most likely he will restore anything he cares about that had been destroyed, and that this may very well include Eros. But he says that if Eros is brought back, that most likely he will be brought back in the same form as Nebula, more or less a husk of what used to be a sentient being. And so for Eros, this is horrifying. Eros is absolutely distraught at the idea of coming back and kind of walking this line between life and death, not necessarily being considered alive but not being allowed to die. And so what we see as the conflict begins to unfold, as things begin to progress, is that Thanos unleashes this power that he has. And the way it's done here, it seems to be just absolute power, absolute raw ability. The Watcher explains to us and tells us that this is the initial clash, this is the initial conflict that the cosmic entities have with Thanos. And what we'll see as the story progresses is that the cosmic entities will each take turns trying to defeat Thanos using the powers that are relevant to them. And what the Watcher tells us here is that he's afraid that this may very well herald the end of the universe. This may bring everything to an end just because of the sheer amount of power that's going to be displayed. But as we see as things begin to take their toll, as the damage begins to become apparent, that the entire shrine that Thanos had made towards Mistress Death had been destroyed, as well as, according to the Watcher, various solar systems and galaxies within the the immediate area of where Thanos is unleashing his power from. We then, at this point, switch to Eros. And Eros was absolutely certain he was going to be killed. He was absolutely sure he was going to die. But what was very surprising to Eros was not only the fact that he was very much alive, but the fact that he was being saved or being kept alive by Mistress Death herself alongside Nebula. And so what Eros speculates here is that the hatred that Mistress Death has for Thanos is quite possibly something none of them can understand, just because she's going to the lengths of saving the individuals which Thanos detests the most. And so again, this may simply just be an instance of her saying that she absolutely despises Thanos. At this point, we switch to Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer. And Adam Warlock comments that it's absolute luck that they survived, that for whatever reason they somehow made it out of here. But almost immediately after the initial explosion, and they're sort of calming down due to the fact that they've managed to survive this, There's some kind of strange thing emanating around them. And what Adam Warlock tells the Silver Surfer is that this is an interdimensional distortion cascade. Now, what this means exactly is not something that's explained to us at this moment. But what we see as the story continues is that Adam Warlock says that they need to get out of here as soon as they can, because if they get sucked into it, they may not survive, they may be sent to another dimension, they may be eradicated entirely. In addition, this interdimensional distortion cascade is explained to us further once it reaches the planet Earth. And what this seems to be is perhaps a weakening or a loving and maybe dissolving of the barriers between dimensions, between realities. And this seems to become apparent for a couple of reasons. The first is that at this point, again, the Earth has been moved or has been sort of bumped out of its orbit from the Sun. And so the Earth is becoming colder and colder. But we see that the portal between the negative zone where Annihilus resides and the planet Earth seems to have, at the very least, been weakened or maybe torn apart entirely. And so Annihilus is able to enter the dimension of the Earth 616 universe and the planet Earth. From here, we see Annihilus continuing to implement his schemes with a cosmic control rod and his forces, saying that they are, for the most part, going to conquer the planet Earth. At this point, we switch back to Thanos. And what we see is that Thanos is using his Infinity Gauntlet to demonstrate his absolute power, to demonstrate his ability. And as the Watcher described it to us, this is something to behold, that the heavens themselves tremble. Now again, the important thing to keep in mind here is that despite the fact that Thanos is able to wield all of this power, that it is confined to the Earth 616 universe. That Thanos is not affecting any other universes that may exist or that do exist around him. What we also see is that the Celestials are the first ones to step into the conflict towards Thanos. And the Celestials use various planets as a means to attempt to topple Thanos or attempt to somehow destroy him or incapacitate him. And the Watcher says that these planets are inhabited, although it may very well be that at this point, because they're so far removed from the warmth of the sun that would have kept the inhabitants alive. Well, we've reached a point where it's clear that the actions of these celestial beings cannot influence this conflict. They must be sacrificed for the greater good. However, once again, Thanos demonstrates his ability with the Infinity Gauntlet. He effortlessly destroys the planets and the forces the Celestials muster against him. He doesn't kill them outright. He merely incapacitates them. Next, we encounter Kronos, who manipulates time itself. He tries to bury Thanos in the depths of time or send him to an unknown era. Yet, Thanos, mastering all aspects of time, returns immediately to the present and defeats Kronos. Moving on to Master Order and Lord Chaos, they use their powers to dichotomize Thanos, attempting to strip away the order and chaos within him. It's unclear if he would be split into two beings or annihilated like matter meeting antimatter. However, Thanos prevails, retaining his individuality. The Stranger, Galactus, and the new form of Aeon join forces, using their immense power to overwhelm Thanos. Yet, he effortlessly defeats them using the Infinity Gauntlet. This pattern repeats, showing Thanos' dominance over cosmic entities, not killing them but rendering them powerless. Thanos then engages in an internal debate, arguing with himself over the fate of these beings who he considers his cosmic brethren. He realizes his emotions are being manipulated by Mistress Love and Sire Hate, opposing forces within the universe. He banishes them as he did other cosmic entities. Mephisto then reveals his intentions, attacking Thanos with Hellfire and attempting to seize the Infinity Gauntlet. Surprised by Mephisto's betrayal, Thanos, despite his power over minds, hadn't anticipated this. He quickly overpowers Mephisto but is interrupted by Mistress Death, who saves Mephisto, betraying Thanos once more. Cosmic entities, including Mistress Death and Mephisto, combine forces against Thanos, but he imprisons them in cosmic stasis. Thanos believes this is necessary for clarity, free from emotions like betrayal by Mistress Death. Meanwhile, Adam Warlock and Silver Surfer seek survivors amidst the chaos. Silver Surfer recognizes a destroyed planet he once visited. They find no survivors, which deeply affects Silver Surfer emotionally. Adam Warlock insists that to end the conflict, Thanos must be defeated to prevent him from annihilating all life in the universe. Eternity, the most powerful cosmic entity, confronts Thanos, leading to a battle that will determine the universe's fate. Thanos desires the absolute authority over the universe, a goal he pursued by obtaining the Infinity Gems. He faces Eternity in a battle of power, but before the outcome, an explosion occurs, leaving their fate uncertain. Adam Warlock and Silver Surfer, fearing the worst, wonder who emerged victorious. Adam Warlock, connected to the Infinity Gems, senses the outcome, hinting that Thanos may have prevailed due to Eternity's emotional state. Doctor Strange teleports Adam Warlock and Silver Surfer back to Earth, acknowledging the dire situation. The cosmic entities, including Eternity, remain imprisoned, indicating Thanos' triumph. Thanos, now in the form of Eternity, symbolizes his dominance over the universe. He reflects on Taraxia's death, a consequence of his creation not suited for deep space survival. Feeling alone, he contemplates his actions and his relationship with Mistress Death. Unexpectedly, Nebula seizes the moment of distraction and wrests the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos, reverting him to his mortal state. Nebula, driven by revenge, banishes Thanos and Taraxia into deep space, leaving them stranded. Adam Warlock, Silver Surfer, and Doctor Strange realize Nebula now wields absolute power. They prepare to confront her, knowing she could unwittingly destroy the universe due to her unstable state. Taraxia's death leaves Thanos remorseful, realizing the consequences of his actions. He reflects on his mortality and vulnerability, now stripped of absolute power. Doctor Strange summons help, retrieving the 5 surviving superheroes. They prepare to face Nebula, whose newfound power threatens the entire universe. As we conclude this part, we anticipate the turning tide against Thanos, as the least expected figure prepares to challenge Nebula. Stay tuned for the next installment, where tensions escalate rapidly and the unforeseen unfolds. Doctor Doom and Drax the Destroyer arrive, managing to separate Thanos and the Silver Surfer. Adam Warlock starts explaining that Thanos is here to help save the universe from destruction. Thanos explains why the Infinity Gauntlet is in dangerous hands, now possessed by Nebula. Thanos tells us it's not enough to just wield the Infinity Gauntlet. It takes a heavy toll on the mind of the user. Thanos, with his intellect, experiences, and hybrid nature of deviant and eternal, could control it. Nebula, however, lacks this intellect and mental fortitude to withstand the overwhelming sensations and control it brings. Because of this, her fragile mind might crack, possibly leading to the universe's destruction. We transition back to Adam Warlock, who asks everyone if they agree with his plan. We don't know the plan yet, and we'll find out in Infinity Gauntlet issue number 6. When alone, Thanos asks Adam Warlock what he wants. Warlock says they need Thanos' help. The plan can't succeed without it. Thanos questions what benefit he would gain from helping. Warlock responds he'll give Thanos the truth. Thanos asks what truth, and Warlock says it's the truth within Thanos. This conversation is intriguing because Warlock reveals that while in the Soul Gem, he could see Thanos' inner soul. Thanos subconsciously knew he wasn't worthy of absolute power, causing his attempts to fail. Warlock explains that Thanos allowed Captain Marvel to destroy the Cosmic Cube and subconsciously let himself be defeated when he combined the Infinity Gems. He even allowed Nebula to gain the Infinity Gauntlet, knowing he wasn't worthy. Thanos' mind creates circumstances leading to his defeat. Realizing this truth, Thanos agrees to Warlock's plan. We shift back to Nebula, speaking with Eros, who still can't talk. Nebula begins to understand Thanos' hunger for the Infinity Gauntlet's power. She implies her mind isn't as shattered as believed and can sculpt reality. She won't be forced to do anything against her will again. She demonstrates her power by predicting the Earthbound superhero's arrival. A portal opens and Fire Lord, Thor, Doctor Doom, Hulk, and Drax arrive to fight Nebula. She uses the Infinity Gauntlet to show they can't stop her, encasing them in a rocky form. Nebula realizes these actions are orchestrated, likely by Thanos. Adam Warlock, Silver Surfer, Thanos, and Doctor Strange appear to defeat Nebula. We'll see the plan unfold in Issue 6. As Infinity Gauntlet Issue 6 begins to close, the action continues. We split Issue 6 into two parts due to its density. Nebula imprisons Thanos in rock. More importantly, Doctor Strange and Silver Surfer realize Warlock exists outside chaos and order, possibly outside reality. Thanos knows Warlock is there because of his intellect, but Nebula doesn't. She lacks the capacity to detect Warlock, even on a sensory level. Nebula's inability to see Warlock is crucial and will become significant later. Thanos taunts her, saying she lacks vision to exploit the Infinity Gems. Nebula asks if Thanos thinks he has this vision, and he says yes, citing his accomplishments. Nebula sarcastically describes his actions of killing half the universe as appalling. Whether Nebula is inherently good or trying to be good is unclear. Given her history, she isn't necessarily good, but eliminating half the universe is extreme, even for villains. Nebula says Thanos' reign with the gauntlet must end, and she'll set things right. Warlock signals to Doctor Strange silently, ensuring Nebula doesn't detect him. Doctor Strange uses magic, but we don't know what yet. Nebula uses the gauntlet to set everything back to the way it was. Predicting the upcoming events will be interesting as circumstances change. Half the universe is restored, and Nebula reverts to her husk form. Thanos' arrogance makes him taunt Nebula, warning her about godlike power. Before Thanos can seize the gauntlet, Nebula restores herself. She taunts Thanos, re-imprisoning him, saying his mistake was thinking she couldn't revert herself. Warlock appears to reach for the gauntlet, possibly to strip it while she talks. He touches the gem, causing the Silver Surfer to be blasted with energy. The Shrine of Mistress Death is gone, and they stand on an asteroid. Nebula still doesn't know Warlock was there or left. She questions how Doctor Strange and the Silver Surfer are still there. She theorizes it's due to Doctor Strange's intervention. She imprisons Strange's hands to stop his magic. Thanos comments on another error in her judgment, saying she's been fortunate so far. But what she's about to learn is the fact that when she set everything back to 24 hours prior, she didn't fully think it through. The reason why is because 24 hours prior to the current events, the cosmic entities were not imprisoned. They were still free. What we see is that the cosmic entities have now been released from their bonds, and more or less what's going to take place is an attempt by the cosmic entities to destroy Nebula. But what we see is that we transition back to the Soul World, to inside of the Soul Gem with Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer. It appears as though when the Silver Surfer was struck by some form of energy from the gauntlet, it may not necessarily have been a killing blow from Nebula, more so than Adam Warlock entering the Soul Gem and pulling the Silver Surfer in with him. The Silver Surfer asks Adam Warlock why they're back in Soul World, why they're back inside of the Soul Gem. Adam Warlock says his power is greatest within the Soul Gem, that he is bound to the Soul Gem in ways he's not fully understanding, but that it's such a bind that it allows him to utilize his full potential. This goes back to the very beginnings of Adam Warlock when he was given the Soul Gem by the High Evolutionary in an attempt to take back Counter-Earth. But that's a story we're not necessarily going to get into. What we see Adam Warlock explaining to the Silver Surfer is what he had previously explained to Thanos, or what we were already aware of. In order for Adam Warlock to successfully bring an end to the Infinity Gauntlet event, the Infinity Gauntlet had to change hands. It had to leave Thanos' hands and go into the hands of somebody else. Whether it was going to be Nebula or somebody else is not explained to us, and in this instance, I don't think it really matters. Adam Warlock says that Nebula's confusion, the fact that she is overwhelmed due to the sensory input of the Infinity Gauntlet and the recognition of newfound power, left her in a place where it was very easy to take advantage of her. The Silver Surfer realizes that Adam Warlock knew Thanos was going to lose the Infinity Gauntlet. The question is what they are going to do now, what's going to take place. Adam Warlock simply says he will do what needs to be done, and that, in order for this to succeed, he needs the Silver Surfer as a spiritual anchor. From here, we transition back to Nebula. We see that Galactus, Ian, the Celestials, and various other cosmic beings are using their power to attempt to overpower Nebula. Nebula is able to use the Infinity Gauntlet even if only on a base level. Thanos explains that even a bumbling idiot would be able to use the extreme power of the Infinity Gauntlet to overpower the cosmic entities. This is because even on a subconscious level, they would simply not want to be defeated, and the Infinity Gauntlet would exercise that power accordingly. Thanos comments that Nebula, using the infinite power of the Infinity Gauntlet, is able to easily overpower the cosmic entities and defeat them readily. For the most part, the cosmic entities appear to be entirely imprisoned, cast into some form of stone and completely locked up. Nebula states that her reign of supremacy is just beginning, her reign of omnipotence has just started, and she is going to take over everything. Nebula tells Thanos that he will bear witness to a new astral dynasty, the new reality she is creating, and that there will be a whole new era in the Earth 616 universe. Thanos says, "Let there be something," and Adam Warlock says, "Disharmony." This is very interesting because Adam Warlock has merged himself with the Soul Gem. By merging with the Soul Gem, he reached out to the other 5 gems and forced them to feed back onto Nebula. When this happened, the Infinity Gauntlet became more than Nebula could bear, and she threw it down. At this point, no one is in possession of absolute power. Everybody has a base set of abilities. We learn that when Doctor Strange set everything back to normal, the Earthbound superheroes were all restored to their previous forms. He called in some of the more prominent members, including Eric Masterson as Thor, Drax the Destroyer, and the Incredible Hulk, along with Eros, and opened a portal to allow them to enter. We also see that Thanos has broken free of his binds. Doctor Strange uses his power to attempt to confine the Infinity Gauntlet, but Nebula knocks him off guard. When she does, the bubble enclosing the Infinity Gauntlet goes away, and we see a mad dash for absolute power. The Incredible Hulk considers the Infinity Gauntlet for himself. Eros tries to grab it, Thanos tries to grab it, and Drax the Destroyer tries to beat up the Incredible Hulk. Amidst the conflict, Adam Warlock reemerges from the Soul Gem and takes possession of the Infinity Gauntlet. He simply says, "Let the conflict end." This is one of the most pivotal moments in Marvel Comics, as it heralds the end of the Infinity Gauntlet event and ushers in the story of Warlock and the Infinity Watch. Adam Warlock begins to take on the mantle of trying to achieve godhood, trying to become a perfect god in his eyes. He says he will deal with everything that has taken place in his own fashion. Initially, people are a little skeptical. Thanos says the gauntlet inherently belongs to him. Adam Warlock replies that Thanos would simply lose it again because he doesn't really desire it. Nebula says the gauntlet belongs to her and asks what right Adam Warlock has to the power. Adam Warlock simply says the Infinity Gauntlet is in his possession, and that's right enough. Adam Warlock says his power with the Infinity Gauntlet is a claim they would do well not to dispute, and that he is going to set everything the way it's supposed to be. In Infinity Gauntlet issue number 6 part 2, we will pick up with what happens after Adam Warlock gains the Infinity Gauntlet. We will see if he can demonstrate himself as a true and fair god, or if he will succumb to the corruption that the Infinity Gauntlet involves. With the second half of Infinity Gauntlet issue number 6, we get a conclusion to the story. Picking up from part 1, Adam Warlock has attained the Infinity Gauntlet and promises to be a fair and just god. Adam Warlock seems very sincere, intending to be a good guy. The Incredible Hulk asks what they are going to do about Thanos and Nebula now. Drax the Destroyer, being created for the destruction of Thanos, takes it upon himself to try to kill Thanos. But Thanos easily overpowers both the Incredible Hulk and Drax the Destroyer. Thanos says he's activated a thermonuclear device on his belt, set to activate in 15 seconds. The Silver Surfer asks why Thanos would kill himself. Thanos says that for him, death is preferable to imprisonment. Thanos may find absolute happiness within the realm of Mistress Death, but he has always tried to be by her side as her equal rather than simply existing in her realm. Eric Masterson takes the hammer of Thor and hits Thanos with it, knocking him away from the newly restored shrine of Mistress Death and into space, where he explodes, presumably killing him. Everyone believes Thanos is dead and no longer part of the conflict. Eros, as a representative of the state of Titan, takes custody of Nebula. Eros has grounds to do this because Nebula is a relative of Thanos and, by extension, a relative of Eros. Eros is settling family issues and Adam Warlock agrees, teleporting Eros, Drax the Destroyer, Nebula, and the Incredible Hulk away, presumably back to Earth. The only ones left are the Silver Surfer, Eric Masterson, and Doctor Strange. The Silver Surfer asks why they are still there when everyone else has been sent away. Adam Warlock says they have gazed into the depths of his heart, knowing him in a way no one else does. Adam Warlock says they are the only individuals who know him well enough to trust him as a god, and he sends them forward to spread his word. This taps into Adam Warlock's role as a Christ-like figure in Marvel Comics. He was introduced as a Christ-like figure, created and crucified by Man-Beast on Counter-Earth, and resurrected on several occasions. Just as Jesus informed his disciples that he was the Son of God and to spread his word, Adam Warlock does the same. The superheroes question if they can really trust him and go forward to tell others. Adam Warlock asks them if the idea of replacing the chaos that is their lives with order would be something unpalatable. Again, what we see is that they're reacting in such a way where, for them, this is scary. Not only would their lives be irrevocably changed if Adam Warlock chose to do so, but Adam Warlock looks at them as chaotic beings, and his role is to replace their chaos with order, to make the universe the way he sees fit. For them, this looks like he's taking the first steps towards becoming corrupted by the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. Adam Warlock is able to quell their concerns to a degree. He says that the distance between who he was then and who he is now is insurmountable, that not even he realizes the differences. He thought he could speak with them and tell them he would be fair, that he would be a fair god, but it doesn't seem as though they are willing to buy into this cause. So, Adam Warlock teleports them away. At this point, we switch to Adam Warlock 60 days into the future with Gamora and Pip. Adam Warlock tells Pip they're going to meet someone to go on a journey. He says that this is something that's happened time and time again. It seems Adam Warlock has manipulated the time gem to travel 60 years into the future on several occasions to see if it's possible for things to turn out differently. But he tells us it always turns out the same way. As they walk along, they see Thanos standing in the cornfields, seemingly waiting for their arrival. When they get there, they realize it is simply a scarecrow wearing his suit. Adam Warlock comments on this, saying it's an empty shell of what was, that Thanos has cast aside his old mantle of attempting to usurp absolute power and seems to be living a quiet life. Indeed, when they approach a house relatively close to the cornfields, Thanos emerges wearing some kind of garb that allows him relative comfort. He tells Adam Warlock he should have known it would be him, that he would come for him eventually. Adam Warlock more or less just greets Thanos as a friend, or at least as a person who's certainly not an enemy. Adam Warlock says there are no secrets from him. Having absolute knowledge and power within the universe grants him the knowledge of knowing what all was going on in the universe at that very moment. Thanos comments that the memory of having absolute power is very dim for him. He asks Adam Warlock why he waited so long to gain vengeance. Again, Adam Warlock comments, saying why is it that Thanos always asks the same question, indicating this has repeated itself on several occasions, and that this circumstance always plays out the same way. Thanos recognizes this and says he supposes he always asks the same question, which is confusing. This tells us that Thanos doesn't necessarily recall every facet of the Infinity Gauntlet event, but at least remembers what it was like to hold absolute power. Adam Warlock tells Thanos he's looking for advice on how to wield the Infinity Gauntlet effectively. Thanos simply says to either endure it or surrender to its power. Adam Warlock says this isn't the kind of comfort he was looking for. We don't learn what Adam Warlock was trying to gain from Thanos here or what he was trying to get Thanos to say. All we know is that he went to Thanos for advice on what to do, and Thanos gave him a couple of words that didn't really comfort him. Adam Warlock, Gamora, and Pip take their leave, choosing to leave Thanos to his thoughts. We see that Thanos is simply living a quiet life here. After everything that's gone on, after everything that has taken place, Thanos is taking this time to collect himself, to decide his next move. Whether or not he's still going to continue his path for trying to gain absolute power again, or if he is simply going to try to live a quiet life. Touching back on Thanos' character within the Marvel Universe, we learn later on that Thanos goes after the heart of the universe, which grants him absolute power once more. But for the most part, we're left with Thanos here on his personal thoughts. He says he thinks he came out on top with this particular event, that Adam Warlock is undergoing a process, a change, and holds a heavy burden having absolute power. Adam Warlock has to constantly be on guard, as even the slightest subconscious thought could lead to ruin. Thanos says he doesn't envy Adam Warlock. After everything is said and done, Thanos came out on top. His statement in terms of coming out on top is twofold. First, he's managed to eliminate the burden of absolute power, no longer having to deal with it, so his mind is at ease. Second, Adam Warlock will undergo something called the Trial of Warlock, where he will be called before the living tribunal at the behest of the cosmic entity Eternity, along with other cosmic entities, to determine whether or not he is capable of wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. With that, we're going to bring this video to an end. I hope you guys enjoyed the Infinity Gauntlet story. I consider it one of the absolute best stories ever created in Marvel Comics. We'll catch you guys later. Peace. Music. What's going on, guys? This is Rob. If you enjoy my content, make sure you hit the subscribe button and that little bell so you never miss out on my sexy voice. After months of speculating and postponements, we're finally doing the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. I'm incredibly excited to bring this storyline to you guys because I consider it one of the greatest stories in Marvel Comics history. Most comic book readers, whether Marvel or even some who read both DC and Marvel, would rate this as one of the top 5 storylines anyone needs to read if they're interested in getting into Marvel. Right now, it looks like almost everything in Marvel Comics and the Marvel Cinematic Universe is moving towards this massive spacefaring adventure involving Thanos and a multitude of superheroes. However, we may not see all the characters from this story in the movies because Marvel doesn't own the rights to all of them, like the Silver Surfer, a major character in this story. In this Infinity Gauntlet event, we're going to follow 2 stories. The first is involving the Silver Surfer and his arrival up to the point when he meets Doctor Strange. The other involves the stories of Jake and Ralph and Bandalong, who we'll get into later when we discuss their roles in this event. As the story begins, Doctor Strange is in his Arcanum, going about his normal day, reading a medical journal. This peaceful day is disrupted by a crash, making Doctor Strange think someone's breaking into his home to steal his artifacts. When he arrives in the next room, he sees the Silver Surfer unconscious in his living room, muttering about needing to reach Doctor Strange. Dr. Strange and Wong help the Silver Surfer to the sofa, where he says he came to warn about a grave threat, Thanos. From here, Silver Surfer gives us a backstory on what led up to the Thanos quest and the events between that and the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. Silver Surfer explains that Thanos had been tasked with eliminating half the life in the universe by Mistress Death, which led to his quest for the Infinity Gems. With these gems, Thanos could achieve this task quickly and satisfy Mistress Death's desire. Silver Surfer tells us this Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' possession could destroy all of reality, end the entire universe. Forces need to be gathered to stop Thanos, otherwise, everything could come to an end. From here, we switch to Thanos and Mephisto on an unknown planet. Mephisto, a cosmic entity, appears to be an ally but has his own agenda. Thanos, talking more to himself than to Mephisto, says that once he gathered the Infinity Gems, he thought he'd have many questions but now only has one: how to use such power. He answers himself, saying he can do anything he wants because he is omnipotent. He can undo anything that displeases him and believes himself to be a god within the universe. This arrogance will be important later. Silver Surfer comments on Thanos' arrogance, saying Thanos was too arrogant to be anyone's servant. Thanos and Mephisto transition back to the lair of Mistress Death, where Thanos expresses his love for her, seeking her affection, but she spurns him, turning him away. We then switch to Jake Miller, Ralph, and Bambi Long, who appear to be in a city bar. As they travel, they drive off a cliff, leading to their deaths. Back with the Silver Surfer, he tells us that he and Drax the Destroyer tried to stop Thanos but were helpless against his power. Thanos stripped their spiritual essence from their bodies, casting them into the Soul Gem. Silver Surfer encountered Adam Warlock, who appeared to be the leader of the spiritual realm. This was the first time Silver Surfer met Adam Warlock, so he didn't know his power or role within the Marvel Universe. Adam Warlock used his abilities to eject the souls of Silver Surfer and Drax back into their physical bodies. What Silver Surfer tells us is that he immediately went on a quest to travel to Earth and speak with Doctor Strange. The reason this was so important was twofold. The power and the world Thanos had been assigned by Mistress Death using the Infinity Gauntlet, and because Silver Surfer didn't know how much time had passed. He was uncertain if he had been trapped within the Soul Gem for days, weeks, minutes, or seconds, so his immediate goal was to attract Doctor Strange's attention. At this point, the story switches back to Jake Miller, Ralph, and Bambi Long. The narrator tells us that the big guy, who seems to be in charge, had a plan to wait until things cooled down before they all went in. We see 3 bright lights travel into the physical world and take over the bodies of Jake Miller, Bambi Long, and Ralph. Ralph is upset, saying these bodies are dead and cannot simply travel around looking like this. The person in possession of Jake Miller's body says his powers are for healing and modifying these bodies to suit their needs. Jake Miller, being the least injured, goes into the motel they come across to secure their lodging. Bambi Long's skin appears to be turning green, which she enjoys. We then return to the story of Mephisto and Thanos within the realm of Mistress Death. Mistress Death continues to scorn Thanos, not returning his affections. She refuses to speak to him or look at him, and even when she does, it's with a scornful glance before turning away. Thanos tries to reason with her, claiming that before he gained the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, he was simply her servant, but now he is her equal and she deserves a mate, not just a servant. However, his arrogance surfaces as he believes he should be superior to her. One of Mistress Death's servants points out that Thanos' power far exceeds hers, making any romantic relationship between them impossible, as she would be more of a love slave. Thanos replies that she is the keeper of his heart, but the servant argues that his love is stifling and bondage, to which Thanos insists it is worship and that shrines should be built to her greatness. Thanos then uses the reality gem to create a shrine in the vastness of space, where he intends to remain for the rest of the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. This shrine is meant for Mistress Death, a place where they will sit together for eternity and shape the universe. However, Mistress Death continues to reject Thanos' affections. Thanos, seeking to impress Mistress Death, brings back Nebula, who had previously claimed to be his granddaughter. When Thanos discovered she was lying, he transformed her into a corpse, neither truly alive nor dead, only capable of experiencing pain. This act appalls Mistress Death, who turns her back on Thanos again. Angered, Thanos demands that Mistress Death speak to him. A servant tells Thanos that his actions are not impressing Mistress Death, leading Thanos to destroy the servant in anger. Mephisto manipulates Thanos' anger, suggesting that Thanos has not fulfilled the role Mistress Death assigned him, eliminating half the life in the universe. Thanos, realizing his mistake, apologizes to Mistress Death. Mephisto is shocked as Thanos walks to the edge of the shrine and snaps his fingers, resulting in half the life in the universe being eradicated. We then switch to Spider-Man swinging through New York City. A sudden wave of vertigo hits him, his spider sense going awry as people start vanishing. Spider-Man, fearing for Mary Jane's safety, rushes home to check on her. Next, we see Captain America at the Avengers headquarters. In mid-conversation, Cersei and Hawkeye vanish, leaving Captain America terrified and horrified. He realizes this event is beyond his capability to stop and that it poses a massive threat. Nick Fury, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, goes over documentation about half the Earth's population vanishing. Despite their investigations, there are no explanations for the disappearances. The scene then returns to Ralph, Bambi Long, and Jake Miller. Ralph and Bambi are in a hotel room, with Ralph enjoying being back in the physical world. However, Bambi suddenly vanishes, causing Ralph to panic. He runs to Jake Miller's room, only to find a cocoon indicating Adam Warlock's return to the physical universe. As we continue with Part 2 of the Infinity Gauntlet, we pick up with Doctor Strange. The Great Disappearance has taken place, with half the universe's population blinked out of existence, leading to panic among superheroes. Dr. Strange consults Hank Pym to restore Silver Surfer to health. Hank Pym, having done all he can, leaves to assist the West Coast Avengers. Dr. Strange falls into a trance, his spirit drawn to an energy force that claims to help save reality from Thanos. Dr. Strange demands a demonstration of this individual's identity to unite the superheroes under a single banner. Strange, but the issue here is that because both of their souls will be exposed to one another, there is an inherent danger. One of them could be destroyed, or they could meld into a single person. Dr. Strange acknowledges this risk, stating it's not one he would normally take. However, due to the grave nature of the circumstances, he will do whatever is necessary to get any kind of help he can. As a result, we see both of these individual souls combining, or at the very least, they are able to look into each other's souls. When Dr. Strange looks into the soul of this unnamed individual, he develops complete and total trust. He now believes him implicitly and commits to assisting this individual in any way he can. From here, we switch to Dr. Doom. Dr. Doom is using his various technologies and instruments to trace the origin and location of the disappearance. He traces the energies causing the disappearance to the other side of the galaxy, on the far side of the Milky Way. He recognizes the phenomena as similar to the energies that caused the elimination of half the life in the universe. This phenomenon is emanating from the residence of Dr. Strange. Dr. Doom declares that this is his universe, these are his people on Earth, and no one has the right to wreak havoc without consulting or involving him. He undertakes the task of uncovering what has transpired, seeing this as an opportunity to expand his own power and scientific knowledge. From here, we transition to Drax the Destroyer, Eros, and Firelord on Titan. Mentor, the father of Eros and Thanos, is one of the individuals who has vanished from the universe. Isaac, the autonomous computer system within the Titan fortress, informs Eros, Firelord, and Drax that this disappearance is a universal event, not confined to Titan or the Milky Way galaxy. All life in the universe has simply vanished. Eros then disappears, but not due to the Great Vanishing. He has been taken by Thanos, presumably using the Space Gem. Eros realizes Thanos possesses the Infinity Gems. Eros recognizes the Infinity Gems and their combined power on a single gauntlet, wielded by one individual, as virtually unrivaled within the main Earth 616 Marvel Universe. Eros looks around and recognizes Mephisto, Mistress Death, and Nebula, who is walking a fine line between life and death. Thanos calls this a family reunion, mocking Nebula's false claim of being his granddaughter. He introduces Mistress Death as his mate and Mephisto as his advisor. When Eros inquires about Mentor, Thanos reveals that he intentionally ensured Mentor was one of the individuals eliminated during the Great Vanishing, fearing Mentor would try to take the Infinity Gauntlet from him. Thanos declares that ultimate power is now his, allowing him to reshape the universe without interference. Eros, realizing the danger, uses his powers to manipulate Thanos' emotions. However, Thanos, aware of Eros' intentions, silences him by taking away his mouth. Thanos declares that from now on, anything that irritates him will simply cease to be. We then switch to Captain America, She-Hulk, and Eric Masterson, the current Thor. They analyze the information regarding the Great Vanishing. Marvel provides a list of significant superheroes who have vanished, addressing common questions about the whereabouts of various characters. Eric Masterson, as Thor, struggles to fill the role, while others deal with the disappearance of prominent superheroes. Next, we see Odin in Asgard, wearing the ceremonial eye patch of sorrow. Odin calls together the Sky Fathers, old gods like Zeus and Osiris, who hold significant power. Odin bands them together to fight the great threat posed by Thanos. However, despite their power, they stand no chance against Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. From here, we transition to Wendell Vaughn, Quasar, who arrives at prearranged coordinates by Epoch, instructed to wait for further orders. We then switch to Pip the Troll, waiting for Adam Warlock to emerge from his cocoon. An explosion occurs, and Pip asks where they should go next, receiving the answer, after Thanos. Back at the residence of Doctor Strange, the Silver Surfer awakens, finding Doctor Doom's Doombots restraining Doctor Strange. Doctor Doom demands answers about the Great Disappearance. Before Doctor Strange can respond, an explosion occurs, revealing the arrival of Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock introduces himself and announces his intention to stop Thanos' schemes. Thanos, meanwhile, tortures Eros and Nebula to please Mistress Death, who remains uninterested. Eros realizes the Infinity Gauntlet has driven Thanos insane, making him capable of eliminating the universe on a whim. Adam Warlock explains to Doctor Strange, Doctor Doom, and the Silver Surfer how Thanos gained the Infinity Gauntlet and his intent to stop him. Doctor Doom reluctantly accepts Adam Warlock's leadership, recognizing his unique knowledge of the Infinity Gems. The Silver Surfer, however, questions Adam Warlock's suitability as their leader. The scene returns to Thanos, manipulating reality and demonstrating his power. Thanos continues to torture Eros and Nebula, growing extremely frustrated and angry because Mistress Death refuses to acknowledge him or return his affections. He screams at her, asking what it would take to please her, asserting that he's done everything she asked, given her the entire universe, and would do anything to make her love him. All he desires is for her to speak his name aloud, and that would be enough. In his anger, Thanos releases a massive energy blast, the first thing it encounters being a 20-million-year-old red giant star, which explodes upon contact. This energy blast travels through the cosmos, destroying a planet that a spaceship was approaching. The spaceship's occupant, Galactus, comments on the wrath of Thanos, noting that it is something to behold. The destroyed planet was the second one he intended to devour but couldn't due to Thanos' actions. Galactus recognizes Thanos' vast power and understands that it requires the assembly of numerous cosmic entities to challenge him. The energy emanations released by Thanos will reach Earth, carrying about 2% of its power, yet still causing massive destruction. On Earth, Cloak of the Team Cloak and Dagger is alone since Dagger was one of the individuals blinked out of existence. Cloak feels lost without her, but he finds a reason to continue when Thanos' energy blast reaches Earth, shaking the entire planet, crumbling several cities, and wiping out the Japanese islands. Cloak uses his abilities to save various humans from imminent death, such as falling off buildings or being crushed by rubble. We then transition back to Doctor Strange, Silver Surfer, Doctor Doom, and Adam Warlock, who are dealing with the aftermath of Thanos' power. They struggle to fathom Thanos' power, despite him being on the other side of the galaxy. They understand it will take incredible organization and upheaval to go toe-to-toe with Thanos. A question is raised about the nature of the energy blast, leading to the end of the video. In the next video, preparations for war and battle formations will be discussed, showing superheroes being organized by Adam Warlock to take on Thanos. As we begin our discussion on Infinity Gauntlet issue number 3, you'll see battle formations and preparations for war. This issue is the last one focused on planning before the main conflict between Thanos and the superheroes. The story picks up with Doctor Doom, Adam Warlock, Silver Surfer, and Doctor Strange. Doom agrees it's time for action, but Warlock insists on following his intricate plan, warning that premature action could lead to total destruction. Doctor Strange supports Warlock, convincing Doom to hold off for now. Warlock calls on Doctor Strange, who teleports Warlock, Doom, and Silver Surfer to the Avengers headquarters, where She-Hulk, Captain America, and Thor are trying to understand the situation. The Avengers are initially wary of Doom, but Warlock and Strange convince them that the threat is so dire that Doom is here to fight with them, not against them. Warlock states their intention, raising an army. The scene shifts to Black Widow, included due to her relevance in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. She is saving lives from the devastation caused by Thanos' energy blast. Although she lacks superpowers, her skills as a super spy help her save many, though she laments not being able to save everyone, highlighting the realism of the situation. Back with Doctor Strange and Adam Warlock, Strange calls upon various superheroes, including Iron Man and Spider-Man. More characters arrive: Wolverine, Drax the Destroyer, Fire-Lord, a former Herald of Galactus, Nova able to tap into the Nova Force, Namor the Submariner, Cloak, for teleportation, Cyclops of X-Factor, Scarlet Witch, Vision, and eventually the Incredible Hulk. Captain America addresses the gathered heroes, emphasizing their mission to fight Thanos. Doctor Doom questions Warlock's leadership, but eventually everyone, including Doom, acknowledges Warlock's necessity as the leader. Warlock then reveals he is also gathering cosmic entities to fight Thanos. He and Silver Surfer travel to meet with Quasar and the cosmic entities, who have been waiting for Warlock to lead them. Among the gathered cosmic entities are Cronus, the Living Tribunal, Master Order, and Lord Chaos, and the Stranger. Notably, Eternity and the Living Tribunal are present. Eternity seeks the Tribunal's judgment on Thanos' attempt to usurp his position. However, the Living Tribunal rules that he cannot interfere, as natural selection dictates that the strong replace the weak. If Eternity cannot oppose Thanos, he should be replaced. This ruling highlights the gravity of the situation, as the Tribunal's involvement could have drastically altered the outcome. The stage is set for an epic confrontation, with the superheroes and cosmic entities preparing for a battle against Thanos and his Infinity Gauntlet. The next video will delve deeper into these preparations and the unfolding master plan. Adam Warlock had approached the Living Tribunal. Tribunal, after seeing the power that Adam Warlock possessed and the anger he had displayed, had simply eliminated all the power of the Infinity Gauntlet within that vicinity. From here, we see that Eternity is more or less leaving, going off on his own. Now, why he's doing this and what he's doing is actually something we don't know. We won't see him again for quite some time, but what we see is Adam Warlock saying that it doesn't matter that Eternity is not here. What he says is that all of them are here so that they can fight together. All these cosmic entities can gather and oppose the force of Thanos. But then we see the Watcher saying that he cannot be counted among these individuals who will fight against Thanos. He is a Watcher, and due to his creed, he is unable to interfere. He can only observe and record. So we see the Watcher leave from there. If we see Thanos' officer, we see Galactus challenging Adam Warlock. Adam Warlock says it's easier to lead all of them into an attack against Thanos. But Galactus says, why should they follow one such as him into battle? So, what we see is Adam Warlock saying that he is here for the purpose of leading them into the conflict. That's the only thing Galactus needs to concern himself about. Galactus says that he does not heed empty words from mortals, from people he considers to be beneath him. Adam Warlock simply replies by saying Galactus is a fool. From here, we see Galactus attempts to destroy Adam Warlock. He blasts him with a vast amount of energy. The light just begins to talk with his fellow cosmic entities here and says that they've gathered their forces. It should be enough to defeat Thanos. But then we see that Adam Warlock is actually alive. Adam Warlock is on the helmet of Galactus and asks him since when it was that Galactus allowed his anger and his wrath to more or less override his judgment. Galactus is known for being one of the most logical beings in the universe. Surely, Galactus can determine that the power of all these cosmic entities put together is still insufficient for defeating Thanos. So, we see that Master Order, Lord Chaos, and various other cosmic entities band together against Galactus and say that they are siding with Adam Warlock. From here, we transition back to Thanos at the Shrine of Death. What we see Thanos saying is that his enemies are coming for him, that his enemies are going to attempt to destroy him. He asks Mistress Death that she will stand by his side. But Mistress Death again spurns Thanos. She seems to turn her back on him. Thanos simply replies by saying this is exactly as he had expected. He had deluded himself into believing that she could ever really care for him. So, he says that being a supreme being means that he has no need to suffer in a void of affection. He does not have to go alone, rule without Mistress Death. With all power, all things are possible. So what he does is create a being named Theraxia. Theraxia is, as he describes, everything Mistress Death is not. She's everything that Thanos longs for, the love he wants from Mistress Death. She is a representation of what he considers to be beautiful. He says there's no need here for Mistress Death anymore. Thanos has found his one true mate. But what we see is that this isn't true. Thanos doesn't really believe this. Thanos is still in love with the idea of Mistress Death and is still angry that she will not return his affection. From here, we see that Adam Warlock is preparing forces. He's preparing these superheroes for the roles they're going to have to face. He says that the battle that's coming, it's going to be fierce, awesome, and it may very well cost the lives of several superheroes. But that's the price they have to pay. He says Doctor Strange has conjured mystic conduits that are going to lead them to particular places, particular occasions where they need to be due to the plan Adam Warlock has created for this to succeed. If any of them divert from this plan, it could very well lead to the ruin of the universe, as well as all the superheroes who were fighting at this point in time. What we also see is that a spell has been cast that's going to allow these forces to breathe within the depths of space for 60 minutes without any kind of assistance. This will become very important because one thing I want you guys to keep in mind when we get into the coming conflict of the Infinity Gauntlet is that everything that's going to take place will happen over 60 minutes. When that 60 minutes ends, we'll know. That's one of the things that Marvel will tell us. When the 60 minutes is over. He also says here that Doctor Strange is going to be in the background. Doctor Strange is going to be monitoring everything, keeping Adam Warlock aware of what's going on telepathically from the perspective of every single superhero. At this point, we see that Silver Surfer and Adam Warlock leave. They transition, take off to about a light year away from where Thanos is currently at. The Silver Surfer is a little angry about this. The Silver Surfer is irritated that they're simply standing on the sidelines. So, they are off to the side while everybody else is engaging in the conflict. Silver Surfer tells us that he is at full power now, completely rejuvenated, and that his strength would be a vast asset to the coming battle of the various superheroes. Adam Warlock says he is right, but that his strength will be most needed when the time is right. So, he tells the Silver Surfer he simply needs to wait. But Silver Surfer, much like a lot of very proud superheroes, doesn't want to. He swallows his pride here and simply says, okay. What Adam Warlock tells us is that Silver Surfer doesn't truly understand, doesn't truly comprehend the situation. That Thanos controls all facets of time, reality, space, power, the soul, and the mind. That this isn't some kind of grandiose statement, that this is absolute truth. That he is totally omnipotent. That this rhetoric, this statement, isn't just simply rhetoric. This is basically the definition of Thanos. He says that the power of the allies of these superheroes is less than nothing to Thanos. That they are defeated before the battle even begins. But the true purpose of their attack is to simply be a diversion. They are sacrificial lambs. From here, we're going to bring this video to an end. In the next video, we'll pick up with the oncoming conflict. We'll pick up with the true conflict as we get into all of these superheroes fighting against the forces of Thanos. So, as we get into part 4 of the Infinity Gauntlet storyline, we're going to be seeing this comic unfolding from the perspective of Eros. Eros is the brother of Thanos. Eros has had his ability to speak removed, but he's simply going to be telling us more or less throughout his thoughts what's going on here, what is taking place. What we're also going to be seeing here is, for the most part, an absolute slaughter. We're going to be seeing the earthbound superheroes really not being able to do anything to oppose the power of Thanos. But the things that he does to them, the way that he chooses to defeat them, I think are very interesting. If this sort of story plays out in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, if Marvel is truly going in the direction of the Infinity Gauntlet, then I think for the most part, with the exception of characters like Cyclops and Silver Surfer being interchanged with other characters, that we'll see this story unfolding in such a way that it will be very intriguing, a very rich sort of conflict. What we see happening as the comic opens up is that the earthbound superheroes are at the shrine of Mistress Death. They have arrived at Thanos' location to begin the conflict. But Thanos has used the time gem to freeze time completely. The only people who were not affected by the freezing of time are Mephisto, Mistress Death, Nebula, Taraxia, who of course was a creation of Thanos, the Watcher, and Eros. What Thanos does here, what he sort of comments on, is the fact that if this is the force that these superheroes were able to muster together, then he's really not too concerned. He could simply use his reality gem and blink them out of existence entirely. What Mephisto says is that there are other individuals with which Thanos should concern himself. Thanos should concern himself with the Silver Surfer and with Adam Warlock. Thanos remarks by saying that these two individuals appear to be the only two individuals who were intelligent enough to not challenge his omnipotence. I would like you guys to pay very close attention here because, again, Thanos is demonstrating a vast amount of arrogance. Thanos, while he's normally level-headed and extremely intelligent, ruthless and cunning, seems to have run away with the ability that he has. He seems to have run away with his power, more or less being governed by arrogance and the belief of absolute power rather than thinking rationally and simply ending the conflict to ensure his absolute victory. Now, what we also see Mephisto doing here is something very interesting, something very intriguing. Mephisto is telling Thanos to stay his hand, to not kill Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer. In addition, what he says is that this may be an opportunity in disguise. Thanos asks Mephisto to continue, and what Mephisto says is that Mistress Death, just like any other woman, has her heart warmed by courage. Despite the fact that her heart is cold, she may find that because Thanos is willing to be courageous, that she may find herself more attracted to him than she previously did. The question that Thanos has is, how do I demonstrate this courage? How can I demonstrate the fact that I'm courageous when I'm going against forces that have no ability to stop me? What Mephisto says is to not use the complete power of the gauntlet, to more or less use a portion of the power that the gauntlet has to allow these superheroes a chance at victory. If they are victorious, then he will die in the face of courage and he will earn the heart of Mistress Death. Or he will fight and win the conflict with everything he has, thereby continuing to demonstrate and win the heart of Mistress Death. Because Thanos has so much power, this is not something that's outside of his ability to control this element, this idea. Immediately, this rings a tone with Thanos. Thanos latches onto it and believes that this may very well be the case. We see Eros commenting on this. Eros says that this is very strange, very weird, that for the most part Mephisto just allowed the Earthbound superheroes the slightest chance for victory. However small, however unlikely it may be, they stand more of a chance now than they ever did before. So he's trying to figure out what kind of game Mephisto is playing here, what it is that he's doing. From here we see Thanos unfreezing time. Thanos, for the most part, allows the conflict to continue using only the power gem. The other thing here is that Eros sees that somebody is standing over him. When he looks up, he realizes that it's Nebula. Now, Nebula is someone I would like you to keep in the back of your head because Nebula will become extremely important in the Infinity Gauntlet storyline. As the story continues, things move forward. Again, Thanos says that he's only going to use his power gem, that the power gem should allow him whatever it is that he needs to do. It will augment the existing abilities that he has to the point where he will still be able to defeat the Earthbound superheroes. So, what Thanos does is he snaps his fingers and time continues. From here, we see Namor the Submariner, various other superheroes who were on a collision course, continue along the path they were previously on. Various things are destroyed, but what we see as this story continues is that for the most part, this belief in the possibility of victory goes away very, very fast. The reason why is because we see the Incredible Hulk using the full power at his disposal, as angry as he can possibly get, attempting to punch Thanos, to assault Thanos. But Thanos here appears to make himself extremely large, take on some sort of mass, and he's able to overpower the Incredible Hulk or at the very least push him away. But we see that the actions of the Incredible Hulk are diversion, in order for the Vision to sneak up behind Thanos and attempt to defeat him. But the power that the Vision has is not enough for Thanos to be defeated. He doesn't do much here. He simply shoots an energy beam at Thanos. But that's pretty much it. Again, we see Eros continuing to comment here, saying that this strategy was flawlessly executed. This strategy was absolutely perfect and that a lesser foe, anyone other than Thanos, would have been defeated here. But in the end, they're fighting Thanos. Even if Thanos were not using the Infinity Gauntlet, he would still be able to withstand the power of this attack due to the vast power that Thanos has. Thanos goes on to comment and say that he never would have expected this kind of attack. This actually took him by surprise. Again, we see Eros also commenting, saying that Captain America is leading the charge, which is the reason why a lot of these attacks are so well coordinated. We see Captain America commenting and saying to continue on relentlessly trying to overpower Thanos, to continue trying to do what they can to defeat Thanos. But again, we switch back to Eros here and Eros continues to comment saying that these hopes are vain. The possibility of defeating Thanos is simply something that can't be done. For the most part, he's awestruck by the fact that in the face of almost guaranteed victory, the Earthbound superheroes continue. At this point, we switch over to Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer. Adam Warlock asks the Silver Surfer how the conflict is going. The Silver Surfer says it's going exactly as expected, which of course means that they simply didn't expect these superheroes to be very successful. The Silver Surfer says that he should be there with them, fighting alongside them. Adam Warlock says this would be utter chaos. The reason why he says this would be folly is because the Silver Surfer has a vast and important role that he is supposed to play here, but Adam Warlock won't tell the Silver Surfer what it is. because if the Silver Surfer knows what it is, Thanos could read the Silver Surfer's mind and prepare himself for the attack. But when Silver Surfer asks Adam Warlock whether or not this is something that he should concern himself with, Thanos may read his mind. Adam Warlock replies by saying that this is not something that Thanos would do. Now, the whole reason why is something that's not necessarily explained to us in this issue, but in previous issues and especially the ongoing series right now regarding Adam Warlock and Thanos in the Marvel comics, and Adam Warlock's return to the Marvel Universe gives us an indication into how it is their inner minds work, which would actually work in a very warped way. They have this extremely kind of screwed up perspective on the universe. But we switch back to the conflict with Thanos, who is now fighting against Namor the Submariner and She-Hulk. And what we see is that Thanos physically punches both of them. He physically touches both of them. And when he does, some kind of growth begins to develop on them, and the growth begins to spread extremely fast. And what this is something that we're not explicitly told. They simply just seem to be covered in dirt or seem to be converting into dirt, indicating to us that maybe Thanos is either using the power gem to possibly hyperjump their evolution or is using the power gem to work them into something else. But whatever it is, it happens to take place here. Namor the Submariner and She-Hulk are effectively out of commission. They're no longer able to fight alongside the other superheroes. And this again is what we see being continued on with this discussion with Eros. Eros says that the campaign that's going on here, the conflict that's going on here, the way that things are being fought is Thanos' forte. This is Thanos at his absolute peak, at his absolute best. He is really in full form here. And the reason why is because Thanos always does best when he's put into a circumstance where he uses intellect in conjunction with his power. And this is what we see Thanos doing, is more or less countering the attacks of various superheroes. But he's doing it in such a way to where he has to think out what it is that they're going to do. From here, we see Thor and Doctor Doom continuing an attack on Thanos. And again, Thor simply just throws his hammer, Eric Masterson throws his hammer into Thor and to Thanos. And Thanos seems to be knocked down. Here at this point, Doctor Doom goes to make a grab for the gauntlet. And again, this was the entire intention of Doctor Doom coming along here. Doctor Doom didn't really care about the survival of the universe, only insofar that he survived. His main goal here was to grab the Infinity Gauntlet, was to attain absolute power. But what we see as Doctor Doom attempts to grab the gauntlet is that Thanos is able to throw him off. Thanos is able to shoot him to the other side of the shrine as a consequence of Doctor Doom trying to grab his gauntlet. At this point, we switch to Thor Eric Masterson, who was continuing to attempt to combat Thanos. But for the most part, he's just not very effective here. As Eric Masterson throws the hammer of Thor towards Thanos, Thanos creates a portal and the portal sends the hammer somewhere else. Now, we're not exactly sure where it sends it at the moment, but Eric Masterson begins to panic. And the reason why here is because if he does not retain the hammer within 60 seconds, he'll turn back into his normal mortal form. He'll lose the form of Thor. And so we see him saying that every moment has to be counted here, that he has to do everything he can to punch Thanos. But as this conflict continues, as his assault on Thanos continues, we see that Thanos is slightly taken aback, as Eros comments. But in the end, it doesn't really matter that Thanos is easily able to overpower Thor. And what he says is that this is a massive blow to the morale of the superheroes because this was a very high-stakes card game, and that Thor, due to his vast power and the power that he has while wielding the hammer, was their ace in the hole. But because of the fact that Eric Masterson is so easily defeated by Thanos, it really shines a light on how little of a chance the Earthbound superheroes have against fighting Thanos at this point. We switch to Fire Lord, and Fire Lord is beginning his assault on Thea Gin. This is simply just a distraction. and the distraction will, for the most part, cost the life of Fire Lord. But in return, we'll see that Wolverine is able to jump into action to attempt to destroy Thanos, to attempt to kill Thanos using his adamantium claws. But again, this doesn't really matter that much. This is just another instance of Thanos using his power. And what Thanos does is more or less warp the mind or work the body of a wolf's brain, warp his adamantium skeleton. And what he does here is he changes the metal, the adamantium in his body, into a rubbery material. And so Wolverine's bones are now rubber. His body is just simply not able to move. He has no real long, solid form. And so Wolverine now is completely out of commission. At this point, we switch over to Doctor Doom, who is attempting to again assault Thanos once more. He is starting his attack, and Thanos comments by asking Doctor Doom if he's attempting to take another shot at stealing his Infinity Gauntlet. And Doctor Doom says that only death will stay his hand, that only death will keep him from attempting to usurp Thanos' power. And that simply says that can be arranged. At this point, we switch over to Adam Warlock, and the Silver Surfer, and Eternity has made his presence known to Adam Warlock, saying that Liber restless. Now, the cosmic entities are ready to get involved in the conflict. But Adam Warlock simply sends him off and tells him that if he stays, Thanos will sense his presence and then also be aware of the next step of the conflict. We also see that Adam Warlock tells the Silver Surfer that to him, Eternity is no more of a piece on the chessboard than the other superheroes who are fighting. And Silver Surfer gets angry here that Adam Warlock views this conflict as nothing more than a game. But what Adam Warlock says is that if he views this as anything other than a game, then he wouldn't be able to go on, just because the overall pressure, the consequences of what it would mean to fail, would overwhelm him. At this point, we switch back to Thanos as he's fighting out the Scarlet Witch and Cyclops. Then again, we see Eros continuing to comment here. And Eros says that, for the most part, the power of Cyclops and the Scarlet Witch are again really nothing compared to the power that Thanos has. And Thanos, weighing the options of the power that these individuals possess, chooses to go after the Scarlet Witch first. And he uses his powers to more or less override the ability that the Scarlet Witch has to overcharge her powers and more or less, I guess, put her out of commission. At this point, he switches over to Cyclops. And Cyclops, continuing, he uses optic beams on Thanos that blasts him with a vast amount of power. And then suddenly stops. And because he suddenly stops, Thanos is thrown off guard. Eros comments that this is a masterful move and that the basis of this was to throw Thanos off guard so that Tony Stark, Iron Man, could swoop in and deal an energy shot to Thanos. But again, the power that Iron Man has here is just not enough to really do anything against Thanos. It's just not enough to do any real damage to Thanos, even while he's simply just using the power gem. And so what we see is that Chaka Sia jumps into the fray, and Chaka Sia does what she can to physically defeat Iron Man. And we see that Cyclops goes back on the offensive and begins blasting Thanos with his optic beams. But then Thanos, he uses his power. It appears as though he may be cheating a little bit and using the reality gem. But he creates a glass box around the head of Cyclops. And this does two things. The first thing that it does is, of course, it cuts off his optic beams. But the other thing it does is cut off the oxygen to him. We see Captain America running to his side as the Vision attempts to come up behind Thanos and sneak attack him. But for the most part, what Thanos, as it's explained to us by Eros, never falls for the same trick twice. And so for the most part, what we see happening here is that Thanos is more or less punching a hole in Vision. And Captain America in the background is trying to destroy the glass box over the head of Cyclops. But what we see is that as Vision is destroyed, Thor, who was previously knocked out into space by Thanos, is trying to make his way back to the shrine. But as he gets back, the power, the effect of Thor wears off, and the effect of Thor wears off. See, for the most part, all these superheroes are completely out of commission. Wolverine's entire skeleton is made of a spongy material. The Vision has been destroyed, his circuitry ripped out by Thanos. Cyclops has suffocated, Spider-Man is unconscious, and Tony Stark has had his head torn off. So, again, this is more or less Thanos demonstrating to us that all hope is lost here, that there really isn't an instance where anybody can do anything. But what we see is that Captain America, for the most part, appears to be the last man standing. Captain America simply tells Thanos that it's not over until it's over, that until all the Earthbound heroes are dead, until there's no one left to fight Thanos, there will always be somebody to pick up the mantle. For Captain America, he had always lived by the belief that good will always triumph, that you have to fight until the end, even if the end means certain death. But what we also see here is Adam Warlock telling the Silver Surfer to prepare himself, to get ready. So, we see Captain America begin to advance on Thanos, despite being vastly outpowered by him, refusing to accept defeat, telling Thanos that he's going to do everything he can to try to stop him. What Captain America says here again is that as long as one man stands against Thanos, he will never claim victory. But Pharaoh says that these are noble sentiments from a person about to be killed. We see the Silver Surfer saying that Thanos is going to kill Captain America, so he has to intervene. Adam Warlock tells him to wait. Captain America replies to Thanos by saying that he's always held these sentiments, always believed that one man can make the difference between absolute defeat and victory. So, these words, this creed, is worth dying for. Thanos simply replies, "Then he shall die for these words," destroying his shield by smacking it. At this point, as he's about to deliver the killing blow to Captain America, Adam Warlock yells at the Silver Surfer to run as fast as he can. So, Silver Surfer uses all his energy, traveling across the cosmos to where Thanos is. In almost the blink of an eye, Silver Surfer arrives, and his goal is to snatch the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos as he's about to kill Captain America. But at the last second, Thanos realizes what Silver Surfer is trying to do and prevents his gauntlet from being stolen. Thanos begins to come to, regaining his senses and sanity. He realizes his arrogance almost cost him the Infinity Gauntlet. He wills himself back to full power, ready to manipulate all the Gauntlet's power. His first action is to clear the battlefield of all dead bodies and destruction, preparing for a greater struggle. Adam Warlock comments that they tried the easy way and failed. The conflict they tried to avoid is coming, one that the universe may not survive. After a week and a half of waiting, we're finally back into the Infinity Gauntlet series, picking up with issue number 5. To refresh, let's recall where issue number 4 left off. The Earthbound superheroes engaged in conflict with Thanos, quickly dispatched by him as a diversion. Adam Warlock's plan was for Silver Surfer to intervene at the opportune moment and snatch the gauntlet, which almost happened, but Thanos retained it. Adam Warlock then brings in cosmic entities in issue number 5. Thanos confronts these entities, displaying his arrogance, claiming his power surpasses theirs. Mephisto manipulates situations, hinting at Thanos' use of absolute power to either demonstrate to cosmic entities or defeat them. He predicts that Thanos' immense power might also destroy Eros, manipulating reality. Eros, horrified at the prospect of such existence, hovers between life and death. As the conflict progresses, Thanos unleashes his power, causing massive destruction, destroying shrines and galaxies in his path. Eros and Nebula, surprisingly, are saved by Mistress Death herself, indicating her intense hatred for Thanos. Adam Warlock and Silver Surfer survive the initial explosion, but encounter an interdimensional distortion cascade, a potential threat they must escape. This cascade weakens barriers between dimensions, allowing Annihilus and his forces to invade Earth 616. Thanos uses his gauntlet to demonstrate power, causing heavens to tremble. Celestials enter the conflict, using planets to topple or incapacitate Thanos. The Watcher fears this conflict may end the universe due to overwhelming power displayed. Eros, saved by Mistress Death, ponders her intense hatred for Thanos. Adam Warlock and Silver Surfer evade the cascade, avoiding potential dimensional collapse. As you wait patiently for the next installment, issue number 6 will delve deeper into the consequences of Thanos' absolute power and the universe's precarious state. Most likely, he would have kept the inhabitants alive, though they may very well be dead. It's not relevant that the goings-on of these celestial beings cannot be a consideration in this conflict. They have to be sacrificed for the greater good to prevail. However, we see again that Thanos is able to use the power of the Infinity Gauntlet not only to easily destroy these planets and the forces the Celestials are using against him, but to defeat the Celestials entirely. It's important to remember that Thanos isn't actually killing the Celestials. He's simply defeating them. Next up is Kronos, who can manipulate the fabric of time. He tries to bury Thanos within the depths of time or send him to a place where he is lost. But because Thanos can manipulate all facets of time, he quickly returns to the present and manages to defeat Kronos. Moving on to Master Order and Lord Chaos, they attempt to dichotomize Thanos, stripping away the order that defines him and introducing chaos. Thanos easily defeats them, retaining his individuality as explained by the Watcher. We then shift to encounters with the Stranger, Galactus, and the new form of Aeon. These beings use their absolute power to try to overpower Thanos, but he effortlessly defeats them using the Infinity Gauntlet. This pattern continues, where Thanos incapacitates them without killing them, demonstrating his dominance. Thanos engages in a debate within himself, torn between seeing these cosmic entities as friends or deserving of punishment. He realizes his emotions and perspectives are being manipulated by Mistress Love and Sire Hate, forces of love and hate in the universe that he banishes like he did with other cosmic entities. Mephisto then intervenes, attacking Thanos with Hell's fire in an attempt to manipulate him. Thanos, surprised by Mephisto's actions, overpowers him, preparing to kill him before Mistress Death intervenes, saving Mephisto and angering Thanos further. The cosmic entities and Mephisto, along with Mistress Death, attempt to overpower Thanos, but he imprisons them in a cosmic stasis, temporarily paralyzing them. Thanos reflects that this is necessary for him to focus without being burdened by emotions, particularly his feelings of betrayal by Mistress Death. Meanwhile, Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer search for survivors among the wreckage, finding devastation but resolving to end Thanos' threat. Adam Warlock asserts that Thanos, now akin to Annihilus, must be defeated to prevent him from eliminating all life in the universe. Eternity, the most powerful cosmic entity, joins the conflict against Thanos, setting up a showdown to determine who is more powerful. Pharaoh explains that defeating Eternity will grant him the ultimate authority over the universe, a culmination of his plan to control the Infinity Gems. Eternity prepares to confront Thanos, but before the battle unfolds, an explosion interrupts, leaving Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer uncertain of the conflict's outcome, but determined that it must end. The Silver Surfer and Adam Warlock are taken aback by the unfolding events, recognizing that the end of this battle has already been decided. Adam Warlock here. "I'm sorry," Silver Surfer asks. How is it that Adam Warlock knows this? Adam Warlock replies that he's linked to the Infinity Gems in ways that even he doesn't understand. So, the question asked by Silver Surfer is, who's come out on top here? Is it Eternity or is it Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet? Adam Warlock explains that the person who loses is the one who is truly defeated subconsciously, who has already simply allowed himself to lose. What we see Adam Warlock saying is that the successor here is most likely Thanos. The reason being that Eternity recognized that Thanos probably has more power than he does, but Eternity is not fighting logically or reasonably. He's fighting out of anger, out of rage, allowing his emotions to get the better of him. When a person fights emotionally, they're not thinking rationally, and by virtue, they can't be intelligent. At this point, Adam Warlock tells Doctor Strange that they need to be retrieved. Doctor Strange teleports them back to planet Earth. Again, what we see going on here is an explanation of what has taken place. The cosmic entities have been imprisoned. But then, we get further expansion indicating that Eternity is one of the cosmic entities now imprisoned, suggesting that Thanos has indeed come out on top. Thanos seems to be unconscious rather than dead. Taraji is trying to awaken him, asking him to speak or do something to show he's alive. But Thanos appears in the cosmic entity form of Eternity, indicating that Thanos has usurped Eternity as the absolute authority within the Marvel Earth 616 universe. We're going to conclude the first part of video number 5 of Infinity Gauntlet and pick up in the next video where we see panic and the defeat of Thanos coming from the most unlikely person, someone none of us had considered a threat at this point. As we pick up with the second half of Infinity Gauntlet issue number 5, we're going to see things move quickly. We'll also see circumstances begin to flip on Thanos, tied to his arrogance. The Watcher informs us that Thanos has usurped the role of Eternity. Thus, within the Earth 616 universe, Thanos reigns supreme. Thanos comments on this, responding that his body is no longer needed. He's rid himself of something as base as flesh and all vulnerabilities. The Watcher comments that because Thanos has absolute power within this universe, he can change virtually anything. The Earth 616 universe is subject to his every whim. This may lead to the destruction of the universe or irrevocable changes. Thanos' arrogance has gotten the best of him. He has to come to realize that despite his absolute power, mortals can still defeat him. Nebula has her own thoughts and emotions despite being somewhat of a husk. She understands that Thanos wielding absolute power with the Infinity Gauntlet could simply be seized from him if she chose to do so. And that's precisely what she does. Almost immediately after Thanos serves as the role of Eternity, and while everyone else is distracted, Nebula takes the chance to take the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos. When she does, Thanos reverts to his normal form, losing absolute power. Initially, Taraji tries to intervene, but she's unsuccessful. Nebula uses the Infinity Gauntlet to restore herself to her previous form, taunting Thanos, telling him that she now wields absolute power. She tells him that the one thing she wants most at this moment is revenge on Thanos. She banishes Thanos and Taraji into deep space. Adam Warlock, Silver Surfer, and Doctor Strange realize that the Infinity Gauntlet has changed hands. Adam Warlock states that things have gone from bad to worse. The reason for this is not fully understood yet. Adam Warlock explains that Nebula, due to her experiences between life and death, is in a state of total derangement, pain, and anguish. Adam Warlock tells Doctor Strange that they need his mystic powers. Transitioning back to Taraji, she's lamenting over the fact that Taraji has died. Thanos created Taraji using the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, but he hadn't created her to survive deep space. She dies because she can't breathe outside of the shrine's protection that Thanos had created for Mistress Death. Thanos feels alone, considering his loss and the circumstances. When a portal opens beneath him, the gravity on the other side pulls him through. Once Thanos gets through the portal, he joins Adam Warlock, Silver Surfer, and Doctor Strange again within Doctor Strange's residence. Silver Surfer's immediate reaction is to attack Thanos, seeing him beyond any remorse or ability to atone for his actions. Doctor Strange tries to intervene, but Adam Warlock tells him to stay back. Adam Warlock comments that the power between Silver Surfer and Thanos is beyond what they can handle. He instructs Doctor Strange to summon help. Doctor Strange opens a portal and retrieves the only 5 superheroes who survived the encounter with Thanos: Thor, Eric Masterson, the Incredible Hulk, Fire Lord, Doctor Doom, and Drax the Destroyer. They arrive and separate Thanos and Silver Surfer. Adam Warlock begins to explain that Thanos is here to help save the universe from destruction. Thanos explains that it's not enough to wield the Infinity Gauntlet. It takes a toll on the mind. Thanos, with his intellect and experiences, was able to manipulate the Infinity Gauntlet to control it. Nebula lacks this mental fortitude and could subconsciously destroy the universe. Transitioning back to Adam Warlock, he asks if everyone agrees to the plan he's created. We won't find out the plan until Infinity Gauntlet issue number 6. Alone, Thanos asks Adam Warlock what he wants. Adam Warlock says they need Thanos' help. It's not simply a choice. The plan cannot proceed without Thanos' agreement. Thanos asks why he should intervene, what benefit he gains. Adam Warlock replies that he'll give Thanos the truth within Thanos. Adam Warlock reveals that when he was within the Soul Gem, he could look into Thanos' inner soul. He saw that Thanos subconsciously realized he wasn't worthy of wielding absolute power. Every attempt Thanos made to gain absolute power failed. When Thanos first appeared in Marvel Comics and attempted to wield the Cosmic Cube, he allowed Captain Marvel to destroy it subconsciously. Despite gaining the Infinity Gems for the first time and combining them into one massive gem, he allowed himself to be defeated. Allowing Nebula to gain the Infinity Gauntlet was yet another example of subconsciously recognizing he's not worthy of absolute power. Thanos acknowledges this truth, agreeing to Adam Warlock's plan. Transitioning back to Nebula, she speaks with Eros, although he still can't speak. Nebula is beginning to understand Thanos' hunger for power, the infinite might of the Infinity Gauntlet. She may not be as shattered mentally as initially thought. Nebula realizes that all of reality is her sculpture. She can do anything she wants. She doesn't have to engage in activities against her will. She can do what she wants. Nebula is satisfied with this power. Nebula knows there's a coming battle. She demonstrates her power by saying that Earthbound superheroes will arrive in exactly 5 seconds. A portal opens and Earthbound superheroes Fire Lord, Thor, Eric Masterson, Doctor Doom, the Incredible Hulk, and Drax the Destroyer arrive. They attempt to defeat Nebula, but she uses the Infinity Gauntlet's power to encase them in a rocky force field, demonstrating that they can't stop her. Nebula realizes this isn't simply the actions of a few superheroes. This has been orchestrated, likely by Thanos. Adam Warlock, Silver Surfer, Thanos, and Doctor Strange prepare to defeat Nebula. We'll see this plan unfold in issue number 6 of Infinity Gauntlet. As we continue with Infinity Gauntlet issue number 6, we'll see the story beginning to come to a close. That doesn't mean the action will wind down. We'll cover a lot of ground in a short amount of time. Like issue number 5, we'll split issue number 6 into 2 parts. the story begins to unfold. Nebula imprisons Thanos in a structure of rock. More importantly, Doctor Strange and the Silver Surfer realize Adam Warlock exists outside the realms of chaos and order. Thanos interprets this as Nebula being completely unaware of Adam Warlock's presence. Thanos explains that Nebula lacks the vision to properly exploit the Infinity Gems. Nebula sarcastically describes Thanos' actions of killing off half the life in the universe, finding it appalling. Adam Warlock signals to Doctor Strange silently, taking precautions to ensure Nebula doesn't know he's there. So Doctor Strange uses his magic to do something, although at the moment we don't know what that is. But what we see is that Nebula uses the Infinity Gauntlet to set everything back to the way it was before. Now, with the things that are coming up, with the things that are going to be taking place, I'm curious to see whether or not you would be able to predict them, because what we're going to be seeing is that things are going to be changing in such a way that some very interesting circumstances are going to arise. But what we see is that as a result of Nebula setting everything back to the way it was before, that of course half the life in the universe is destroyed, as I restored. But with everything being restored to 24 hours prior, Nebula's 1006 planes it to us reverts back into the previous form that she had when she was a husk of a being. And so Thanos, again, allows his arrogance to get the better of him as he begins to brag, as he begins to more or less taunt Nebula and say that when she has the power of godhood, she should be careful, because whatever it is that she wishes for will come true, and so she has to exercise some measure of forethought. But before Thanos is able to seize the Infinity Gauntlet from her, Nebula restores herself back to the way she was before. And again, what she does is she allows her arrogance to get the better of her as she begins to taunt Thanos and re-imprison Thanos, saying that the mistake that he made was allowing himself to be arrogant, was allowing himself to believe that because she had been referred back to her former form that she would not be able to revert herself back, or restore herself back to normal. But what we also see is that Adam Warlock appears to be reaching for the Infinity Gauntlet. Now, what it is that he intends to do here is something we're not entirely sure of, although we're more or less led to believe that maybe he's going to take this chance while she's talking just to strip her of the Infinity Gauntlet. But what Adam Warlock does here is it seems as though he touches the Infinity Gauntlet, he touches the gem on the back of the hand. And when he does, the Silver Surfer is blasted with some form of energy. And what we also see is that as a result of her actions with restoring everything back to the way it was before, that the Shrine of Mistress Death is no longer there, and so they're more or less just standing on an asteroid, which presumably was what Thanos used to create the Shrine of Mistress Death. And again, Nebula is demonstrating the fact that she doesn't know that Adam Warlock was here, in the fact that she doesn't know that he's left, that he's no longer in the scene anymore. And so what she asks is how it is that Doctor Strange and the Silver Surfer are still there when presumably they should have been destroyed. And so what she recognizes here, what she more or less theorizes here, is that this presumably was due to the actions of Doctor Strange. This was due to the actions of him intervening against her will. And so what she does is she imprisons the hands of Doctor Strange to keep him from being able to use his magic. But what we see Thanos commenting on here is telling Nebula there was another error in judgment, that she had yet again screwed up, and that it's something that she has been fortunate about so far, that the errors in her judgment haven't necessarily been major. But what she's about to learn is the fact that when she set everything back to 24 hours prior, that she didn't fully think it through. And the reason why is because 24 hours prior to the current events, the cosmic entities were not imprisoned. They were still free. And so what we see is that the cosmic entities have now been released from their bonds. And more or less what's going to take place is an attempt by the cosmic entities to destroy Nebula. But what we see, we transition back to the Soul World, to inside of the Soul Gem with Adam Warlock and the Silver Surfer. And it appears as though when the Silver Surfer was struck by some form of energy from the gauntlet, that it may not necessarily have been a killing blow from Nebula, more so than Adam Warlock entering the Soul Gem and pulling the Silver Surfer in with him. And what the Silver Surfer asks Adam Warlock here is why they're back in Soul World, why they're back inside of the Soul Gem. And what Adam Warlock says here is that his power is greatest within the Soul Gem, that he is bound to the Soul Gem in ways that he's not fully understanding of, but that it's such a bond that it allows him to utilize his full potential. Now, the reason for this goes all the way back to the very beginnings of Adam Warlock, when he was given the Soul Gem by the High Evolutionary in an attempt to take back the Counter-Earth. But that's of course a story that we're not necessarily going to get into. But what we see Adam Warlock saying here is, I guess, explaining to the Silver Surfer what he had previously explained to Thanos, or what we were already aware of, that in order for Adam Warlock to successfully bring an end to the Infinity Gauntlet event, that the Infinity Gauntlet had to change hands, that it had to leave Thanos' hands and go into the hands of somebody else. Now, whether or not it was going to be Nebula, or whether it had to be somebody else, is something that's not explained to us. And in this instance, I don't really think it really matters. But what Adam Warlock says is that Nebula's confusion here, the fact that she is overwhelmed, for the most part, due to the sensory input of the Infinity Gauntlet of all the facets of reality, in addition to her recognition of newfound power, led her in a place where it was very easy to take advantage of that. It was very easy to use that to their advantage. And so what we see is that the Silver Surfer realizes that Adam Warlock knew that Thanos was going to lose the Infinity Gauntlet. And so the question is, what are they going to do now? What's going to take place? And Adam Warlock simply says that he's going to do what needs to be done, and that in order for this to succeed, he's going to need the Silver Surfer as a spiritual anchor. From here, we transition back to Nebula, and what we see is that Galactus and Ian and the Celestials and various other cosmic beings are using their power to attempt to overpower Nebula. And again, Nebula is able to use the Infinity Gauntlet, even if only on a base level. And Thanos explains this to us. Thanos tells us that even a bumbling idiot, for the most part, would be able to use the extreme power of the Infinity Gauntlet to override the power of the cosmic entities, just because of the fact that even on a subconscious level, they would simply just not want to be defeated, and so the Infinity Gauntlet would exercise that power accordingly. But what we learn, again, Thanos is commenting on the fact that Nebula, using the infinite power of the Infinity Gauntlet, is able to easily overpower the cosmic entities. She's able to defeat them readily, and what we see is that for the most part, the cosmic entities appear to be entirely imprisoned. They appear to be cast into some form of stone and completely locked up. And what we also see taking place here is that Nebula is more or less stating that her reign of supremacy is just beginning, that her reign of omnipotence has just started, and that she's going to be effectively taking over everything. Now, what we see is that she's telling Thanos that he is going to be able to bear witness to a new astral dynasty. He's going to be able to bear witness to the new reality that she is creating, and that there's going to be a whole new era ushered in with regards to the Earth 616 universe. Then we see Thanos saying, "Let there be something," and Adam Warlock says, "Disharmony." And this is very interesting here because what Adam Warlock has done here is he's more or less merged himself with the Soul Gem. And by merging himself with the Soul Gem, he has reached out to the other 5 gems. And when he reached out to the other 5 Infinity Gems, he forced them to feed back onto Nebula. And when this happened, the Infinity Gauntlet became more than Nebula could bear. And so Nebula threw the Infinity Gauntlet down. And so at this point, there's no one in possession of absolute power. Everybody has a base set of abilities. At this point, we learn what it was Doctor Strange was doing when he was using his powers. And what he had done is that when everything was set back to normal, the Earthbound superheroes had all been restored, and they were set back to their previous forms. And so he's called in some of the more prominent members, some of the more powerful and strong members of the Earthbound superheroes, which of course include Eric Masterson as Thor, Drax the Destroyer, and the Incredible Hulk along with Eros. And he opens a portal to allow them to enter. But what we also see here is that as Thanos has broken free of his binds, and for the most part this is a very interesting set of circumstances, because what it is that we see is that as Thanos breaks free of his binds, he effectively has become, I guess, the new ruler of the new realm that Nebula has created.